Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. Did you know that nearly 80% of companies worldwide are now using or planning to use artificial intelligence to improve their business processes? This shows how AI is no longer a future idea, it is already here, helping businesses move faster and smarter. Today, we will explore how this amazing tool can change the way you work. SAP Joule is an AI-powered digital assistant, also called a copilot, built into SAP. It helps users by answering questions, guiding tasks, and turning complex data into clear insights. With Joule, you don't need deep technical skills to get quick, accurate results. Studies show that companies using AI assistants like Joule make decisions 30% faster and see 40% higher user satisfaction as tasks become easier and smoother. This makes SAP Joule a valuable skill to learn today. It is more than just a tool, it is a career advantage. As more businesses adopt SAP AI features, professionals trained in Joule will stand out and gain stronger opportunities. Learning it now ensures you are ready for the future. In this course, we will guide you step by step through its features, benefits, and use cases. By the end, you will feel confident to use Joule in real business work. Let's dive in.
Good morning, good evening once again. So, hi, I'm here. Just before starting the session, this small disclaimer for you all. All right. So, this is the agenda for the today's introductory demo for Joule. So, SAP, who are new to SAP, just a 1 minute introduction for SAP. SAP is a German multinational, as everyone knows that it's 1972 been done. And then from there, we got to deal a lot of innovation happened on SAP's system from R3 to R4 or right now to whatever you're seeing in the cloud space, how it occupied and how it's delivering the global standard solutions for these industry-specific needs and requirements for different users on different sectors as well. Right. So yeah, Joule is the most advanced one in such buckets that we're going to use that. Yeah, so coming to very importantly on the Joule job outlook, yeah, it's the most trending in hotcake right now because, yeah, it's a recent one, but yes, because as old is moving into the generative AI or business AI kind of things. Okay, so Joule is also one such a baby which was actually being done in SAP. Okay, so you might look for right now, yeah, there is a huge market coming out for that. But as in addition to that, you might see roles right now, as we are seeing right now, the SAP consultant. So you might get new positions for AI specialist, Joule AI specialist, Joule consultant, Joule developer, the kind of things you get into the market space. Now it's very demanding. We are now learning this one, so you might get into a huge demand repertoire this from that. Yeah, across the globe, not only from US space, but yeah, across the globe. So these are the latest salary trends which we have been given the market for that. Like a median of $101,000 to $180K. In the US market is what we have been estimated of. That is the Joule salary trend for that. Yeah, and coming to Joule sector, yes, it covering a lot of sectors, but basically the major sectors that are concentrating is these are the sectors. Very importantly, finance, banking, the manufacturing, digital manufacturing, entertainment sectors, public sectors. These are the ones, healthcare basically. On the pharma sectors, all they're looking for it, where they need immediate solutions, immediate answers, like immediate resolutions kind of things, where they're looking for that without any delays on that. So these are the main sectors which are grouping and interesting on this particular part, and there is a huge demand on SAP Joule for that. Yeah, yes, I have been telling that kind of lot of things on that, but yes, what is SAP Joule and what we will be understanding on this? Let's go into this one. Yeah, this is the course objectives before I start for that. So SAP Joule. So I'm just looking for the screen for you, just for a half a minute. Right. So let's explore SAP Joule today. It's an SAP's AI copilot that revolutionizes, productivity by providing the intelligent business specific insights and, the very importantly, the bold term, the automation directly within your SAP cloud applications. This is what SAP Joule does. So what is SAP Joule? So as I said already, this is the SAP's generative AI assistant. This is completely designed to seamlessly integrate across your organization's SAP ecosystem. Okay, so what it does, it will assist with your data analytics or data analysis. It will have workflow automation, and it will generate the insights, like most kind of a chart like pop-ups to you, where you have all the NSL interface, which is a natural language interfaces will be there. So that is what SAP Joule is. So this is generally like, an emphasizing efficiency expert is there who's called James Prescott Joule. After his name only, SAP named this one. So this is built specifically to empower the users and the decision makers also to work smarter, and then they can leverage their secure enterprise data in this manner. Okay. So now when you go for what is that we have to know about that, what is the architectural thing that we have, a lot of things comes to our mind, right? So SAP Joule's key feature architecture, when I want to highlight, so this is completely AI driven, as I said, end to end AI driven. So this is contextual assistance will be there. So that is the reason you have to put all the natural language things also into it. And not only SAP, any integrated cloud applications you want to make it out, you are welcome into it. So you can do that for that. So this is completely NLP based for all the intuitive interactions, because it might take a lot of languages also. It might ask, it might give you the answers also. It is innovating in such a way. So all your real-time data analysis and personalized recommendations can be easily done. And cross-functional workflow supports will be there, like for finance, HR support, supply chain, pharmas, the procurement, manufacturing. So a lot of industries are covering in that. So wherein which you can get all these cross-functional support for you. And very importantly, this is secured and compliant with all the data privacy. So you might think that something I'm inputting will be data be gone somewhere else, or it might be played with something else. No, it's completely secure and completely compliant with the GDPR and CCPA standards, where in which all the data privacy standards are adhered into it. Yes. Now, when we talk about the Joule architecture, so let me show you what is the Joule architecture, what it contains. Let me open my notepad. So here it is architecture I want to show you. So Joule generally leverages the SAP's BTP architecture basically. So you need SAP BTP access for this. I'll let you know what actually it needs for you to, like before you go for Joule's setup and all these things. So Joule basically it leverages this BTP. It's a mother for it, and not only that, it uses the SAP S4 HANA Cloud as well. Okay, so this is a completely multi-layered approach. So where I'm saying multi-layered means it will be having importantly flow 4 layers will be there, in which you will be having your, first of all, the data management layer will be there. This is the main layer, which integrates your SAP and third-party data. Okay, and then you have your application layer. So this layer, you will use all your interfaces, no-code agent builders, because we have Joule Studio is there. So in which you will build lot of flows, automations, interfacings with all the no-code agents will be there. So that you will be leveraging through this application layer. And then you have your more important layer is data management layer. So in this data management layer, you integrate all the SAP and third-party data. And the final layer will be your analytics layer. This is the AA layer. So in this layer, you'll have all the real-time insights, all your machine learning, on LP, all kind of this AI things will come and sit in this layer, where in which interact with this. So this is your top-to-down approach, which I have just told to you, like this. So where in which you have this multi-layered setup, in which it will uses to interact with your based front end. Okay. So now to speak more on that, like when you ask, okay, fine, what are the core use cases I get, like into this practical benefits I get, when I go into this Joule. For example, if you take any cross-department application, I told cross-department application, the financial planning will be there. So it will request revenue forecast, real-time KPI dashboards on behalf of you. It's not separately you can do that. So Joule can do it and help you for that. For HR level, if you want to query for top performers, turnovers, how many recruitments happened this month, how many have to be done, a kind of these kind of things, Joule will easily answer. You don't need to depend upon someone else for that. Okay. And Joule can also schedule interviews. Joule can also, like follow up on that as well. Let me tell you on that. Innovation is already there in that. And the procurement level, if you want to optimize the supply selections using real-time performance data, so we can use the procurement chatbots for the Zool. For the sales level also, if you want to identify the customer trends, to get the product recommendations, where actually I'm getting defaulted, where I can actually get into. You want to make some decision making on top of that for the sales and marketing. Zool can help you on that immediately. And it will also give you suggestions where you can improve it also. So this is what in the cross departmental applications I'm telling. So it's come to business benefits. So let me open this one more time here. So when you come to business benefits, basically, let me go into this. It will increases the user productivity up to 85 to 90% of productivity can be expanded on the SAP Joule business benefits. The major thing, as you know, AI is replacing the humans right now, as everyone knows that. But yes, to run that needs humans again. That's a second story. But yes, it reduces the manual work through automation. So a lot of manual interactions can be reduced, and Joule can take it as a head on top of that. It will facilitate a lot of complete decision making also with all your instant and reliable data. So as I said, it uses context awareness, respecting your roles and responsibilities in data operation. For example, in the Zoll, if I ask, I want to use this data for a particular user, it will not allow you because it's compliant with SAP and SAP security standards. You can also block the data that someone want to see. The same it will also do in the Joule aspect also. You cannot, there will be no any data violations on top of that. Okay. So this is how generally this will work. And not only that, for example, for ABAPers also, like, for the developers kind of thing also. If ABAPers want to do unit testing, if ABAPers want to understand what their code, where their code was actually being done for the build code level, what is their code deficiencies, Joule will correct that and they will help you on that. So it will speed up by 30 to 40%. It's not completely what I want to say is like occupying a developer role, but yes, it will give suggestions, it will give solutions, it will give you the recommendations for betterment of it than you think for days. For example, if a small bug is came, if you want to see for 1 day or 1.5 days, Joule will quickly resolve it for you where the bug, and it will help you on that in a half a day or on a quarter day, like that. So like this is how it will help you for efficiency. And not only that, for all the unit testing cases and all these things, you don't depend upon humans right now. So for the ABAPers who want to do that, they will help you on that. So this is such innovations are coming in the Joule Studio. So these are the total work. So it will understand your system, provides responses. You can have the diverse unified and user environments will be there, and a lot of experience with the precise information. So what are the information that you're going to get it right? It will get a more precise thing for that. Okay. Now this is one such thing. And compared to Joule right now, so you might be experiencing SAP Joule versus a lot of copilots and things that are coming in the other environments as well. Like if you guys know that, like there is Microsoft Copilot is there is a Google Duet is there. So now when comparing to these, how can SAP Joule can help you on that? Okay, so let me give you a small comparison so you'll understand what SAP Joule can actually leverage you on this front. So if you see here, let me write a small comparison for everyone's understanding. So if you can see a feature-wise comparison, let's say it is SAP Joule. It's your Microsoft Copilot. And this will be a Google Duet. Okay, so the core focus, if you can say, the core focus of SAP Joule is all the enterprise processes. I can say entire enterprise process. Okay, but here in your Microsoft Copilot, this is completely for 365 Dynamics. That's it. Okay. And for Google Duet, it is a complete, I can say it's a workplace kind of tool wherein which you can see all these Google Cloud based documents will be there. So it was only for your, it's a workplace kind of tool where it will help you only for the, at the Google Cloud level and the document level. Okay. Not for the enterprise level. It is very clear for you now. And then coming to the native integration. Okay. So why I'm saying is differences because people of different sectors will be there. They have to understand if there is any similar tools that are already working in the industry right now. So what can it does from SAP Joule, you have to understand it. So that is the reason I'm opening this bracket for you, so that you can walk easily for your customers as well whenever you want to understand on that. Okay. So the native integration here is, it is completely SAP ecosystem, where it has all S4, the success factors, the Ariba, okay, and all the other things that has in the SAP, and it will support all the non-SAP as well. So now here it will be only being taken for your MS apps, Microsoft apps, okay, plus whatever the Azure cloud is there, that will be taken by this. Here, as you know, this will be only for Google apps, and then Vertex AI is there, which is one such thing. This Google Data is doing right away for the native integration. Okay. So in the data context, SAP Joule has strong enterprise specific context will be there. So whatever you are dealing with, there will be strong data foundations will be there in this. Okay. Whereas in Microsoft Copilot, this is completely semi-contextual. It is based on your recent actions. So it will not be a complete set of data foundations will be there, whatever you are going to ask for the Microsoft Copilot. Okay. And Google D8, it's completely limited business process awareness. So I can say semi-business process awareness. So you won't get complete replies from what you're going to ask for the Google D8. Okay. And yes, coming to the custom models, because yes, we might want to see more into it, because yes, you have to do a lot of not only standard, you want a lot of customization on top of this as well. But yes, here in SAP Joule, you have leveragement of that. So you can use SAP trained models plus partner LLMs as well. And you can custom your models as well as per your need. It's more specialized for enterprise process. Okay. Because the others are just their broader productivity tools, but here it's an end-to-end enterprise process tool. That is what enterprise looks generally for. So I can say this is for your SAP trained plus LLMs. Both models are partner LLMs or entertained here. So you can easily train your models what you're going for that in the AI space. Okay. This is completely, as you know, it's a chat GPT is there. It's an open AI. Okay. And you know, Google Gemini also. This is a PALM tool. PALM palm tool is there. Okay. So this one. Okay, this is nothing but which will help you on that. So this is the total broader scope of differences I want to enlighten you, because this is, you have to understand what Joule generally does with compared to the others one. Okay, because end of the day, when you are working with Joule, so you have to understand that it's completely natural language interface. It has the embedded recommendations where you can deal with all your success factors kind of thing. You can do a conversational interface to interact with SAP apps basically. Wherever automation is there, it will automate your repetitive task. Like for example, if you want to do invoice matching, anomaly detections, or you want to make a month-end activities, periodic ending activities, or generating the HR dashboards, a repetitive kind of things also, it will automate and it will save your time for that. So the end point you have to understand, it is not to replace manual efforts, but yes, it is manual workforce. It is to replace the repetitive manual work that is going to happen and taking time. So that is what the prime intention and prime focus where SAP or any other AI is now doing with. Okay. And very importantly, contextual data awareness is one of the important things. So this understands the company specific vocabulary also, because some company to some company's vocabulary will change. So that is also there in the system. It will understand the company's vocabulary. It will respond to that as well. Okay. Now, yes. Coming to the configuration level, so what actually needs for me to work on the Joule, what actually I have to be in to work with the Joule. So if you come here, let me explain this one. So these are your things. It will run on the SAP BTP. As I said, this is running on SAP BTP platform. Okay, so people should know BTP. Okay, so this uses AI core, AI launchpads. Okay, business context APIs. Okay, and this is integrated with DataSphere, which you are seeing right now, the data intelligence cloud, S4 HANA Cloud, These are the primary interfaces with it. They have other interfaces like success factors, Ariba, and whatever you are looking for that. So those are also there in that. But yes, this is the prime focus in which this will be built on top of that. Okay. The moment when you want to build a data application with Joule, okay, or the moment when you want to use a Joule to automate a business workflow, first thing you have to go for Joule Studio. So this is how it looks like. Yeah. So this is for SAP Joule Studio, wherein which you can go for an application or an automated process or a business suite or a Joule skill, whatever you want to take it out. So if you want to build application, so based on that, it's all a navigational wizard kind of thing. You have to just put it. If you want to build an automated process, you can simply build. This is a studio where you can do everything on top of that. Okay. This is a suite where you can customize any suite applications or any code based thing that you want to make it. You can do it from here. Okay, this generally looks like this. If you can see in the screen, so this is a kind of studio where you can just generally act. So just drag and drop, nothing to do. Just you have to know what your process should be. You have to drag and drop all those features. You'll put it, for example, if you can see in the right side, I have dragged and drop a certain ticketing based thing. So I created a service now ticket. When I create a ticket, it will put the URL and that's it. The moment when you create this, you will see this screen, the Joule screen, where it will gives you a pilot for that, a copilot for that, where it will gives you and it will activates for you a small kind of service now tool where you will ask ticket, it will give you the status of the ticket. Okay, small thing, I'm just showing you, demonstrating for that. So this will again show you details like that. So the moment when you go for that, it will show you what ticket it has been generated, what is the severity, what is the ticket about. So all these things it will be done. So it's all automation. In general, if you want to do this, you have to depend on some tool. You put some Excel, do that, collaborate it with some other people, add details in the Excel. Again, you track it. A lot of things you have to manual work on that. At least two people will be involved in it. So this is all end to end, completely taken by SAP Joule in this scenarios. Okay. So like this, you can use the studio, but the studio is not free trial right now. Is not there. The small instance is there in SAP BTP. Okay. This is completely, whenever you want to use the Joule, you should have the Joule license for that, first of all. So you have to create a SAP data application also. If you want to build it, you need to create a project. You need complete Joule license for that. So without that, because that license you have to integrate in the BTP, then only the Joule Studio or other things will start working for you. Okay, in the free trial, SAP is providing, but it is still not active. That's what I want to comment on that. Okay. So yeah, from this studio, you can create a lot of things. So there is build code, build apps, build workflows, a lot of things are there from SAP BTP. You can leverage that in the Joule Studio segment, and you can create the agents and you can make your work easy for that. So this is what complete thing about the Joule. So if you can see this, these are the things which you can get the use cases on the process automation or either customer support or maintenance or analytics insights. You can see that I just explained you a couple of things also on that which cause this SAP's tool. So there are a lot of things that you need to understand as part of the curriculum and everything is explained you. But yes, the prerequisites will be whenever you want to install your Joule, you should have a Joule license. Your SAP landscape should be a supported landscape for S4 HANA because you have to confirm your solutions in running in a supported region and data center. Okay, so that is one of the important thing. And all your BTP, you need your admins from your SAP BTP global account, not the trial or local accounts. So you should be able to get admin permissions for your BTP global account, cloud editing, and SAP line of business support. If you see here, in the practical part, you can see this is my SAP trial account. See, in the trial account, I cannot see. If it is a, see, I using generally, this is where the entitlement I can do it for the tool. This is a global account only, but still I don't have it because the license is not impacted in it. So you should have a license for this to get into it. People who want to do SAP BTP trial, they can do, but Joule cannot be directly do into it. So this is where you have to enter, you have to activate in your global account from your admin, and then the license has to be incorporated. Then the Joule Studio can be incorporated for you, and you can start using that as well. So there is an integration for that where your admin only will do. I think so you cannot do with the trial account that one, where in which the cloud AD services as authentication is there, where you will register for the cloud product for your cloud or success factors, and then it will confirm your attribute mapping for that, and then you can run your Joule booster on top of that. Okay, this is how generally will run in this segment. Okay, the trial was about to come for us for Joule. I'm not sure it was really not available, but SAP is forums are telling that is available. But yes, you have to do it through SAP build only. people who want to, they can try it. They can register for SAP trial account and they can enable the build, which includes the studio also within the BTP trial cockpit. Okay, once that is activated, you can use your Joule features as well, including your custom agents or automation, whatever you want in the trial account. But yes, this also needs some of your admin help also for that. So you can take for that if that is really available on the global accounts perspective. Okay, so that's about Joule for now today. I'm open to questions. Yeah, before questions, I just want to say, this is the course content on the SAP Joule. So we'll be going for the introductory part of the Joule, and I'll be showing you how you can set up the Joule for that. And then there will be technical landscape integration, security, and data protection. How you use Joule, what are the Joule admin centers, how you monitor and troubleshoot it, and constraints and considerations of it. And in addition to that, we will be learning a lot of Joule things, like we will be how to demonstrate this cross-functional queries, how you use it in the multiple step suggestions, segments, how you add your UI, how you create your sample data, how you make that chartboards coming to your way. So a lot of things that whatever the industry specific, that when you go for a job, when someone expects you to do what you have to from the Joule's perspective. So those are all things you're going to learn as part of these training on that. So this is a whole level that was being kept on this. Detailed course content will be sent to you in a while. And then that is what we'll be covering. So this is for more of 30 hours training, which was scheduled for that. And the 30 hours, this will be covered. So when and what the schedules will be there once the nominations has been, locked for it. Yeah, I'm open to questions then for that. Thank you. Any questions?
So if we don't have a like a Joule license in the trial account, like how do we practice, or how can we? Is there anything like
No, this practice we will provide you the server. That is what I'm trying to do. This for this training. Let me tell you, it's not that there is no server. So from ZaranTech, we'll be providing you the monthly server. But someone from support team will right now, pitch in and they will tell you. The server will be there for practice. Don't worry about that. Practical server will be there. Yeah.
So in your first slide, you have mentioned about the layers, like the data management layer. So in the notepad, there are two data management layers, it's same data management. One is for it connects to your third party and then the SAP data. On the top database management layer, you're saying something different. What is the difference between exactly these two database management layers?
Right. So the top one, this is integration layer. It's not completely data management. I have written wrong. It's completely deals with the integration. You can write for that. This data management layer, it will take care of the integration.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions, please?
Yeah. I wanted to understand, does it's mandatory to have SAP BTP knowledge, or a functional consultant can learn this with ease? What's your thought on that? Or ZaranTech will take care of basics understanding of
No.
SAP BTP?
ZaranTech will not take care of that. But yes, this is not mandatory to have SAP's complete BTP, but we will be learning whatever I'll be showing for you here, right? So that will be enough for you to explore whatever you can do. It's not a separate BTP. Yeah, BTP knowledge is mainly important because it's tightly integrated in BTP. Just you have to understand some of these accounts and cloud identity services where you go and where you check, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Any coding experience required?
Sorry, what is that?
Any coding experience required?
Yes, coding experience required means, there are a couple of things in us. For example, if you are using SAP build, then the BTP, then you need coding experience. If you are dealing with some of because we have so many things, as I told you, build is there, workzone is there, apps is there. For workzone and apps, you don't. This is a complete no code kind of thing. So no prior coding experience strictly required to SAP Joule because it's all for business use scenarios. People who are developing and, using the technical building on AI powered kind of things on the optimization tool, only they need the knowledge of it. So others, they are not required. People who are at the business user level, who are leveraging for cross-domain functionalities, who are looking for some other app creations kind of things, they can easily go with it, to build their application seamlessly without any code. But if you want to create something new on the Joule that you want to make through Java or ABAP or JavaScript, then yes, you have to be familiar having some coding will be required.
Okay. So basically, I'm asking in terms of a functional consultant.
No, functional is not required. Not required. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi. So suppose you want to extend further to standard apps extensibility or custom application extensibility. So does we require to need to write for the Node.js code over here?
Sorry, I'm not getting a question. What is that?
Yeah, suppose example, we want to extend for the standard applications or custom applications, extensibility of the side by side. Okay. In that case, so does we require to learn for that to Node.js, or is that will be Joule Copilot will be suggested to write for that to Copilot?
Yeah, you're right. So that is something, you might use this, you will use the BTP here basically in such cases where you can leverage, but other development environments also there. So here from Joule side, it will accelerate you for your generating code suggestions. So it's not a replacement of your side-by-side extension itself. So you have to do the coding, but it will give you suggestions of it as an intelligent assistant to you. As I told, that innovation is still not there in the Joule. It will not write any code for you, but it will tell you what can be done with your code. Okay, as a side-by-side.
Yeah, if we provide for the any prompt over for that also by the giving for the briefly explain about that prompt. Can it be?
Yeah. Because it basically functions as a copilot. It will help the developers, by giving some code snippets. So it will offer some assistance for you during your development of such extensions, what you said. And it will not replace the need to use your Node.js consulting or something, in the runtime environment, for actual coding. Because all your side-by-side, you have, these are all custom applications, what you're talking, that run independently, that are integrated with your main SAP stream. So these usually developed by your technical consultants only through your Java or JS or whatever it might be. Yeah.
If I compare to with the no code and low code is different, and this SAP Joule will be different, no? Or same in the same umbrella? Hello?
Yeah, tell me, what is that?
Yeah, if it is suppose we have a SAP builder, no code, low code. Okay, is that the difference between the SAP Joule, or is it the same in that within the umbrella?
No, not different. Here it's completely what I want to say. Like Joule can help you in the no-code development. Basically, you have to use your graphical drag and drop UI builders. All these things will be there, wherein which it will leverage that. It will show some data in your copilots as well. Here you have the flexibility to interact through your normal language prompts will be there. There in which the AI generated code and workflows will take it automatically. So here both developers and users can get benefited from your assisted coding, but in the no-code you will be most of your no programming knowledge you have to inbuilt it for getting the development landscapes or your apps to work on it. That's what. But here no mandatory coding for business users. Developers can use it to assess the coding. That's the only tagline I want to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, but in that case of suppose SAP no code and low code, there is a providing for the tested data for that one. So yes. There is a providing for the tested data by default itself only. So that later again, as per the business requirement, we need to change for that within data that way. So here in that same case here is there any Joule for that one?
No separate Joule for that, but no.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So basically, like you said, like BTP, having BTP knowledge is a little bit necessary. So let's say when you explain any application with respect to the BTP, will you be able to cover like a kind of a briefing session on BTP so that we can proceed?
Not completely, but I will show you, right? Because as part of, for example, if you want to set up something, I'll show you steps in the BTP. So that will give you some knowledge in BTP directly. There is no briefing will be required. But yes, while going on only, the briefing will be done. You can assume like that, yeah.
Okay. So other question is on agentic AI part, right? Like where we create the agents and all to do some basic stuff and so build some application. So how many agents we can create, or what is the limitation we have, or how much? And let's say during the course you said that you will be providing the server for access, right? Like is that extended for a couple of more weeks or months, or is it like only during the course content, till that course content the servers will be given?
Right. That one will be answered by LMS team. As part of the agentic AI, I'll explain you the technical part. See, agentic AI in Joule, it's a new generation of AI capability. Like, the Joule moves beyond just answering the queries or providing insights here. So wherein which you can do all your collaborative multi-agent architecturing and, you can autonomous your workflow executions. There will be all role-based control will be there through your human oversights will be there. Like, through this agentic AI, you can demonstrate the, like a kind of sales cash collection, as I said, like we want to generate tickets, suggest resolutions, or make some communication drafts for the human approvals. All these kind of things will be there. As on totally, as it is Joule enabled at the organization level. So how many agents means, it's of when the moment when you create and deploy multi-custom AI agents, like for tailored to your unique business needs, it will be having the studio's agent builder, which will decide for that. It's not that specific to one or two. Cannot say that. It all depends upon the moment when you create and deploy. The AI agent will be automatically the limit will be leveraged there itself only. So you can operate the infra and governance practices will be there, wherein which the maximum limit will be there as part of that. It's not that I will set or system will set for that. The moment you do it, it will be generally do it. There is no fixed cap. That is the answer for that, the Joule agents.
Oh, okay. So is it like kind of Kubernetes container based, or it's like it's SAP owned kind of container services? How it is basically like?
Right. So yeah, similarly, it runs on the BTP as it's SAP owned. The architecture has SAP BTP, so it will be generally deployed and managed in the BTP's Cloud Foundry. But yes, if you want, rather than this one, if you want to make it Kubernetes, we have the Kaima environments also available at one as well. So, which means it will handles the containerization and orchestration behind the scenes also. And users generally do not interact with Kubernetes directly in the scenario, because these are all running behind your scenarios. So, if you want to understand more on the infra part of this particular thing, you can go for the other sub-accounts of the BTP as well. So because we have Cloud Foundry is there, we have identity services there. Rather than Kluber cluster operations, these are all the most best ones which SAP BTP is already running for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the course fee for this? And
Alok will now come back to you on this.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you showed us that the AI core is not available on the trial version, right? So do you have a CPA, EA, or a pay-as-you-go license that you provide us during the time of the training?
Sorry, which license you're asking?
For the BTP, if you need to have AI core enabled, we need to have either a pay-as-you-go or a BTP EA license, right?
Yes.
So are you going to offer us one of those?
Yeah. AI core only initially you're taking, because a lot of costly thing in the SAP space. So whatever is there for the training, only those things we are getting into the license mode, and we are just showcasing those ones as well. Yeah, not multi ones.
Okay, so I think each license type has a restriction on how many AI apps we can develop. So do you have clarity on what you're going to offer us?
Means I'm not understanding. How many apps you're saying?
So the BTP environment is cloud-based. It's completely cloud-based.
Yeah.
So it's not like an IDES where you spin it up and then you give access to somebody, right?
Yeah.
So which is completely controlled by SAP. So if you need access to AI core, you have to either take a pay-as-you-go license with SAP or BTP EA license. Right? So is one of these going to be offered, or are you just going to give us a trial account?
No. No trial account. We're paying for the license only. No trial account on this. Let me tell you.
Which license type is this going to be?
The Joule Studio license will be there in this, which will be integrated to the SAP BTP.
No, I'm not talking about Joule Studio. Joule Studio is available for free also. It's on the trial as well. I need to understand the AI core entitlement.
On the business AI, you're asking specifically?
Core entitlement on BTP.
1 second. Yeah, it will be there. So we will be checking and get back to you on the AI core will be there, entitlement is also there. But the licensed one or trial one, I am not sure, because I have to check for the possibilities in where it will be according for that. Because as you know, on the AI foundation services level, we include this core actually, which is a part of BTP, as you said. So on the limits, there is no publicly said, there is no limit of number of creations in this. As you said, there is no such limit actually being kept on this. However, what I see is that there are some practical limits are there for the subscription. Okay. As you have outlined now, there are some compute resource quotas are there. What I understand is so that one at the service instance limits, we might limit it. That's not that these many applications, not at application level, but at the quota level, this will be restricted for user. Yeah.
So is it going to be one sub account shared with all the users on the training?
Preferably, yeah. Because up to 10 active conversations is what we are taking for simultaneously per user, which is the limit on concurrency on AI core usage itself only. So that is what the limit we are taking. Yeah. Sub account will be one we should be sharing with it, or else I'll try it. We have separate sub accounts also can be done with the admin. I'll just check with them. Yeah.
Gotcha. So whatever you're going to cover on this the course, right? So is there going to be an integration with the backend S4 system as well?
Yes, it will be there
through BTP.
Yes.
And we're going to be doing modeling and grounding as well, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. Correct me if I'm wrong. What I understand from the session, this product we need to configure based on the business requirement. Am I right?
Yes.
And if so, what I assume it is a work like a copilot. Okay. So business is not aware right now in upfront what they are going to use, what queries they are going to ask during their working practice. So how do we take the requirement for the configuration upfront?
Right. So see, requirements will be this is all actually aligning with the business goals basically, like, if you can see, for example, as you said, like how you take it. For example, if you want to show business some ready innovations, or if you want to show any industry benchmark that your current organization is struggling to achieve, like, cutting some of your cycle times, enhance the current user experiences, new automation opportunities that industry is now leveraging, which are not there in the current organization. These are all the ones which can be a requirement for you where you can go with it. There are, as I said, there are a lot of things that in the Joule that can actually put. So it might be your cost reductions, risk compliance, or it might be your productivity gain, or, like completely opportunity specific where actually we can invest and we can grow, like kind of things, These are all things will be there. This is where you can actually convince your business for SAP Joule. It's not convincing, it's actually been proving for the business to go for Joule. So if you have specifically asked it, how can I give requirements and take requirements? I mean, that means for the Joule studio you're asking, or from the organization you're expecting that, what requirements can be done?
Yeah, organization requirement basically.
See, org requirements will be completely based on the business, as has been already discussed on this. So it might be a key challenges which your organization is right now taking care of that. Like, for example, as I said, if you're in the ABAP part itself only, if the ABAPers are taking a lot of time in the unit testing and your deadlines are crossing for that, so SAP Joule is a solution there right now, which was showcasing and proving that. Or else if you have seen a lot of what I want to say, the innovation that you want to put it in your organizational lab. For example, it's a healthcare or pharma or manufacturing where you want to do it and make it done. So I say from SAP Joule Studio, you can actually start giving the things through SAP Build, where you can generate a no-code, low-code kind of apps and, get this done through your single service platform. Those kind of things. These are the things where you can organization can benefit. They can actually, integrate through the Joule. So specifically, these are all, the licensing and, on the BTP platform where you want to leverage. There is a huge scope is there. I cannot say there is a limit. You can limit to itself only. There is a very bigger huge scope is there. The provisioning and integration level, the more you can start providing and integrating, the more you can benefit from the Joule as well. That's how it is going on right now.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question. So during this course, as it is on the automation and different things, will we able to go for the capstone kind of project, or is it kind of just learning?
No projects. It's the learning only. Yeah. No project. Yeah. This is purely learning of 30 hours training. Yeah. Like induction trainings, you have capstone kind of things. No, there is no such kind of thing. Yeah.
Hey, hi, good morning. So actually, now Joule is integrated with all the applications seamlessly, right? So can we create transactional data by just giving the required fields? Like you said, it is linked with procurement and different areas of SAP. So can we just give some mandatory fields in a PO, and can we create directly PO from the copilot? I mean, can we leverage in that way also?
Yes. Not directly in all cases. As of now, SAP Joule is mostly to assist, guide, and automate decisions, but not fully to create your transaction data across all SAP modules on its own. So some creation is possible, like in the controlled workflows, whenever you are doing some ability to expand certain kinds of things, there you can do. For example, in success factors, Joule can draft a requisition or job description, a kind of thing. So these type of things we can expect from it right now. Yes, as I said, in the future innovation, it might take it, but I'm not sure. This is recently launched, right? So this is what the limitations right now. But you cannot ask execute my post a journal entry, create a material document, create a sales order. It will not do. It needs user confirmation or redirection to standard apps for that. It will do, but it needs user interaction for certain time.
What's your key call to action for all functional consultants? Because I recently attended some SAP Insight tracks where AI are very seamlessly coming. So what I would do for like one small giveaway?
It was generally definitely beneficial for all the functional consultant. Like when you are learning the Joule for like specific industries are also focusing basically as I told you. So functional consultants generally get a lot of benefits, when they do it, because it will ease their work as part of that. That's what I'm thinking. Because you can leverage your business process easily, you can guide clients, you can identify the use cases, propose the solutions also on top of that easily. So especially for success factors are like for manufacturing industries are mainly focusing. So you can get a lot of benefits. This is the thing which I can say. Because if you say for FI side, for example, if you want to show overdue invoices by region, or if you want to draft journal entries, Joule can easily do that for that. So if you are doing manually, I'm just giving simple cases for functional level. At the level also, for example, if you want to understand how many late deliveries happened, if you want to suggest a PR creation, a kind of thing, it will help you. And SD also, as I said, sales orders and stuck in approvals, what you have to do, where approval stacks are there, what is the next flow, it will take it automatically. So because you are asking someone, hey, approve, so Joule will take care of that. So this is the benefit basically organization gets. It will reduce the manual intervention. It will reduce, because every single day I cannot ask someone to approve it. That part Joule will take care of. So I can easily done, and it will be easily, the approvals also can be easily managed from that. That's what I'm giving. You have to think from the more broader perspective right now. So this is where the manual reduction is coming on. So it's not that it is completely configuring, it's not that completely doing something manual job, but it is automating some of the flows where manual intervention can be reduced more on it, where the time will be saved for it. You're understanding that, right? So this is where the functional call, what I said, will definitely help on that. If you start integrating to Joule and giving you the processes and automate the flows, it will seamlessly free the business roadblocks and the business flow easily to the customer in a more brighter manner. So that's proved, because many clients started that it's proving for the clients as well. So that's what we are saying, a proving statement, not a expected or a guy statement here. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
So who are all eligible to take up this training and then put it into implementation? Meaning a person who is working on SAP in SAP area and success factors. So does the person need to be an architect level or just a functional consultant also?
All functional consultants, FI, MM, SD, PP, HRPM, others, they can easily understand how we interact with SAP applications. Like, because Fiori or S4HANA, people who know SAP applications, Fiori, S4 HANA Cloud, how to use it, how can define the business use case for Joule, if they know that, and they can understand of very little bit of AI-based process automation, because anyways we'll explain that. So this is where I'm giving for functional consultant, this is the requirement criteria. For technical consultants, the requirement criteria will be they have to know ABAP completely, and they have to know BTP integration for that, and that is the prerequisite. And for architects, the prerequisite is completely they have to understand the SAP build, SAP data sphere, and external data source integration. Okay, and I am not in any of these buckets. I am a business user, but still I want to understand Joule. Then the requirement will be they should be a business analyst where they can understand the process and then tell the process to the Joule. That's it. For all non-SAP users, Joule is not a general purpose AI. So it's an embedded into SAP app. They need at least some knowledge of SAP and some knowledge of SAP BTP. That's it. A little bit, which we will get conquered in the training as well. So this is the stage by stage requirements for eligibilities for the people.
So does SAP Joule involves any technicalities? Meaning, say compared to functional and technical. So how far we can leverage as a functional consultant?
Right, it's a good question. As I said, someone has already asked this question. You can leverage extensively, okay, not by writing code, but by shaping your business process in the AI mode. That's what I told someone has just asked. Very practical level, you can do it. As I said, lot of extensibility is there in this, either process optimization, or we can say use case identification, or workflow designs, insights, or client communications, testing, validation, collaboration. Lot of things Joule can do. So this is a functional consultant scope I'm telling on the SAP's Joule's perspective. These are all approved in the SAP Joule for the functional level. Yeah, this will definitely and extensively benefit for you. Yeah.
Right. So this SAP Joule came into existence since 2 years or more than that?
No, not 2 years. It's been last one and a half year only. But very recently, from July 2025 only, latest patches and upgrades are there in it. It's very just in this month only.
But what are the possibilities of getting, landing into a job in SAP Joule without experience? Meaning, so we all get trained, and then how can we go and land into a job?
Yeah, see, it's not that these days now, because Joule is a new one, everyone knows that. We can't say 10, 15 years of experience in Joule basically. But yes, what we generally job market see is, as a business process expert or as a functional expert, how come you leverage the new tool is what generally they look into it. So that's what, if you know the tool, if you already worked on tool little bit without experience is okay still. But if you understand the best shot of it, how can actually it position myself, as a process owner, how can I bring difference as a process owner to the organization by using or leveraging SAP Joule is what the bold statement there. So there it will gives you the job market. That's what.
I know. I have even learned about it that there is no certification in Joule, right?
Right. No, currently there is no certification. Yeah.
Yeah, but then how do clients, pick up the resume? If suppose, if you claim, say, maybe not even experience, without experience, but just knowledge, how will it convince the client?
You won't have a traditional certification, but you can do SAP Generative AI certification is there. That can help you on this if you really are looking for a kind of certification. It's if you are saying the course has been completed, means, it's SAP is generally give you official digital badge for that, a record of achievement, a kind of thing like that, where you get from SAP, from the ZaranTech as well. So that is the thing. If you say you are trained in SAP Joule, that is the only thing resume can be easily picked up. That's it. Yeah. There is no
after
separate.
getting trained, after getting trained from ZaranTech, okay, like the complete course. So will this knowledge help us in getting a job or applying?
Definitely.
In what way? Meaning, it is just a theoretical knowledge, right?
No. I'm showing practical, right? What theoretical? You're going a lot of practicals in this. I'll show everything practical. No PPTs, nothing. I won't run any PPT here. Day 1 to day 30, everything practical. No PPTs.
But no certification and no project, right?
Certification in the sense means SAP is not giving that, right? So you can have your course completion certification will be there, which can be leveraged by you in your profile as well. That can be done. Yeah.
Correct. But you will be showing us all the configuration and everything.
Yeah.
Also,
basically,
right?
I'll show whatever SAP Joule is required in the content. I'm going to show everything to you. So it will be, that's what I'm saying. It's a job-based training only. It's not something we talk in PPTs and show. That is not required. You can read in the web as well. So practically, we will train you what is required for Joule, what can be done in the Joule, the scenarios, everything. You will see that here. Then you will understand. You will create something. You will have something. You will understand. You will get complete knowledge of it. And you'll get a confidence on that. So that's what I'm saying. It's not only something you're learning out of the books on what you have in the web.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah. So I'm Ariba consultant and don't have any prior knowledge on BTP. How this course will help me?
Definitely, this will help you a lot. It doesn't mean that don't have BTP knowledge. As I said, when you go for learning Joule, the initial things, whatever the standard setup, that will automatically take you there. Because you can, even without BTP knowledge also you can learn, because you're as you know, Ariba, how you can design the Joule to be used for your functional driven concept is what you have to concentrate. That's what you can more concentrate in this training, because it's an embedded. Joule is an embedded in SAP. I as it is for Ariba, you don't need to build BTP services here. People who are, I told you that people who are completely on the technical part, they have to more concentrate on that particular part. So it's already integrated in many cloud apps also through this. The Joule Ariba integration also there. So you will be more concentrating on Ariba buying, invoicing, Ariba sourcing, Ariba supplier management. So you will be more focusing on that. So BTP knowledge is not highly needed for you, as of I know. Just only for initial things to know on that. Yeah.
Okay. So will you means presenting the Ariba integration piece as well on Joules?
Yeah, we'll be showing that as well. Yeah.
Okay.
I have one more question. This product is on the cloud base, right? This is the cloud-based product, correct? So in case I have an on-premise solution, so how will it also coordinate with the on-premise data to give the better result?
Means you want to integrate to on-premise?
Yeah, because we are using the on-premise, right? We are not using the, for example, MMSD, other part we are using on-premise, right? Ariba we are using for the cloud. So this product, when it is a cloud, how it will coordinate with the on-premise data?
I'll tell you that, like if you're using SAP on-premise systems, you can still leverage SAP Joule directly or indirectly also, because there is a hybrid integration is there via SAP BTP, where you use SAP BTP as a bridge between your on-premise and SAP Joule. So what you have to do is, you have to keep your core ECC, or your SAP S/4HANA on-premise, you can connect it to SAP BTP, and then you can use your SAP AA core. Okay, the AA core and SAP Joule APIs will be there. So it's completely prompt based. You have to enable those insights, and then you can access your Joule through your BTP based apps. So this is how this will be done. Your data should sit on the on-prem. So for whatever these integration things are there, so that needs to be done by your admin properly. So if the connections are mislaid, so this cannot be done. But yes, there is a solution for on-premise as well.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
But you have only on-premise, no cloud, then no, Joule will not work. You should somehow,
generally in an organization nowadays, some application are on cloud-based and some application on on-premise.
Right. If it is purely on-prem like ECC6 or S/4HANA 2020 kind of thing without BTP, Joule is not a solution. It should have something with BTP S/4HANA Cloud, then it will be easy for you to run your environments with your on-premise.
Yeah.
Directly, Joule does not run on the on-prem. You have to understand that it is a cloud where you integrating your on-prem for your data. That's it. That will be possible.
Yeah, only it will go and fetch the required data from the on-premise and give the result.
Yeah,
right?
front end will be again, your cloud will be there. S/4HANA BTP. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, got it.
Another question, please. So how long is the training, meaning, duration of the training?
This is for 30 hours training.
30 hours training, and you will cover everything, meaning, B2P, access to B2B and everything?
Yeah, it will be covered. Yeah.
So, just having undergone your training, so will we get that confidence level that yes, we can go and then start working?
Yes, definitely you'll get it. Yeah. No questions about that.
Will you provide the recordings for us?
Yes, recordings will be available. Yeah.
Okay.
The LMS team will be there. They will let you know there is a LMS thing in ZaranTech is there, wherein which you will get access to it. Every day, every training recording will be there on that. Every time, whatever I am going to train you, the recording will be there. So people who are absent or not available one or such day, they can refer the recording easily. And we'll give you the materials also for that. The materials will be there in the online easily. Okay. And this support will be there from 24/7 support will be there from the SAP ZaranTech's LMS team.
So when you say the materials, right? So basically it is related to the class only, or like we...
No, not class. The additional materials for you to explore from SAP's standard best practice materials. We provide.
Say, for example, you just give some, practice some examples and all. Do we get the solution documents also the way you...
Step-by-step solution documents are there for every single module is there in SAP ZaranTech. So for this, we are also preparing for that. We'll give you the step-by-step documents with screenshots also. So don't worry about that. Yeah, that will be available. Yeah.
Okay.
But as of if you can go with the training and recording, that will be most enough for you. But yes, the documents will be there is what the answer I can give it for now.
Yeah, because the problem is that considering like most of us are already working in some companies and we'll have our own project priorities, right? So what happens, sometimes we ignore doing the practicing and all. So at least if we get the solution document, we can just refer through it later and then we can start practicing it.
Yeah, that will be there. Yeah.
Okay.
We all from the different backgrounds and we're working in different modules. So how particularly you are going to cover that? Suppose I need to know about the Ariba, MM, and someone needs to know about the SAP SD. So how you will cover that?
See, on the scenarios part, I'll cover. The rest all you have to explore. See, 1 or 2 apps I'll show because I cannot cover every single instance. So Ariba, one instance I'll cover because the core subject is same to all. How you replicate and how you realign to your business process up to you. So that is what you have to do it. So for example, if I show finance one scenario, material management one scenario, kind of Ariba, success factors one scenario I'll show you. Rest all you can explore on that easily. You will get it easily on that.
And if we need something that help from you on a different scenario, will you able to help?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. If the core participants are having some, we can just show you the scenarios on that as well. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Right. A small disclaimer before I go. Before I go, also see guys, before we dive in, let me ask a question. How many of we have tried really the Chat GPT or any tool in your personal life? There might be a kind of people who might already use, for certain reasons or certain scenarios where we read some help on Chat GPT or any other AI tools right now, like Google Gemini or some other things as well, right? So how many have actually used AI inside your enterprise system? Has anyone started using that? Anyone started using AI inside system, enterprise system? Specifically right now?
GPT and others, yes. Jules, no.
Okay. So what I'm saying is using means not for solutioning, yeah, but for, for your enterprise organizational initiatives or as part of the development of your project requirements, you integrated these things and, also using them along with that, not for only for your personal solutioning.
We're not integrated by way of agents, but we have using ChatGPT even to develop design and code and all that, high level design, low level design, proposals, project proposals. But I'm saying by using the interface, copy pasting, and not using any integrated agentic model.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. See, AI has been hyped for years, but in enterprises, there's a small disclaimer. You can listen to me and we can also read that. So AI has been, hyping for many years, right? But within enterprise level, adoption level, it's been slow. We have seen that. Why? Because of 3 major problems why it was slow. Because the first important problem people or the society or even the organizations were caring about is the data privacy and security. That's the main concern. And second important thing is the business context awareness, because whatever a human understand, whatever a machine understand, it makes some difference. And integration into the actual work. Okay, so if you want something like A plus B is equal to C, that is still okay, but you want to go in details of any or individual problem, like what human thinks is different from what a machine thinks. Even still also, if you anyone have tried with SAP's, not only SAP's, the chatbot kind of AI tools, they will ask you a lot of questions on top of. They won't give you the right answers. You won't land in right answer until you give a right question to them. So this is called integration into the actual work, because SAP Joule comes here is designed to solve whatever the 3 important problems which I have mentioned right now. Okay, so SAP Joule. So this is our agenda for now. So like as part of session 1, we're going for what is SAP Joule, what is the architecture of it, and what is the key use cases, what are the integration points, and what is the AI navigation. So these are the things which we'll be covering as part of this. So little bit we'll be having a theoretical thing, and then I'll be showing you the practical part as well, because people have to know the server, because I'll be showing that as well in a while. But yes, let me speak about, because a couple of new set of people have joined in the session, so I want to understand them. What is Joule first of all, so that they can understand and they can make things accordingly for that plan of this training as well. Okay, so yeah, SAP Joule, as I said, it is designed to solve all the 3 important problems, but I have just shown you. Like it's a more of the secure, the contextually or directly within the SAP systems, whatever you want to already use. So this one is what SAP Joule came into picture. So SAP Joule is not just another chatbot. Let me tell you, people think if I say Joule, it's like the mindset will go like it will be a chatbot for you. No, it's not a chatbot. It's a AI copilot. Let me tell you, the bold letters, it's a AI copilot. Or you can say AI powered copilot, whatever it might be. So this is embedded across the SAP's ecosystem. So this was basically designed to understand the business context or the data semantics and the workflows as well. Okay, so imagine an assistant who already knows your company's data, processes, and your role, and can you give answers or even take actions without you writing a single line of code? No, right? So let's compare that. That's what I'm saying. When I compare with ChatGPT, because people will generally think SAP Joule is altogether different. So don't compare that with any of the right now tools which is going. SAP's Joule is for SAP's ecosystem, okay, not for everyone right now. Okay, so ChatGPT generally what it does, it's a general knowledge, but no SAP context or security awareness. Even if you put questions on regards to SAP in ChatGPT, you will not give the right answers because the database will connect the SAP's ChatGPT's database, the questioning database or the NSL database will connect to the SAP's database. Again, it will connect to different SAP help sites. From there, it will pick the answers based on the keywords, whatever you key in. So that is not a right one. For example, if you have a problem, for example, people are on the finance, if they have a problem in like generating some exchange rates, where they are not going to, they're having some differences kind of problem and they're migrating header and item level exchange rates. If this problem comes to you, so SAP can answer, or you have a human functional consultant from a finance can answer, but SAP's the ChatGPT cannot directly answer. It might give you some solutions which might or which might not work, though no 100% solutioning. You're getting that. So when you compare this ChatGPT with Joule, Joule understands SAP data models. Like it understands SAP tables like EKKO, BKPF, whatever is there. It respects all the SAP authorizations and it will talks the language of business processes that are containerized in the SAP very internally. Okay, so importantly, Joule is not a standalone app. You have to log into it. It will show up in S4 HANA, it will show up in SAP Ariba, it will show you in SAP Success Factors, in build apps, in process automation, anywhere you work for that. So instead of switching between the systems, Joule comes to you in the context. Clear? So this is what about a short introduction which I want to give you on the SAP Joule. All questions I'll answer at the end of the session. I'll give you 20 minutes because a huge crowd is there. Today I'll be covering at a high level. Okay, so this is what we have to know about the Joule. Okay, so we have to understand one thing when you are speaking about Joule or when you are talking about Joule, because you have to always keep it in the mind, because many of you in this crowd might have the sales experience. They have to promote Joule or they have to use the Joule or they have to integrate the Joule. Lot of people come into the lot of different areas, different capacities will come. So that's what I'm saying, all these things to everyone as a base platform. So it's a one co-pilot for the SAP ecosystem. So this will serve as a productivity tool to help customers to get their job easily done. Okay, so any AI's interference is coming. Why? To get the convenience and for the customer, right? And the make things faster than human. These are the two important priorities why AI is really fluttering high, right? Which means we have in SAP, you have a centralized framework for your cloud solutions that will allows the users to ask questions and interact with the Joule wherever they are natural language dependency is there. Whether they're in SAP S4 HANA, you use Joule to ask about your open HR request, SAP SuccessFactors, when you want to go for SAP, start leveraging Joule to retrieve some information on SAP Cloud Solutions. These are all it will do right now. Okay, so this means Joule has one consistent user experience, which makes the usage as better as possible. So we offer Joule basically out of the box and natively integrated with a lot of cloud solutions. So which means there is a lot of pre-configured content which is active for your customers with all the limitation configuration efforts and all these things will be there. So Joule is available in your first SAP cloud applications today, like your SuccessFactors, Ariba, Cloud Pro Edition, Cloud Public and Private Editions, and all these things are there. Okay, so it will not be offered any on-premise. Let me tell you that people might think that is this Joule having any on-premise solutions? No, on-premise is really not offering. As everything we are delivering with the SAP business, Joule will provide all the things majority on the cloud-based environments. Okay, so there is no on-premise as of now, but as relevant content for the users, you can ensure Joule at a product context level. For the reliability level, you can see the using LLMs, you can have responses that are grounded for SAP knowledge and business reality for the respective customers. And Joule is responsible to steer business partners under a strict prohibition, wherein which data is not used for training purposes or any other usages or any third parties, but for the purpose of your internal organizational work environments. Okay, so this is what the basic introduction that I can go for you for the Joule. Okay, so now what makes the SAP Joule unique? And you have to know that what is that unique features that are really making this, right? Because Joule truly understands customers' business, like in a different manner. Like it provides contextual greater responses. It will know the responses based on the user what they're typing. Specifically, SAP transactions I'm talking about for the customer business data and all these things. It will maintains the user context and cross applications across different SAP products. So no matter whether your Joule is accessed from SAP Start or the application UI or a mobile device or somewhere else, everywhere Joule is accessible with your licensed what do you call the licensing is promoting that, and if license is applicable to that, it will be able to access that. And the results on the business documents and the links that you want to refer here, it has a lot of techniques, like it will retrieve your RAG. We call RAG means retrieval augmented generation, which is called. Okay, so this is the technique which it will use it. Okay, and it will be it will be having the lot of extensibility for different sources for your internal policies, which are hosted on the Microsoft SharePoint environment. And a lot of user authorizations and authentication rights are there to ensure the compliance, and specifically the safeguard against inappropriate use for like by what I want to say, that hate speeches by employing guardrails and all these things, right? So this will be strictly prohibited. So these are the important things that makes the Joule into a unique thing for the SAP's environment. Okay, next. So with Joule, what are we offering? That means we are offering, more importantly, 4 interaction patterns are there. So these are the 4 interaction patterns. If you can see here, what are these patterns? I'll tell you now. Okay, so these are all important things that you have to know before you go something, before you ground on the server as well. So that is the reason we are giving you very detailed introductional topics also here. So the transactional interactions you're seeing, this provides users a direct entry point to SAP. Okay, that means SAP means the backend system. So here, the transactional interactions, what we're seeing, it will trigger and influence the business processes with the power of the natural language. Okay, and the generative AI. For example, purchase orders, I have to review it. So I need to review it and I have to approve it. Okay, so that is called what? Transactional interaction. So I have to see something and I have to review something and I have to finally approve something, right? Which is a PO right now. It might be S4. So this is called transactional interaction. So I have to interact with the transaction. So this kind of things can be done in this particular pattern. This is only at a function level I have talked, but as we can talk, when you talk about internally, you can go for a HR level job positions, which will be created, right? For example, if you're an ABAPer, if you want to like write crude operations, like create, read, update, these kind of interactions you want to make, you can make it out. So all the cloud products are currently developing such content packages because SAP is innovating like that, keeping the future in their mind. Okay, so whatever the things that you are writing, developing, the content packages that will belong to Joule also, because Joule will access them. If you write something nonsense, Joule cannot like get that. That doesn't make any sense. So that is how SAP's backend softwares are working to get them enabled for the Joule also for most relevant user interactions. Those are all covered under your transactional interactions. When you come to your navigational interactions, sometimes our users want to handle business processes by themselves, right? There is no developer interference. Like if you can see people who know business objects, the Webby reporting is there. The Webby reporting is completely user based. They can just drag and drop. They make their own filters. They make their own things. Right, everything they can do ad hoc for own them. There is no requirement of developers there. Kind of thing. So it is also the navigation interaction is also given to the SAP directly, the user directly, so that every business user, every business user here, so they will connect to it and they will make it. So not every business interaction is best served here via the natural language, but yes, they will be allowed to navigate directly where they want to go. So this is helpful for the users who are not familiar with the navigating of SAP applications. Okay, so people who are new to it, who want to understand all these things, like this navigation interactions will help to them. And coming to informational interactions in the Zoll specifically, so we are We in the sense means SAP here. It will provide user specifically a knowledge based results on that is called information. Okay, so for example, HR policy related questions will be there, or you might have questions regarding your travel policies, information content, SAP help documentation, or OTP notes. Different OTPs will be there, because yeah, you will be searching in Google and getting exhausted, right, for certain OTP notes, certain help notes also. Those will be easily found, in this informational interactions. Okay, and that is what about informational interactions, so which it will be provide you. And analytical interactions, here you will be getting more like, to enabling of analytical interactions that are based completely on the just ask typing, because this will support the SAP analytical cloud. So here you will get enabled customers to leverage the Joule for analytical queries. So this is a very recent one in 2005. From March onwards, SAP planned to integrate the Joule into SAC as well, and further it was evolved the analytical capabilities of Joule also, because you don't need to prepare dashboards, you don't need to prepare a kind of what you call the tabular tables or something for the customers. If you give your data inputs, and Zoll will take care of that, is what they are doing in SAP SAC, because SAC is where the environment, the recent environment, where you will see completely front end, where you do all the reporting kind of things. So that is now also getting, going into the Zoll. So for that, people can easily get into it instead of humans doing. That is where the lot of automation is coming. Okay, so these are your interaction patterns. Like these are different interactions patterns. You can see this is what I told you for the Zoll, which it will help you like this in this screen. Okay, there is another important point called document grounding. So what is document grounding? It's a capability basically in Zool which can provide the comprehensive responses. Basically, these responses will be on the drawing, because from business users or business documents that you are locating in your SAP and third-party repositories, whatever you want to get them connected. So this document grounding will help you on that. So what happens with the document grounding in Joule means you can enable the customers to upload their own content like HR policies, travel policies, or sales documents, or MMJ level, finance level, whatever the document that you want to put it, you can put it. So what happens with this means this will enable the users to ask questions, because this question, just asking or questioning why they are specifically putting is documentation is very important, as every SAP consultant or everyone knows that, because you are working, you might not work, someone will come in the place of you, and there is a lot of time transition happening in the KTs or something. So basically that needs to be avoided, and a quicker onboardings and quicker things need to happen. So for that, the questions, whatever you have that you ask to your peers or someone, you can ask to Zool. Okay, hey, what is the structure of this? What is this? What is the earlier responses on this particular issue? Who has done that? Or what is the earlier solution? What is the latest status on that? So these kind of questions you ask. So these questions, when they have to answer, the document should be properly uploaded into it. Okay, so Joule will find for it and get it to you. Okay, a kind of. So Joule, once you upload these documents, when to ask the question, receive answers based on these documents via Joule, Joule will find and considers document extracts relevant to the user request and responds with a concise natural language answer. So this include all the sources. Okay, so all your documentation will be under the control of Joule. Okay, this capability deepens how the Joule delivers answers grounded in your customer structured and unstructured business data. So for example, in success factors, if user leverage Joule, he can get answers and questions relating to their organization HR policy, organization's leave policy, organizations, what we call OT policy, like this will save time. Okay, because you don't need to ask a human, but you can ask a machine. Okay, in enhancing the overall employee experience on top of this. So this is called document grounding. So specifically, what is this grounding you doing is, this is you are mixing, or you are getting the LLMs, your large language models, whatever that are there. So whatever you want to improve the quality and accuracy of these responses. Okay, so this will be done with this. So whatever the LLMs that you are going for to fine tuning it, you can do that, and you can make use of this. Okay, this will help in the models, for doing a lot of sourcing of a document level, and it will minimizes the ambiguity, and all these things will be there for this. Okay, so how does this grounding work means, like you can see this one here, this grounding, how this AI state thing. You can see this, the grounding environment here. It was entering a question. The user is entering a question. You can see there. So Joule is connecting the retrieval of the HANA vector databases, and through LLMs, it is answering that. You can see a customer can connect their document repositories via there. This is through Microsoft SharePoint, right, and creates embeddings, which means you separate the text in different chunks and vectorize them. So that vectoring is happening in this HANA database. Okay, so embeddings here, this will refer to dense, or I can say it's a continuous vectors representing text in a high dimensional spaces. Okay, so these vectors, they serve as a coordinate in your semantic space. So these will capture the relationships and meanings between your words. Okay, so I can say leave meaning will be two ways. Like for example, leave policy, if I'm saying, so system has to understand leave means a person who will be absent, not going from there, because leave meaning will be two meanings will be there. L-E-A-V, leave. I'm giving a small example. It might be a complete absent. It is going away from a current location, right? We know that I'm leaving you or I'm having leave for. So these two things make difference. So this I understand, but system has to understand. This is called vectoring will help this, the dimension spaces. These, when a user utterance comes in, you find the most similar vectors with the semantic searches. So that SAP HANA vector database and embeddings enable much granular words, concepts, other things with the meaning what a user is trying to say. So in the context of LLM, okay, the embeddings play a very, 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 very important role in retrieving the right context of RAG. RAG, I already told you what is RAG, right? So in this, we use this heavily in Joule, basically this one, to process very huge amount of data. Like if you can say SAP help documentation with all available languages consists of millions of pages. Okay, millions of pages. You can see I need in Urdu, I need in Telugu, I need in Hindi, I need in English, I need in Tamil. Lot of languages are there across the globe, right? So many things will be there. So these are all things that can be happen through this model. Okay, which is the documenting models. Okay, so this is about complete thing about the Joule. So I'll go to the simple architecture, because there's a huge crowd and questions are there for. So I'll be showing you the practical part. So this is the Joule architecture, guys. If you can see here, this is the Joule architecture. So Joule provides an embedded copilot experience, as I already told you, across the solution areas. So this is consistent and with the memory of interaction across multiple products. You can see Joule is a central point where it is having UX, where it having dialog management or your cloud applications or your front end levels, whatever that thing that you want to make, you can make everything here. So these are all incoming requests. So each incoming request is processed and orchestrated based on what is available. Okay, so Joule takes basically three categories into consideration. So let me tell you that. So it analyzes if user prompt is relevant for the Joule's scenarios catalog or not. Joule conducts an informational filtering based on the knowledge catalog. So that contains all the SAP knowledge base as well as customer own knowledge base as well, because if it is relevant to a client. So that is processed in your RAG. That means the retrieval augmented generation for enterprise. Okay. And then your LLM will generate an answer based on the dedicated text with whatever you have been previously asked. And third important thing is Joule is aware of the user's context and history. So that includes all the information, whatever that information about which SAP cloud application and the respective user is using what additional applications of SAP that customer has licensed and activated within the Joule. So these things will be taken. So yeah, this architecture and everything I'll be detailing in the session 2. Yeah, session 1, let me show you before I go to the open to question and answers page. I'll show you the server here. Give me a moment, I'm opening my server. Okay. So this is the BTP cockpit. This is the server. So before I talk about the server, hope everyone is seeing my screen here. Before I talk about the server, yes. So there is a questions about the Joule free tier and something. So let me talk that and then I'll come back to you in this. I'll show this one. So this is the BTP Joule. This is not free. Let me tell you, this is not free server, free tier, guys. This is a licensed one which we have bought for this training. Okay. Yes. So if you are referring to SAP specifically on the breakdown of, like what you call the free tier and one, see free tier, yeah, it's no extra cost for customers who are having the valid SAP cloud subscription like SAP SuccessFactors support, but the two only limited features are there. Free tier means not, I'm talking about free trial and free tier versus license. There are three things are there. There is a small trial version is also there. You won't get anything in the trial version normally. You actually can just explore the features, but you cannot practice anything out of that. That is very free. But there is a free tier. One more concept is also called. So that is common features you have like an NLP. So the natural language navigations will be there. So where you can go to the Joule and you can go to the settings of it. And you can have the quick access to business object informations and everything. And no explicit per message limit will be there in the free tier. Yeah, but in the licensed version like this one, so in the licensed version, you have paid add-on that builds on SAP Joule base. We can say SAP Joule, Joule AI, two things will be there here. This is your BTP cockpit. I'll show you that. So you have in the licensed version, you have all the advanced AI features which are tailored to specific business domains. Like what I mean to say, finance for deeper insights, smart summaries, and all these things. For spend management, like category segmentation, SOW description generations, for supply chain equipment insights, human capital, AI assisted writing, developers, specifically ABAP developers, contextuals that they can help for coding, process automation, code explanations, code fixes also. And consultants who are new, they can use the AI driven guidance for SAP deployments, So all these things are there. So yeah, so virtually when your currency consumed per message, or here the pricing model, what I want to. So there is a pricing model here which uses the AI units. Your pricing will be completely on the per message or interaction base. Example, if you go for Rise with SAP S4 HANA, the cloud premium includes all 2,500 messages per year. Additional usage consumes more on the UI units. In the same way, users can estimate consumptions with SAP's UI estimator tool as well if it is on the pricing model. Okay, other than licensing and all these things, this messages also counts for the people who are on the pricing model. Okay, even though Joule base generally provides unlimited usage, there are some mentions like free message limits in test environments. There have some particularly trial purposes also there. Those are also we can consider for that. Okay, so overall, on the cost perspective, for the free tier, eligible SAP subscriptions have no additional cost for now. Okay, for premium, they have a lot of add-ons for using the AI units, which they can use it. And the usage limits is presently on the quota base. So like on BTP, how you release the quota based on the quota, like 1 GB, 2 GB, 3 GB, or per message, this quota can be putting on top of that. Okay, so this is what the difference between your free tier and the licensing tier. And coming to here, this is your environment, guys. So you can see the moment you open the cockpit, it is a Joule enabled cockpit. This is not a normal BTP with Joule, this one. So you can see the moment you go to the account, in your sub account, you can see your Joule and SAP Joule AI. So two things will be there. So if you go to the Joule directly, so you can see your information about the Joule, and this is this one. So these are your entitlements for this. So you can now limit the quota also here in this. So here you can see these are all your available entitlement service assignments will be there under the BTP with all the services. So here you basically should have the AI things, automation pilots. People who are on the AI Joule, they will get this automation pilot, and then they will have this one authorization and management services. If you come down, these are all different services. See, content agent services, connectivity. So these are all the services which people who are already in BTP, they might see new services also in this, which are relevant for Joule. See, continuous integration and delivery. And then if you come down, you will see more things on that. Yeah, this is a Joule. So if you are licensed in Joule, you will see here this one. See, this is a assigned one entity, quota assignment one, global quota one. So this is one which you can see here. Okay, the foundation application here. So if Joule is already there in a BTP, you have to access through BTP. So in BTP, in services, you should have this one in the environment. If you come down, and AI core, this is also one of the entity service you have to activate when you're going for Joule, because this will connect you with a lot of AI capabilities, whatever that you want to use as part of the Joule's connectivity, because this is a BTP service for running, managing, and scaling your AML models. Without AI core, you cannot scale or manage your AML workloads or models. Okay, it's like a AI engine room for you. You don't need to train or run AI models directly in S4 HANA or success factors without this AI core. Okay, this all handles the lifecycle management and scaling of all that models. Okay, this is cloud native. This specifically runs on the Kubernetes in BTP. Okay, and this AA core specifically, like it is a AA agnostic, which means it will support all the TensorFlow, PyTorch, the Hugging Face, a lot of things are there. And specifically, this is not tied to any UI. It's API first, which meant for integration into SAP or all the customer apps. So without this, you cannot do anything in the Joule. Okay, and the similar way, if you come to AA Launchpad. So this is the AA Launchpad, guys. So which is another important service that which we use as part of the Joule thing. So with this, it's like a management cockpit for you. Okay, wherein which all the SAP AA core workloads will work out. So with this, you can deploy, you can monitor, you can govern all the AA models without needing to work on your API. So it's like a centralized hub for you for your AA governance. Okay, and specifically use all the other things like build process automation also. Let me come down. So build code, build as PP, these are all will be used as part of the Joule app buildings or automations, or making code for that, for any application that you're doing. For all these things, these are all comes under picture, and they will help you for this. These are all the build work zones. This all comes under that only. Okay, yeah, whatever the documenting I told you right now, right? So that will be helped through the SAP documenting. This is one such service which will help you in the Joule. These are all you will see only when you are activating in the BTP Joule, not on the other one. We can see here DataSphere also. People who are into BW and BW specific to business objects and all these things, they can also, because DataSphere also leveraging Joule now. So at that level, when they want to integrate for some of the models and all these things to connect and make it happen, so they can use the DataSphere. So that is also added here, but it is a free tier for you for now. Okay, and you can see SAP Document AS. It is a premium edition. This is not free. This is a premium edition. Okay, we have not tested anything right now for this. I'll show you that when the training session 2 onwards. And HANA Cloud is also mandatory, because all your backend cloud will be there. This is one of the important service which you will go through it, and this is the one of the service which you connect with. And coming down, all the integration things will be there. See, this is IRPA is also there, wherein people with IRPA are also now looking for Joule and automation. So this is also needed for you. So this is one such service which will be assigned to you when you go for that. Yeah. And coming down, yeah. So these are all the common ones anyways. So these are all the important services, guys, as part of your BTP Joule where you want to run it. Okay. And when you go to these ones, the security. Yeah. Now I'll open, before I go to the session 2 things, I'll open to the platform for the questions. Please pose the questions to me.
Yeah. So you have showed 4 types of applications using Joule, right? We can create.
Yes.
So will you cover all those 4 practically throughout this course? With use case?
Use cases, see, this is what we have. Everything means, let me show you that one also. Yeah, it's a good question. Questions related, someone asking. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so as I asked, right, like you mentioned, like there are 4 types of apps we can do with Joule. Okay. Navigational, transactional, analytical, and one more thing I forgot. Okay, so
yeah, I'll show that because see, on the practical part, as you have seen the content, I'll be covering on the exploring of the Joule environment, the configuration and security scenarios. I'll show you the real-time reporting plus dashboards, and then one app deployment and preview. So in that, it will be automatically covered in the app deployment and previewing. You will see that how you do that.
All 4 types of apps you will cover.
All 4 types means it will automatically be done. It's not separately being done. Yeah, it will be done as a part of it. Yeah.
Okay, so in this course, do you cover Joule content-based and code-based varieties?
See, as part of that, like on the build code, I'll be showing you low-code app creation and kind of visual builder and CRUD operations on that. So, and then also on the API testing, you'll do some via Postman on that, something we can see that. That's what I'm saying, right? An app, SAP build, you will see the app deployment on the build code only.
No, I'm asking about content-based and code-based. Both will you cover?
Yeah, I'll cover a scenario on that.
Okay. Along with the custom skills, if you mentioned about build, so you will cover the custom Joule skills also.
Yes. Whatever there's applicable, because few of the scenarios are there, I'll cover on that. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Tell me.
There's a random question from my side. Like, I'm a basis consultant. Will this course help me, like learning SAP Joule? Because I think this is mostly for coders, ABAPers, and BTP developers. So, as a basis consultant, should I enroll into this course or not?
Yeah, good question. See, even a basis can also get this helpful because, see, it's not, you don't have to be a functional developer to benefit from this because Joule can act like an assistant for you for all the system security and performance tasks as well. Like, yeah, basis is one of the important part in SAP and it is extending to basis as well. So you can easily get all the system health monitoring, trouble assistance, authorization checks, transports, and all the change logs, a lot of things will be done by Joule. So if your company allows you to access Joule Studio, you can build the content-based skills also for it, and or your code-based one also using that ST303 workload status and all these things. You can do it. Yeah, it will be helpful for you definitely if you can learn it.
A couple of questions actually. Number one, you showed document grounding. So document grounding, is it simply just checking the documents and getting the information that is relevant, or will it also check the code in the system and try to get an answer based on that also?
See, generally this is to connect it your generative AI responses on the trusted enterprise sources like SAP notes, KB articles, and all these things will be there. So if your document contains code like ABAP snippets or Python scripts or something, so grounding can still use the text to answer your code-related questions on it. But Joule does not execute or debug the code by default if you want to answer. You have to read the code from the document because it has to understand it. You have to explain it, right? So for example, if you upload an ABAP utility program for a grounded document set, Joule can explain what the program does or where, for example, you're updating a table Mara, so it will tell you where you're updating, but it won't run the program to test it or make it for you. So that type of things are there in the Joule.
Right. Okay. So that's good. And another question, like as part of the course, like are you also going to show us like building an agent?
Sorry, what agent?
Any agent, like is it part of the course, like building the agent? Because we understand that there's
no. Building agents we're not covering. No.
I mean, Joule Studio, I mean, is it like a latest feature that they released around building the agents? I mean, is there any complexity behind that or?
See, yeah, I got your question. In Joule Studio, generally, 1 second. Yeah, I will show you the components I'll cover in the session. Like, for example, the agent definition, like I can do at a skill level, how you can fetch data from the grounded docs and, how you can run the API calls, trigger the workflows. This will help you that you can build it automatically for the content sources and all these things. Yeah, so you can deploy the agent also. So while I'm showing you that, I'll show you that agent building and agent deployment, which is at the Joule level, not on the different other agents that you want to put it into the role. It will not work, but yes, I can show you how you can deploy the agent that is available in build work zone as part of this, because you can deploy the agents in Fiori Launchpad, Embedded S4, SuccessFactors, Ariba, a lot of things. These are environments are not there in my training right away, but yes, in build work zone, whatever you learned will be similar for you to like deploy the same in Fiori and Embedded S4 as well. So that will help you on that. Yeah, this is the answer for that.
And is it part of the? I mean, is the course having Joule Studio? Is it part of the course?
Yeah,
would be helpful, to also show us the grounding as well, like in how to set up the grounding, because it's very important, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, we'll try to show you that. Yeah, grounding is not into the content right now immediately, but yes, I'll try to show you that. Not an issue. I'll just make a mark on this. Yeah, so these are the 5 modules in which, the first module I started, we covered this part right now. Yes, so these are the things are there, integration points and all these things. And the configuration level, you will see Joule setup for SAP modules, architecture, AI security for this, and then some of the connection testing and all this. So here you will see the configuration security scenarios of this. This is the hands-on that you'll get it on top of the module 2. On the module 3, you'll go with these business use cases with prompt engineering and all these things and workflow automation with Joule. So role-based journey will be there. So all modules will not be covered. As part of this, role-based journey, you'll be seeing HR specifically. So you'll get it automatically when I say to HR. Rest all you can practice on your own. So here, this is where you will see understand the real-time reporting plus dashboarding through Joule. This is one such that you can do in this business skills module. And going for SAP build module plus app development. So some of the people are asking questions on this only. So this is where you will go for low code app creation. I'll show you the agents also at this level only. So the builder and include operations and how you integrate with cloud and CAPM and how you do the API testing. This is covering all your app deployment and preview. So this will give you all answers of what you're questioning right now. And in advanced features, these are all the features are there, which like how do you customize the recommendations, how you monitor, and how to make the change management on this, and all these things you can unpass part of this. Yep.
When you say
about the role-based journeys, you will be covering only for the HR and not for the finance and SCM, right?
Yeah, finance SCM means only app level, right? Rest all you can do it. The process will be same, right? The role-based journeys, it's a very simple thing. You can go with your finance and SCM apps also, whatever are there. I'll be covering as part of the time restrictions. If permit, I'll just show you these two also. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Kebo. I'm still one quick question on the agentic AI again.
Okay.
So app, what you're talking about, you are again like talking about creating an agent, right? Because I'm just fixated on this point because we know the future on the agentic AI, and that has been the biggest question. It can really agents work on enterprise applications. Okay, so are we going to build something which is really agentic here? Meaning like the system should be able to do the API calls and have the enough intelligence to actually take a decision actually. So will we be at that level? I mean, or are we saying that we're gonna go like 80%, 60%? What level does this course cover actually?
See, here I'll be covering you specifically on the, as I said, right, the instructions, how you create agents with instructions and personality, and how you integrate that into build work zone, and then how you chain them for your flow. That's what it will be done. So, because here you have to understand that, like in Joule, it only works inside the boundaries we set. So, which is for our regular enterprise kind of thing. But it means it's not the same as like a open-ended AI agent framework you cannot expect in the zone. So that is not.
So you can't copy and do something. Is that what you're saying? Like
exactly. Yeah.
Right. I mean, even within SAP, if we can really understand, okay, like maybe between like
you can understand. You can understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, guys?
Yeah. See, for the students, I mean, the candidates who have already enrolled. So, are we going to continue the course, or it will be started from itself?
Yeah, onwards. This is what we are set. Yeah, we are done. Yeah. One information I want to share is SAP is getting the certification for SAP Joule also very soon. It will be available. Yeah, but not immediately, but at the end of the 2025 or 2026 first quarter, they're trying to do that. So it will be available by that time. Yeah.
Hey, Kebo, one question. So I think one gentleman asked about the agentic AI, right?
Yeah.
So do you help us in like creating agentic AI, like, or how currently other SAP customers are doing? Are they creating any agents for each client or something like that?
See, in the Joel's perspective, the agent is an AI persona for which have a specific goals and knowledge will be there. So we have to process the user queries in the natural language. So wherein which either he use your content based or code based, both will be there while you're creating an agent. Like for example, if you're going for code base, you have to call an API, you have to run an SAP query, and all these things will be there. So that will be on the code base. So with this, you have to create your agent. So you have to, when you are doing this, you have to follow multi kind of things in your chains as well. And then that will be attached to your domain specific copilot in the SAP. So that is what. So you can create agents with your instructions, with your content grounding, or with your BTP APIs, whatever you call it. Okay, that is how in SAP also right now it is getting created to answer a question. So further they integrate into which environment is up to their requirement. As I said, it will be a work zone or Fiori or S4 or Ariba, success factors. A lot of things are there. So, but the creation of agent will be same for all the environment. Integration is where the division factor will comes in there. So accordingly, this will go from there.
Sorry, yeah, one more question. Like it could be an ignorant or dumb question. So, what I understand is we are having like other configuration which we do for SAP implementation, right? Like that SAP Joule also comes like without any configuration from SAP out of the box, and then if we get trained in this, then we can configure it based on the business needs. Is it, or is it like out of the box itself will have all the integration already available?
Yeah. See, to answer your question specifically, configuration Joule does not come fully configured out of the box, as you said. You have to do some setup and configuration before you go into the environment. So when you provision Joule in BTP, like in S4 HANA Cloud or with Joule embedded, so you should have the Joule runtime, which I have shown to you in the practical part right now today, right? So you should have that services, the basic conversational capabilities, some build NL natural language content will be there. So those you have to understand. So basically what you will configure is your connecting of data sources, your skills, your agents, and integration of SAP apps. These are the ones which you concentrate on the configuration. You have to configure these things. This will not come to you by default from the Joule. The only studio and other capabilities will come to you. Rest all you have to do it on your own. So as part of configuration, you will learn these ones as well.
So is it like more technical because we are functional consultants, we don't want to adapt?
That's what I'm saying. So if you are going for build code, it will be technical. If it is not on build code, build workzone or something, it's not technical. It's everyone can learn. Yeah. But specifically, if there are some developers who are really building bigger agents, bigger things they want to deploy, then it will be full technical.
Since you mentioned that it's all integrated through within the SAP, let's say if you have any data warehouse, which is combination of SQL and any other databases, or maybe a Windows or a SharePoint file server, can we do any kind of integration to pull the information?
Means all third party are asking?
Yes. Besides the SAP.
Yeah, there are integrations for Joule as well. Specifically, the database list is not then. Yes, you can integrate all the SQL database Windows services. All non-SAP apps are there. But this depends on whether you want the Joule to read only or read plus perform actions. Because why I'm saying this is, if you're going for read-only integration, it needs content grounding. So, where you have to export data into readable format and connect your things via BTP destination. There you upload docs into Joule's content-based skill. Okay, for example, customer orders from SQL is there to CSV. If you want to do it, you have to upload to Joule. You have in the Joule snippet, if you ask what is the last order for the customer XYZ, it has to answer. So that one you have to make it. That is called content grounding. What I'm saying, read-only integration. But when you want code-based skill, for example, that is called read plus write integration. If you Joule to query live data and it has to do the updation of records as well, then you have to create a code-based skill in the Joule Studio. You have to specifically use as a complete technical. You have to use completely JavaScript or Python to connect your SQL via JDBC. You connect to Windows services and then you secure your BTP destination and you have to do it. So both of these are possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is a possible integration because otherwise we need to dump the whole server itself on Joule. It will be taking the space. So if you can just make integration as a read-only, that would be the ideal solution, I guess.
Yes. But Joule itself does not natively browse SQL. You have to expose it via API or skill code. That is a limitation. Yes, you have, yeah. And write back action should be also have role-based control. So Joule does not accidentally delete data on that. Yeah, that's what.
Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is SAP Joule? Option A traditional ERP module. Option B, SAP's AI-powered digital assistant. Option C, a data visualization tool. Option D, a cloud storage solution. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at using AI in SAP? Our SAP Joule course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Joule. It's like an AI helper for work, from asking smart questions to getting instant insights for faster decisions. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to cool advanced features. It's made by experts who really know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've worked with SAP tools for years. They're here to guide you and answer all the questions you have, and don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found this training super useful. Best part, it won't cost too much. This awesome chance to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP Joule Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So hi all, hope everyone is seeing my screen. So this is your LMS portal. So this is where you get your server access. Okay, I think so. This is the materials. I think so. They have kept it. This is in everything here. And then here is your server details. So if you go to the server details, you will see this here. So with names, everyone name is there here. Bring the trainer details also to me because I'm missing. Okay, so here you can see here for everyone, your Joule ID, your start date, end date of the server is there clearly. And this is your access. This is for WebDRP. And then this is for S4 HANA access for whatever the system that you're going to do that. And this is for BTP Joule, whatever you are going to like connect for that, and all these things you can do it from here. So this is your Joule account. So these are three things that will be there for you. So according to your name, you can go and you can just take it accordingly. Okay. As you know, the password will be logged after 2 to 3 login error attempts. So please be careful while you're using this passwords. Okay. Once you reset your password, you can do it. Okay. So this is the one such thing, and you all can access this, I think. So if you have everyone, please check this.
So how to log in this
That's what I'm telling you the first day itself only. So I'm just putting that in the chart page so everyone can see this. Okay, just make this link as a favorites in your system so that you can easily go every time whenever you want to go. So this one you can log in. Sunil, let me ask that. So they might have already given you the details of logging here also. I mean, with your whoever registered with their Gmail accounts, right? So with their Gmail account, they can log in into this site directly in the LMS site. From there, he can actually go into it and they can do that. Whatever the registered email ID, whatever you have given, that will be allowed for this link automatically. If you just click on your link in the Google, that will automatically take in. It will go to this link. Just check it out. You will get this. Okay. This is one such thing. Yeah, as everyone has displayed you in the demo. So this is your video recording. This is my demo. First demo. This is my second training come demo. Both are there in this. So you can refer this anytime. And whatever the classes that we are going to conduct, every class when it is completed, that day after 2-3 hours, the same session will be appeared here. Okay. And yeah, so this is what, and this is your meeting links for whatever you want to get. If you go to the meeting links also, you can see if you have any issue in joining the meeting link, not to find it, you can just go to this page and you can just, or you can just make a favorite of your meeting link. Okay. So it will show you how much time I'm conducting the session also here completely. Okay. So this is 24-hour session completely. So yeah, so we have already started last week, this one. Coming to the curriculum. Yes, I'm going to the curriculum. So yeah, I have last week, explained Zoll and we gone for a lot of questions and everything. So I have to go for this week. So let me go one by one now. Yeah, thank you. So everyone, please just check out their links. And if you have any questions, please on the link, whatever I have just shared to you, just reach us support immediately. Okay. Okay. So let me go into these topics now. So everyone clear with your LMS portal? We start. Okay, then Zool, let's start a small introduction and then I'll go to the architecture directly. Then what is this we have to go for this, right? So as everyone knows, and I already explained you a couple of times in the demos as well. So on the Zool detailed things here. Okay, so what is the Zool, that what we can do with the Zool? We have already gone through it, but yes, let me recap one more time. So it's an advanced generative AI copilot. You have already seen that. So which is embedded through SAP Cloud's enterprise portfolio, wherein which it will help to deliver most proactively the contextualized insights, from different, I can say the breadth and depth of the SAP applications and third-party sources kind of things is what thing. So Zool is basically defined to help the people to get the work done faster and drive the better business outcomes in secure and compliant way. Okay, compliant way in the sense which it will always follow the compliance. Okay, so as everyone knows that similarly like many SaaS offerings, Joule is a SaaS offering on SAP BTP. It's a simple statement. Okay, so how these customers can use SAP Joule and what is the architecture? We have to, before going into server, diving into something, you have to know something. So let me explain those things in the class. Then we will go to the server accordingly on that. Okay, without knowing those things, there is no sense going directly to the server like that. Okay, so for customers, basically, this is a basic question that everyone in initial mindset that goes with, how SAP customers can use this Joule, what can they leverage from it, is it really that worth enough to go ahead into making Joule enablement in the organization? Yes, Joule, as I said, it's embedded into various SAP applications, like your majorly for S4 HANA or success factors, like your Ariba, like a lot of things like data sphere, a lot of things are there. So from HR to finance, like supply chains, procurement, customer experiences, especially into BTP platform, it was already there available. So a lot of things that you can do as part of it. So it is like a well accomplished or well established right now for the BTP platform right now with all the SAP business data and business processes. So users can simply, so what users can do, that is the question. Even if you are going for any pre-sales calls, or if you're going for, are you an architect, or if you are something, because everyone has to answer this question. So every customer will ask you how it will help me. So it's simple, like users can ask questions or They can frame a problem in plain language and receive the intelligent answers which can drawn from the business data or SAP business data across the SAP portfolio and third-party sources. So which is retaining the context. This is what they can do. So what is that benefit? I told you, like we have some patterns and everything last week, right? I'll just show you some of the examples of patterns also. So Joule is infused across the SAP solutions. Okay. So Joule is infused in the sense means I mean to say it is embedded across various SAP applications. I said, right? So as I said, Joule offers many interaction patterns. And the last week I told you we have transactional interaction patterns. Okay, we have navigational interaction patterns. Okay, and then you have informational interactional patterns, and then you have your analytical interaction patterns. So how this interaction patterns also looks like, it is what it will actually help you on this.
Can you tell me like what is the deal breaker like compared to any other AI tool, right? Because this is one question anyone can ask, because Joule might be more expensive also compared to any other AI tool. Again, I'm not making, I mean, I don't know 100%, but I'm just asking you. So if someone asks like, why only Joule, right? What is the edge it brings? Maybe it's a SAP tool, that is totally fine, but cost-wise or maybe some other points you want to drive, please add them as well. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be coming that. I'm coming that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, right. So this is what you are seeing, the interaction, one of these interactional kind of thing, what I'm just telling you here. 1 second. System was... Is my screen visible, guys? I don't know, something.
Yep, it is.
Yes. Right. So this is one of the interaction patterns, what you're seeing, how Joule generally, like works for you and how it actually gets the things for you on the interaction level, basically, like I told you on the patterns level, right? So these are the patterns. So this provides entry point, like, this is how generally this works for us. This is what the final outputs also is saying on that. So this is an entry point for you, like in the connecting your backend systems. So users can perform the CRUD operations directly from Joule. Like, they can, the same thing, if you can see, this is the changing of address. So when do you want to change the effect? It is saying that what is the like home address, if you want to select this as a home, it is making this home. So these are all called what transaction, that you are making a transaction. Okay. But always remember that it is not impacting something on the database. Like, for example, if you say people who are in ABAP or something, if they're making a table, it won't create a table for you, it won't change the data, but yes, it will get the data to it will get the data that you are struggling to get it into it. So it might help you in that case. You have to think in that. Yes, Joule might go into that extent in the coming future. There are possibilities for that, but now it is as every technology, as in the crawling baby, like age. So it will be showcasing its initial effects only, but later on stage when it is getting matured, you will see a lot of things of it. Similarly, like, you're seeing a lot of things on that. So here also right now, you can see this in the basic level and, not basic, much more than that as well. But yes, if you want to see a lot of changes, taking control on databases, taking control on the accessing, security, authentication, a lot of things to do. It might happen in the next couple of years, but not immediately. So this is also in the roadmap of them. Okay, because we also don't know what actually the technology might delve into when it is going into a different turn. Okay, so for now, this is what you have to understand. This is some of the transactional patterns. Similarly, for the same kind of copilots, we get to navigational patterns. Like, you might ask, what is your org details? Okay, you can see your org chart, like from SuccessFactors, how many, for the HR specifically, SuccessFactors or Ariba for the processing and sampling for all these guys. They can get the data into it and they can put their questions to it. So you can easily get the answers for that as well. As you all know, Teams is also having Copilot. As anyone have seen that, or I don't know, every organization is also using Teams Copilot now. They are naming something for that. But yes, whatever the organizational policies, organizational data, organizational like instructions are there, they're processing through to the Teams Copilot. Like, similarly, I'm just giving an example to you. So wherein which everyone can, instead of going for multiple IT tickets, if you just go through there, give you to the Copilot, it is answering you, it is giving you solutions, it is logging ticket on behalf of you. So a lot of things are happening. There is no need to specially go and logging ticket. This is what happening in Microsoft Teams as of I have seen. It might go. Similar example, I'm just, putting a poster on that, like similar poster for you to understand more clearly. So similarly, you have the informational interactions also like that you can do, where you can get the results of policy related questions, sales orders, the finance related data, whatever you want to understand. So these things we can go at this level. And as I said, for the analytical interactions in the similar pattern, you will get analytical interactions also, which you can enable the just task kind of things in the SAC. Okay, now it is also recently been done. There are a lot of work is going on, completely not done in the SAC as well. So DataSphere SAC, I have the abilities to do that, but still not complete abilities as of I have seen in the environment. Okay, so this is about your quite open introduction on the SAP Joule and how this works. Okay, so coming to the architecture. So after explaining the architecture, I'll give you the differences, how this generally works for you. So one second, open this one. Yeah. So some important points what you have to understand from the SAP's Joule architecture is, as this is, the first thing is the Joule is a service. It is not a software. First of all, it's a service. This will run on BTP environment. Okay. The two BTP in Cloud Foundry environment. So you have two environments, right? The Kaima and this one. So this is the Cloud Foundry environment. This is one thing you have to understand first of all. So whenever you are recommending to anyone, you have to understand that they should have a valid BTP licenses as well to do this. Okay, and Joule is a and then you have to integrate into the cloud solutions for that. Whatever is it's integrated into cloud solution. So Joule, you can I can write like this, can integrate to cloud solutions, wherein which these cloud solutions will have your success factors, your SAP build work zone, BWZ, okay, your Ariba, okay, and then your CX, or now DataSphere, or you can say the build code, SAP build code. So these are all there to go through it, and we can integrate and have to use it. Okay, how after integration, how this looks like, you will see this in the server. I'll show you in the class. Okay, and then users can access, because as you know, there is always a diamond icon. This is the standard icon for you for the Joule. Wherever you say a diamond icon, that is for Joule. That has been reserved for Joule actually. So that is the one which you can go for the SAP user interfaces and all these systems, whatever you want to go. You might see this diamond icon Joule, and then that one you can easily access from that, and you can use your prompts and everything from there. And as I said, this specifically on the architecture level, Joule uses a Cloud Identity Services, CIAS. Okay, so this is for all the standard SAP authorizations and authentications. Okay. So before I explain you how this generally works in a step-by-step manner, so let's see a small architecture as well. So this is how the general architecture of Joule will be looks like. Let me draw it for you for a better understanding, instead of I'm going and showing something which was irrelevant for you. So that type of things I never do. So I'll draw it and show you. This is how generally the Joule's capabilities will be generally been founded. So if you see on the layered architecture level, as I have already told you, so this is your, first of all, your AA ecosystem will be there. I'm giving an AA ecosystem level. So then I'll explain you on the SAP's BTP platform level. Okay. So here it will be your basic AA ecosystems will be there. Okay. There are a lot of things are there. If I want to say partnerships and investments with this, including Databricks, NVIDIA, Microsoft, a lot of Google Cloud. These are comes a lot of things are in the AA ecosystem partnership and investments. This is one such thing. So on top of that, generally, this is the layered systems on which generally all copilots will exist. This is AA foundation layer will be there for them. So wherein which this foundation for us, we have on the BTP platform as a service, as I told you now. Okay. So AA foundation layer for all the foundational work that you want to do it on the AA, that will be done through AA foundation on the BTP layer. Okay. And then it comes under to your embedded capabilities, because once you are on the foundation, you have to embed whatever you want to do something for the that copilots or whatever you're going for that. So that embed capabilities will be there. So that one you will call it, like there will be a lot of things are there. As I said, S4 HANA, success factors, Ariba, all these things comes under here. Okay, I'm just mentioning 2, 3. Okay, and then alongside with this, you can have your customized copilots applications also here. Okay, or else I can like customized AI applications. Okay, and then on top of this, Joule will be there. It means as a complete serving here. So this is your thing that it will actually works on it. Like see, as you see, this is going towards, like the moment when Joule analyzes if the user prompt is relevant for Joule's scenario catalog, that catalog contains metadata of all available scenarios. I'll come to that now. So you have certain catalogs for that, and then those catalogs you have to understand. So based on that, the Joule will start, like producing the required details for you, and whatever that you want to put it in the front end, it will make it out. But yes, as Joule is providing out of the box and natively integrated in SAP's cloud applications, it will pre-configured with certain content that is always active right away from the customers, okay, with all the configuration efforts that they wanted. So this is one such thing, which how this will generally be scoped up when you're doing that. But in SAP BTP internally, how this looks like, let me put it for you also, so that you'll get a complete idea how this generally works for you. Yeah, one second. I'll open to the question. Just give me, let me complete this. Yeah. So if you go to this, so this is the one. If you go to, so this is your basic SAP HANA Cloud. Okay. So at this layer, even DataSphere also now existing in the new recent innovations, because for people who are on the business warehousing and all these things, if they want to make it out for the Joule, they're actually embedding like this. So this is one such thing wherein which you will be having your underlying architecture, I'm telling first of all. So you will be, as I already outquoted in the last session, we have two things will be there, vector engine and knowledge graph will be there. So these ones will be there in your system like this. This is in the HANA Cloud underlying database. You'll have these two things. This is your vector engine and this will be your knowledge graph. Okay. So this is your basic architecture under which on top of that, you will be having the generative AI hub. This is your generative AI hub. Okay. Wherein which you will be having all this in the generative AI hub. You will be having all the trust, your orchestration, because a lot of orchestration you will do as part of that, and access and access controls will be there. These will be there. So these will be continuously talking with your data layer. This is your data layer, wherein which this is your data layer. That's SAP S/4HANA. A middle layer, another data layer will be there. So in this data layer, what it will contains is all your cloud ERP data, okay, your CRM data, your spend data for Ariba, spend analysis, HRM data. So all this data will be there in this. So there will be a continuous interactions for the system, like both ways. You can see here, this is a both way directional things will be there. So like this, it will continuously get the data and put the data kind of things here. Okay, so this is where generative AI hub will help you on this. So once generative AI hub, like start doing this, so again, this generative AI hub will be on where it will be under the BTP platform. If you can see, this is again a bigger picture. So this is again under BTP platform. This is BTP. Under that only this generative AI hub will be there. So this generative AI hub will have two things. One is Eldra internally. So this is your AI core, okay, and second one will be your development tooling agents or dev tooling agents, okay. So this will have continuous interactions with the BTP system here. What happens here? In the dev tooling agent, you will be having all your generative AI hub in SAP AI Launchpad, all the libraries, these things will be there, and it will continuously go through this thing, and it will go through trust. The trust will be there, wherein which you can see this one, the trust will be there, and through the security access and all these things, it will go it. And again, this will just communicate with the AA core as well. Okay. So in the AA core, you will be having all the SAP build foundation models will be there, the third-party language models, open source models, remote foundation models. These will be available for that. So whatever you want to generate that, you can generate that, as part of the customization of standard ones and all these things. And after once you are done with this, then you can deploy them. So for deploying models and all these things, you'll have this one, which is your Joule service for the SAP BTP level. These are all SAP applications. Okay. So these applications again have separate layers will be there at the application layer. For, as I said, as I explained, for the data layer, you have cloud ERP, CRM data, spend data, HRM data, like this. You have separate things which you have to make it for the application level. Okay. So customer will be always having access from where? Customer will be always having access for this layer directly, because it is the secure layer where he will interact. So this is where user or customer or partner apps will get into. This is where user will comes into picture. He will directly go to the BTP platform. From there, he'll get all the relevant information for this. Okay. So this is a more enhanced one, whatever I have just told you, because as part of Copilot, this is accessible across the entire SAP Cloud Solutions portfolio. Right? So including your S4 HANA, Ariba, etc., etc. So you can easily spot this Joule everywhere. So it will be, if you are using the latest version of SAP solution with Joule integrated, so you are really good to go because you don't need to update anything. But if you have not, you have to update that. So SAP has extensively analyzed all the user interactions, for the most frequently performing task, and has optimized this for the task management. Okay, so 80% of all these commonly used tasks now can be achievable by Joule, directly embed with the cloud applications. Okay, so this is the architecture where generally it will help you. I want to understand so that you can understand this clearly. It's a very still more digger and deeper we can go. A lot of things will come in, but on a top Hawkeye view, I've just given you for a better understanding so that you can understand, you can visualize as, okay, this is how the Joule will works on. Okay, yeah, someone is asking question. Please go ahead. Yeah.
SAP HANA Cloud, is it the same as the SAP Business Data Cloud, and as it's called in these days?
Sorry, what is the question? Sorry, I'm not getting. Can you please pass again?
The SAP HANA Cloud, is it the same as the SAP Business Data Cloud? I think it's called the Business Data Cloud.
That is DWC. That is different. That is for.
Oh, is it?
It's a DWC different. Yeah, that is for different operations where for the data sphere and BDC, all these things comes into picture. Yeah, Data Cloud is all together. Yeah, that's a customer data platform wherever you generally go for all the data management. So HANA Cloud basically you do for databasing analytics for all the enterprising data level. Whereas in Data Cloud, you specialize for the customer experience, for all the customer privacy personalizations, you put it there. These two are different.
Okay, so the SAC, comes from there.
SACs come from there only. Yes.
So SAC comes from the BDC, is it?
Not BDC specifically. It is for the data warehousing cloud layer, not SAC, not BDCs. BDC segregate separate.
Okay. No.
Okay, now another one also, I want to just put a comparison, guys. Someone has also asked me. So yeah, so why Joule is proactive and different from other co-pilots is what I want to explain you, because this is one of the question everyone in this crowd has to answer if they're going out for the any customers also, because customer will ask like why Joule is productive and why it is different from other AI co-pilots. Yes, I have already kept a comparison in my demo also on that, but yes, I just want to tell you few things. See, first of all, Joule is, let me write few points that I can help you on this. The first important thing in the Joule, as I already mentioned, every time mentioning this is the native to SAP ecosystem. Okay, so other co-pilots, if you see Microsoft, ServiceNow, Assist is there, Salesforce, Einstein is there. Okay, people who are on there because they are powerful, but they are generic assistants. Okay, so Joule is built directly into SAP BTP and SAP applications. Okay, and so when I'm saying this door is directly built in SAP BTP, no extra connectors or middleware is needed, which will eliminate lot of complex hierarchy needles there. Okay, and it is a out of the box things I have told to you, because SAP data models are there, like you say CDS views, universal journals, HR data structures, procurement objects. I can give the list big because this is all out of box awareness of is there for all these data models. Okay, so now if you can see, zero setup for SAP customers, instantly usable where business process can happen. This is the one of the highlight that you can do because of native to SAP system. That is the productive element that you can make it out. So another important thing is, this is, you might see when you see the co-pilot, you might ask, hey, this is just a chart kind of thing, right? What is that business process I can get? This is a business process enabled as well. It's not just a chart aware of kind of thing. Okay, because other co-pilots, they mostly knowledge question and answers or document assistance, if you can see that clearly. But Joule here, I can write a formula kind of thing here. A Joule is transactional plus analytical plus, I can write decision support. These are all combiningly together. Oh, this name. Okay, let me write this. Okay, so Joule is this one. Transactional plus analytical decision support is what it can do. So it can create a purchase requisition, it can approve a leave request, it can fetch your overdue invoices, you can ask in any language of it, for whatever the language supported. These are all it can do. Okay, I'm not sure whether other co-pilots can do this or not. As of I know, they can't do it, but they just give you the answers for that. So you have to understand that your work is getting done on Zoll also at some aspects, at some things also, wherever other co-pilots just can answer you what someone can do on something, they can just guide you. This is the very thick line difference you have to understand. Because it is embedded in SAP workflow context, it knows the company code concept, it knows cost centers, it knows approvals, it knows org units, a lot of things are there. So Joule doesn't just answer things, it actually executes your business transactions. This is one of the very important different thing other co-pilots can't do, where Joule can do. Okay, and always remember that is into the SAP environment. If you ask something, hey Joule, go and write my Python code, no, it won't do. Okay, into SAP, because you are working for SAP, in SAP it will do. Yeah, might be, as I said, in the next coming years it might do for certain other things as well, but currently not right now. So this is one such difference you have to understand other to compare to the co-pilots. And most co-pilots are app specific. If you consider your Excel or your Salesforce Einstein or some other co-pilots you're considering in the current market, those are all completely application specific only. But Joule is cross application specific. Okay, so you can start in finance, you can switch to HR, you can jump to procurement, all in one conversation. You can do it. You don't need to open multiple conversations for multiple charts for this. Okay, and it will always maintain context. Okay, for example, hey, now filter my report for Asia Pacific only. It will do across all the apps. It will do that. Okay, so because of this is cross app specific, it eliminates a lot of application hopping. And what happens, it's like it will provide a single conversation layer for all the enterprise process. Okay, that is one of the very good difference that you can find in Joule compared to other co-pilots in the existing market. Okay, and very importantly, you have embedded AI recommendations are there in this. This is also one such thing which you can see. Okay, so as Joule is integrated into SAP's trained AI models, you can get all the supplier recommendations. Okay, you can get the cash flow predictions in the finance for current year, for the next year, for planning purposes. You can get the attrition predictions for success factors, how many can leave the company in the next couple of months or next couple of years, how much you have to like recruit, kind of things. These kind of predictions based on your existing data and evaluating the past trends, Joule can recommend you. Okay, because the same thing you have to do it on your own manually, or if you remember, if you go for any other kind of dashboarding softwares, they also need the data. Without data, they cannot predict. Because it is internal to our SAP, we easily can do the predictions, and it will always happen to make some productive or worthful predictions to you to make believe it or to make trust on it. Okay, because the data is our own, so you don't need to go for any third party softwares. So the copilot can help you on. So other copilot generally what they do, they rely on the generic LLM reasoning, let me tell you. So because of this, what happens, they have the predictions that will be on based on pure only on the data, but not on the other factors that consider in the environment. So that might not be 100%, that might not be 80 to 100% true, but yes, they might be true for 60 to 70% only. But Joule is 90 to 95% specific when compared to some other, like what are the surveys that has been done. It has given the predictions also properly in the areas of finance, success factors and other areas where predictions are needed for planning purposes. Okay, because why Joule uses domain specific AI along with the hybrid. Let me, this is very important for you. Whereas other copilots, they use generic LLM reasoning only. Okay. So this is how the business grade AI tuned for enterprise KPIs will be happening, not just text summarization. Always remember, guys, there is nothing called text summarization here. It will go beyond to that, Joule. Okay. And then very importantly, compared to other co-pilots, what is that I have is security and compliance in the Joule. Okay. So as you other co-pilots, they rely on external cloud ALMs. Okay, LLMs, because whenever you are depending on the external cloud LLMs, there is always the higher risk for getting a regulation in the industries as well. Okay, that is always been there. But yes, for we have a strict SAP BTP governance is there because it's on that layer. Okay, so your data will always stays within the SAP tenant, not sent to external LLM by default. Okay, and the compliance, whatever we follow, as you know, in SAP BTP, we all follow GDPR, SOC 2, industry regulations, all these things are there. So it will be automatically followed. So you are strictly under the security and compliance layer, following the international security guidelines as well. Okay, so enterprises can adopt Joule without compliance blockers. I can say this statement so openly. Okay, that is what we have in this. And other important difference, last important difference when compared to other copilots, what Joule have is Joule have the extensibility within the SAP build. Okay, so extensibility within the SAP build means what is this? So Joule is not a closed assistant, right? So developers can extend whatever they may want. For example, I want custom application triggers, I can go for build apps. I want workflow approvals, I can go for business process automation. I want custom business logics, I can go for CAPM services or APIs. So all these things are there. So other copilots, what they are having limited extensions, or they might require third-party platform integrations. It's not that they can't do, they can do, but yeah, they require the third-party platforms. But yes, Joule is an enterprise edition completely, having the extensibility, which is directly tied to all SAP development tools. As I said, no. So it has extensibility with the SAP build platform. As I said, build code is there, build apps is there, build work zone is there. We have all these things, the BTP, which has already been done. Okay. So as a whole, as someone has asked me, or I want to draft these differences to you. So other AI co-pilots, they are great at knowledge, great at giving the good chart interferences or inferences to us, and they can give you documents. But SAP Joule, while doing the same, it is great at running your business, which is very important. Running your business is what everyone looks at. Okay, when I'm saying running your business, what is that? It will query, it will automate, it will recommend, it will execute directly inside SAP. These are the important things it will do for you as part of the other co-pilots, whatever it can't do. Clear, everyone? The differences for the co-pilots?
So
yeah, please.
Sorry, go ahead, please. Yeah, okay. So you said like a SAP Joule is more like a SAP native specific, right? For example, I'm going to ask a question, so maybe I don't know whether this can be possible on. I have a sales data, for example, in my system, right? So Joule has definitely an access for the sales data. So, and I have multiple customers. One specific customer always like ordering that like a 1, 2, 3 parts, like in some specific month, maybe like in some specific intervals, right? So if we can ask the question to Joule, hey, can you tell me that if this customer A can buy this product maybe in month of 2026 September, does that Joule can answer for that question based on the existing data?
Predictions are happening. It can do.
For that one, do we have any specific models?
That's what I'm
models
saying.
are available.
That's what I'm saying. Joule is not just, this is what I told you. Joule is not just a chatbot. It leverages your AI models and SAP data. So in S4 HANA sales or CX systems, Joule can look at your historical order data for a customer. It will identify your patterns in the intervals. For example, you said every 3 months customer orders 100 units or something. So it will generate a AI-based recommendation, like, based on the past. When you ask something question like this, it will answer like this. So based on your past year of purchase frequency, this customer can order this in November, or he can put this, if he's already ordering something, you want to make something on that, he can do that one as well. So you can ask directly Joule, it will respond, because as I said, it is querying, applying, and showing you. These 3 things it will show you.
Okay.
Yeah, it will happen.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Okay, Kebo, one question, right? So maybe if you want to take this question later, it's totally fine. But see, what I understand by Joule, right? The brain behind the Joule will obviously be an LLM. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
Like, again, there are different types of LLMs, right? Like, Google has Gemini and all, and AI Launchpad. I believe you can also select whatever LLM you want to use, and SAP will charge in forms of tokens and all of that. So my question is, when you say Joule understands SAP, right? Joule understands, and it is basically trained on the data of SAP, right? So are we saying that it is again like the LLM understanding it?
No, that's what I'm saying. This is not just completely correct. Whatever you have it's not only LLM. Joule use LLMs, but not only LLMs. Let me tell you that. It relies on LLM for what? for your NLP kind of things, like converting your user prompt into SAP queries and then keep your flow across the apps. But as I said, Joule is a hybrid architecture. It is not only LLM. I told you now also here, LLM plus it has all the business AI core with services plus SAP data model. This is what the combination of Joule Brain is. As you have asked the brain, I'm just giving you answer the brain. So Joule Brain is a combination of your LLM plus business AI plus data models. So your LLM will only gives you the language skills. It's similar to your OpenAI, GPT, and all these things. But where when I'm combining this with BI, business AI, and SAP data model, it will do additional things like the time series forecasting or the recommendations or like risk analysis, demand forecasting. These are all can be done because I am making the true business AI layer. And whereas if I have to because Joule doesn't hallucinate data, it will query it. So where it query, because we already have the standard S4 HANA database, we have success factors, you have HANA Cloud. So all these things it will uses that, and it will put you in the like a right information format other than other LLMs too. Okay, so it won't rely only on LLM is the answer. Pure LLM is prone to hallucinations. They can make up numbers, but yes, SAP can't risk wrong invoices, wrong financials, because we are dealing with data directly. So you should be more careful when you're doing such thing. It's not some kind of play here. So Joule always combine LLM with your SAP guardrails. As I said, all this AI ethics, data privacy, all these things as well. Accordingly, it will put your data into the system for what you're going for querying on that. Okay.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
And one other point, actually, when you, sorry, I'll just complete this one. So when you said security, right? So does Joel also understand who are you as a user, look at your user profile and give back the data only as per your user profile?
Yeah. Why not?
Meaning like, for example, I am like a sales rep. So maybe they don't want to show me the financial GL tables and all of that. So can Joel really understand my user role and do that?
This is the one of the biggest difference, buddy, like between SAP Joule and general copilots like ChatGPT does. Joule doesn't just respond to user, it actually knows who you are inside the SAP system, and it enforces the security plus personalization. For example, for certain tables where you are not relevant to see the data, if you're asking, it will simply say no for you. That is where, that's what I'm saying, identity and that authentication, where it will work there. Joule runs inside the SAP BTP. It inherits your user identity from your IAS. Okay. So because of your company, when you open Joule, it already knows your username, your employee ID, your roles, your authorizations across the systems. So if you're a sales manager, for example, Joule won't show payroll HR data because you don't have access. It will stop it. That's how it works.
Okay. Thanks.
So, Kebo, like you said, like some Joule is also using LLMs for like to make it like as a natural language or something, right? Does the Joule uses like any OpenAI LLMs or Meta LLMs, like they are using their own LLMs?
Means I'm not understanding. That means SAP LLMs you're asking?
Like you said, how the Joule, like does SAP have they have their own LLMs? Or like we have LLM like a Meta LLM something. So is that SAP Joule is using third-party LLM to process these data to converting into a natural language first, or like they are using their own LLM?
Right. SAP, no, actually, see, does SAP have its own elements? No, I can say simply answer is no. It's not a giant GPT step element. Instead, SAP is providing domain specific modeling here. As I said in the BTP, that is the reason we are getting the AI model integration there. So, and yes, it might use the external LLMs like OpenAI, like it's safely inside the BTP. Okay. As I said, this is LLM agnostic, which is a combination with your SAP data grounding and all the enterprise guard is there on that. So SAP don't have any like acquired or like own LLMs there. So they are working on any different AI layer concepts. That is how this is working on.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking this question, right? So okay, I'm going to put in the chart as a company, like okay, give me when Apple can purchase this product on like maybe in previous history, right? So we are exposing my customer name to Joule. If the Joule can send that information to third-party LLMs, so then you know that, right? Then the third-party LLM know that okay, this customer is taking the product from this company. So right, that's like a sensitive data, right? That's what I'm asking.
I got it. That will not happen because that's what I'm saying. All the third-party interactions or integrations are happened. They will be taken more, like importantly. Most enterprise customers ask exactly, like what if my SAP data goes to OpenAI or other ALM providers? That is what you are saying. Your question is also like that.
Yeah, the main thing, the question can be converting into an SAP language.
No. By default, Joule does not expose SAP data to third parties. If, as you said, if external LLMs are used like OpenAI, only intent level info, or I can say a more technical term like sanitized queries, they may go out. Never raw business data. Never. Your raw business data will be always secure. So customers have full control to restrict that as well as part of that. So that is where SAP is ensuring no data is used for training or storage by the third party. They will completely restrict it. Only internal to SAP that will be happen. So your third party will remain closed. So never it will get shared for any other things. As like you can see the chat GPT is doing right away. It will not be the case. This is internally to SAP. So it will be in SAP only. The third party will never be shared for that.
Okay.
Ebo, one question here.
Yeah.
You said that Joule is ready to go, without any setup. However, we still need to do the grounding, isn't it? The knowledge, grounding, once we activate the Joule, isn't it? For it, to be able to understand the business and context and the processes and things like that, of the business. Correct. And that's the most important part, isn't it? So we have to still have to expose it, to our SharePoint, processes, through Signavio or whatever.
It's an internal SAP you're exposing, right? You're not exporting to third parties. That I'm not getting your question here.
Yeah. So we still have to, I'm gonna do some setup, isn't it, before we can use the Joule.
Well, that is a very limited, it's very simple setup. Okay.
Okay.
That is not a huge configuration. Very simple setup.
And for the Joule, you can use, from several LLMs, isn't it? You mentioned here, hybrid in LLM. Does that mean that it can use, several available LLMs?
Yes. One of the Joule's design principle is, unlike other copilots, it is like LLM agnostic, as I said. Okay, so it is non-locked to one LLM. So you can that is what in the architecture. If you remember, I have given orchestration. That is what I'm saying. That is where that block will use for you. This will orchestrate across multiple LLMs depending on your tenant setup. Again, your customer choice will be also there. These are all things will be there. Okay, so how this works is, your Joule orchestration layer decides which model to call always in SAP BTP specifically. For a language understanding, you might use OpenGPT. For summarization, you might go for Azure OpenAI or Google Gemini. For SAP specific, again, you have to go for bypassing all these things. These all things are there. So, you have to think the Joule as a router that chooses the right brain for the right job. That kind of thing. Okay, it's always a customer choice. Multi LLM is always useful. So you can work with several LLMs. As I said, it's agnostic. So through SAP BTP orchestration layer, you can do it. That's what the answer I can give it to you. Okay, clear, guys? Everyone?
I have two questions.
Please.
First thing is that you told us that it won't has hallucinate. So is it like we can say to the management that it's a 100% accurate? It's like generating a report out of your SAP or using like SAC, because when it comes to any AI systems, somewhere around they get stuck and they give you some wrong answers. So we can tell to the management that it is 100% accurate. Is it correct?
It is correct. Joule does not hallucinate raw data because it always pulls from SAP trusted backend. But it's not 100%. Let me be open and frank here. It is not 100% perfect because interpretation can go wrong if queries are vague. That is also there, because I don't know whether what query is 100% good, your data 100% good. So predictions here are probabilistic and not certainties. So as accurate as your SAP SM data, but not as crystal ball for your future insights. Like that I can say. Where accuracy 100% data retrieval transactions, where accuracy is there, you can trust in Zoho less than 100% because your forecast intent understanding is always unpredictable. So it can be 95 to 100 in that case. Okay, I'm not saying it is not perfect or 100% accurate. It is, but it all depends. But yes, as you asked me, good question. there are some things where it is not 100% perfect, where means in the language interpretation. If you phrase something ambiguously, Joule might misinterpret intent. For example, I might ask, hey, show me top customers. Does it mean by revenue, by order count, by profit margin? What is that? You have to tell it to Joule. If not, it will show something top customers. And if you go the same data with your management, that might go wrong. So you have to give clear. That is what I'm saying. Language interpretations are not 100% perfect. And yeah, I'm
that's
kidding.
very understood. Yeah, that's very clear. Because when it comes to hallucination, though the question or the query is correct, but the answer will be ambiguous. So that was my question. Yes. I think you cleared the point. Second thing is that when it comes to integration part, is there any advantage if you have or difference between on-premises, landscape, and also like comparing with the private cloud?
I mean, on-prem means on-prem Joule you're asking?
No, I'm saying if you have landscape, your SAP structure, architecture, you have it on premises, on your office, at your desk, in the office. And in other case, if you're using SAP or AW or any other, a public cloud to make the hosting of the whole landscape. So is there any difference in integration point, accuracy point, response, or there are something which will be additional or here we'll be avoiding, like if it comes to integration part?
Right. Let me answer your first question. Whole on-prem versus cloud. If your enterprise wants modern AI features quickly with low overhead, Cloud Joule is always best. As you said, S4 HANA Cloud, SAP BTP, and all these things. Joule is still available on-prem kind of scenarios where you can integrate for S4 HANA on-prem kind of things, but all the limitations are there where it requires the BTP. If it is on-prem, I'm saying for you, it requires the BTP integration to connect your on-prem system to data to Joule, and real-time scenarios will not work because APIs cannot be exposed properly. If APIs are exposing, only few can work, that too having some problems with it. That is what the practical problem I have seen. And you only get Joule for your connected use cases if you're on-prem environment, because it is not full suite of cloud AI enhancements. You will have some problems in accessing finance, HR operations as well. Okay, this is what you will get in the on-prem when compared to cloud. Cloud has all the advantages, as you already know that. I don't want to reiterate that. Yes, on hyperscalers, like you have asked me on the AWS, Azure, and something. Yes, SAP BTP can run on hyperscalers. Like, so your Joule tenant lives in that cloud region also, and you can still control the AI orchestration and security things for that. So no difference in accuracy whether your tenant is on AWS or GCP or Azure, whatever it might be. Your Joule accuracy will always depends upon your SAP backend data quality and your provider configuration, whatever it might be, OpenAI or anything, whatever it might be. So these are the two factors it will affect, but not your tenant that is going to affect. Clear?
Clear. Thank you.
Well, I was told that hosting on Azure is cheaper compared to hosting on the SAP private cloud. Is that correct? Especially
sorry. Posting on. I'm not getting
hosting.
Hosting. Okay.
Hosting BTP, B2P on Azure is cheaper compared to SAP private cloud, especially from a B2P perspective. Is that a correct assumption?
This is a statement you have given.
From a cost perspective, yeah.
Yeah, I saw in my career, in my recent interactions, also many customers bring this up during migration discussions, because SAP private cloud, you call RISE with SAP, and hyperscalers like whatever you said, Azure, they sound similar, but yes, the hosting cost, when you're specifically asking, raw hosting on Azure is cheaper than SAP private.
Correct.
Okay, but SAP
especially
private,
if you're a big business,
Yeah.
So,
but if you self-host on Azure, you must arrange again. All these things will be there. But yes, for Joule, there is no functional difference. Just TCO and support model difference will be there. Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Because if you want some TCO TCO tables or something for that, when you go into it, I'll tell you simple thing also, because as you asked me, in your SAP private cloud will have higher monthly cost, which is predictable billing. In Azure, whatever I have seen is your lower infra cost, but there are many hidden ops and managed services are there which can add up. That you might see in the billing that, in the Azure, I can see that. I can say for customers who want one contract, SAP can take care of everything. That kind of scenarios you can go for SAP. But customers having with strong IT and SAP basis teams who can have cost sensitive strategies, who can make it out, then they can go for direct hosting on Azure. This is the hosting difference I can do as per current theme. Yep. Right. All right, guys. So
Joule use domain specific AI means, is this something in the BTP platform you were saying, or is this something integrated with the other copilots and all that?
So when I said that Joule use domain specific AI, I mean that it's not a just generic like GPT, but it includes the AI models that are trained for SAP business use cases. Like where your Joule uses all the domain AI for analytics, procurement, HR, all these things will be there. So that is the answer. Nothing but.
Okay.
Clear, everyone?
One last question.
Yeah,
so we have, I don't know, like, is it appropriate, like you will be able to answer it or not? Because we have a setup which is, we went with SAP Private Cloud. So everything is with SAP, and when it comes to administration basis, it's all taken by them. We're just, it's like a Office 365 setup basically. So when it comes to Joule, so like when you want to make integration, fine tuning, or anything, will it be done from our side, or it will be from their side? Because SAP did not say anything yet. So if you have any experience or any kind, if you can add any value, that will really help me.
Their side means you mean SAP? You're saying? Hello.
Can you please repeat? I missed the point.
You said that their side. You just told me. There means what? SAP or third party?
SAP. Yeah. Since it's completely taken care by SAP. It's a private cloud.
Okay. Fine.
It's a private RISE setup. It's a private RISE setup.
Yeah, many customers ask this also. See, when you see SAP for this kind of things, it will maintain your Joule service uptimes and downtimes. It will push your features and it will ensure the compliance when you go for private cloud on these things. From you, what you have to do is you have to decide which modules you have to access. You have to make the management of your roles and authentications, and your extension of Joule use cases, you have to do it on your own. Because since you are on private cloud, SAP manages the platform and Joule service itself. Because you still need to configure some roles and role specific API, CDS views. This is your part, integrations to your apps. Other than that, rest all will be taken by private cloud.
Okay,
clear?
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So Kebo, so we have to let them know what all modules we'll be using.
Yeah. You have to decide, right? Because many modules are there. I can't do for every module, right? So you have to mention to the ITs. You have to. IT will do it, not you. IT team will come into the picture. They will help you in this integration. You don't need anything. People who are functional, people who are pure technical, people who are at business or consulting, they're nothing to do with the integration part. They can just use this, how to know how to use it, what they can make a note of it. Other than that, the IT team integration is not your part, guys. People who are already in basis, they can do this, but other than that, they are not required to. Integration is their part.
So the more
let them know.
Yes, you have to let them know that simple integration will be there. There is an integration document which was given by SAP. They have to follow it and they have to integrate it. That's it. So rest all you can do it. Yeah.
Sorry, yes. Annually, or how does it go?
Sorry. Your question is fast. I'm sorry. What is that?
Yeah, I'm saying the more the module is integrating, so the licensing and the payment will be depending on that, or it is how the costing goes with the when we integrate the Joule.
Yes, costing will work accordingly with the integrations, but not on the module specific here. As I'm seeing right now, because Joule itself is a base licensing, so you need a base Joule subscription no matter which modules you integrate first thing. So if you only use S4 HANA plus Joule, you don't pay for Ariba. Joule unless you integrate for Ariba. If you are integrating Ariba, yes, you are going to pay for that. That is the block statement. So if you are adding success factors or something, then the pay might increase. But yes, the consumption, you have to understand, the consumption is based on the Joule queries per month will be there. The consumption billing will apply there, because if your Joule queries involve LLM usage, so SAP will charge per interaction, per API call, per bundle, like this. So how many, because as of I have seen 10,000 Joule queries per month is included in one bucket. So if you cross that, your billing will start. So there are some plans for that. So yeah, that is there you have to understand.
Exactly. And that's very important name, to understand, because that's what I have heard as well. If you are a large business, and if you process several when large data and volumes and things like that, the costs can 10x. I've heard from businesses that the B2P costs have 10x their planned costs, and that was a disaster. So we have to be very specific when we are discussing.
Right, I'll tell you
about
that.
costs and things like that.
I'll tell you that.
Especially when it comes to the end users, yeah.
Yeah, let me give you, because everyone has to know this. Let me explain this here also. This one. See, this says SAP Joule has a base subscription. Okay. Okay, so base subscription means Joule is licensed as an add-on service in the SAP BTP. So it covers your tenant setup, orchestration layer, security, and everything. So it is included in RISE contracts as optional add-on also. Okay, this is done. So next what comes is your key cost drivers. What is this key cost drivers you have to see is your user licenses. I'm just giving a breakout for you. So user licenses and number of employees you are assigning to the Joule access for the Joule user role. That is one such thing. And the query volume. This is one of the important because all the NLP things, each request comes from the BTP credit. Okay. So let me write this also. NLL, your each request comes from BTP credits. You have to be very careful this. If you exhaust your credit, you have to buy it again. And then another driving factor for your cost is your integration footprint, wherein which see, when you connect S4, when you connect Ariba, doesn't have a separate per module fee. Okay, that is not there. When you connect, not there. But you will have a cost when you start doing the API calls and other queries. That is where when your data volume is increasing in this, your cost might increase. But that too, if you are in a hybrid plans or some plans, you have already some calls which were being automatically created. But yes, if it is crossing that, you might have it. Okay. And one of the other key factor in the cost in Joule is extensions. If you train or if you deploy the custom AI models in AI Core or Launchpad, they will automatically consume the additional credits. So there also your cost factor will be there. These are all the key cost factors. For example, let's say what we call the small setup. I'm giving you a small example for here. A small setup here I'll give you. For example, my bucket is finance. Let's say I'm in finance now. I have 200 users, let's say. Okay. And I do 10,000 queries a month. I'm just giving an just estimate for you. So here you will be having your base Joule subscription, okay, plus you have your limited credits, okay, and whatever the additional will be there, this comes under your predictable subscription. Okay, so this is what you can do for a small setup. For larger enterprises, you might increase your users, you might increase your queries per month, then you have to go for larger credit pools. There will be possible volume discounts also that time if you're going for large. Okay, and RISE bundling is one bundling, I know that in SAP Joule. So in RISE bundling, what happens? Some Joule capabilities may come as a starter pack for you, but the scaling beyond that will have requiring the additional credits for that. That's what I'm saying. There are some plans for this. Yes, key cost drivers are there. I'm not denying the statement, but yes, there are some plans based on your business setup. Your plans will change. Okay, and if you are using in limited, then it's always like under the billing zone, so you don't need to worry about. So you can control always cost here by like your roles, unnecessary Joule roles you should not create, and query usage in BTP cockpit you have to monitor it. That is very important. Even for leave about Joule in BTP, when we are handling the BTP customers also, unnecessary lot of querying will happen. So because of that, the BTP volume will increase and they have additional billings for that, like $50, $100, like this. So always a BTP administrator have to monitor the BTP cockpit, the usage, removing the unnecessary users, roles, all these things might help. This monitoring is one such thing which you have to do for the cost control. Okay. So these are the things which have to consider while going for the costing in the Joule.
So did you include the cost in the limited credits?
That also comes, yeah. In the integration API call that comes automatically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, because as someone has asked, the basic question we started with, cost is not per module, cost is, but it is per tenant plus usage. That is the answer. Someone has asked me that, right? Is it for per module the cost increases?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Yeah, all right.
Last question.
Yeah, please.
When you mention the integration will be done by the IT and basis, so what exactly our role as a Joule when you are learning this? What will be our role in the system?
Right. See, this is your role means, IT generally, they enable your subscription, they set up the connectivity, they configure roles, they expose the APIs, and whatever they want, all these things will be there. But as our, in the sense, I hope you're a functional guy. So functional people have to define the use case. They can prompt, they can design the prompt and validation. Like functional team can like test the queries, like for example, show me the revenue by company code on this year, kind of things you have to validate, and you have to define which role basically to get access to which Joule capability. Like If I ask show global revenue, it will show to everyone. It is a sensitive data to everyone, right? So it is that, where sales rep only can see the own customers. So like this kind of things, functional has to concentrate. Basically, very importantly, use case definition and prompt design and validation of it, and business user authentications and validations. These are what you have to do as part of the functional.
So who will do this query in the backend? Like, suppose you are putting the query, like, give me the revenue, right? In the backend, they will run some of the process, right? We like just saw somewhere that they in Joule Studio they make it as a like what exactly they use, where I have to go and where I have to query.
No, no one will do, like this is all automation, like query executions are all automation by Joule. When user types a prompt in Joule, that's what I'm saying. The LLM layer interprets the intent, the orchestration layer will map the intent, and your execution will be done through query automatically. This is what it will do. Yep.
Yeah. From my perspective, from a functional perspective, what we could do is, probably design
yes,
processes, the agentic and processes, through the use of Joule
exactly.
and the LLMs and the models and things like that.
Right.
For each of the capability in areas like procurement, supply chain, logistics, EAM, and things like that. And that's large, transformation. That's a business and transformation, through the function.
Right. So this is very simple. I'll tell you, like you define queries, right? Like for example, show overdue receivables. Okay. In Fiori, we are doing show overdue receivables. We're going for aging buckets and everything. We're seeing that we have an app also that. So like this, if we go for overdue receivables, you have to define that query. You have to validate that is Joule uses correct reconciliation accounts and reporting currency. You have to check it. And then you have to train users in finance department and how to ask Joule for this. That is, these are what function has to do. I'm giving a limited set of like prediction to you how you can do for this. Okay, but IT is all different job. They do all the backend jobs. This is nothing something. But yes, functional. You should not think that functional has nothing to do. Yeah, functional has to do a lot of things on this as well. So all this querying is very very important. That is what you have to majorly in Zoom, because you have to train the system, right? What questions have to be asked, what answers has to be collected. So that is how you have to work on functional part.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right, guys. So I'm done for. It's already 8:30. Yeah, we will discuss on the rest of the topics, and I will be starting some of these practical simulations also. I'll show you. Yeah. So as you know, as we have started this, so we have seen these ones. So the key use cases, all these things, we have discussed, and we have gained the differences also on that. Yeah, now as for the we will see the integration points and the navigation basically. So these are the two important things that we are going to discuss. Okay, because we have modules, I have already kept something, so I will not run too much fast because you have to discuss in detail as I said earlier. So every point I have to cover a lot of things into it. So I request everyone to please be on patient. So every single thing I cannot run practically. Practically wherever is there, I'll be showing you everything on that. So it will take some time for you. Okay, so it's not that I'll be anyways experiencing the environment, so you'll understand these ones as well. Okay, so yes, on the Joule integration and API documentation, this is specifically we have to discuss a lot on this, because the same thing you will see more deep dive into the architecture deep dive as well. Okay, when you're going for the configuration integration level also, because these points where it will be giving you a greater insight is the moment when you starting with Joule, you have to understand from your capability, like as you are a manager, or as you are a functional consultant or an IT person or a kind of normal user or end user perspective. There are many perspectives that generally goes into the line when we are discussing about these things. Okay, so accordingly you have to understand what is going to be done on this, and then you have to make things progressively on that from that point as well, because being your role considers that. Okay, and it is not only that, at times you have to give in a blueprinting phase, or have to understand the solutioning phase also, where actually you can fit this Joule also. Okay, so these are the things you have to always understand when I'm saying that. Yeah, now I covered these three things, so I'm starting it here, which is the integration points for this. Okay, and then I'll show you the UA navigation and exploring the Joule environment. This is the schedule for. Okay, you can please mute. Okay, any questions, please be on the last part. I'll give some time on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, on the integration points, you have seen S4 HANA, Ariba, and success factors, right? So let me open this. All right. So when I'm saying up the integration points for SAP Joule here, So just give me a minute, guys. Yeah, there is some Zoom control which is not allowing me here. Yeah, fine. Right. So awesome. So let's make these things to here. So yeah. So on the integration point, we have this S4 HANA Ariba success factors. What are the different integration points I discussed? So you have to always remember when you are going for SAP HANA, I mean S4 HANA, SAP HANA means you will be having two integration points. Okay. So one is your S4 HANA, I can say as cloud to cloud. Okay. This is one such integration you might have to talk to. And another one is your private cloud. Okay. So in S4 HANA specifically, private cloud, or you can say because it is a kind of a similar configuration for on-prem as well. Okay. So this is also will be there. This through cloud connector in BTP. Okay. These two things will be there. And yeah, so whenever you are talking about this, the first part in the integration point, I am telling for S4 HANA, right? I'm talking about S4 HANA right now. So in S4 HANA Cloud, we have to create a communication system users. Basically, when you're going for this cloud to cloud, when I'm saying cloud to cloud, you have to always remember one thing. This is for public cloud edition. As you all know that now public cloud is like booming so fast in all the SAP functional modules, especially for finance, and the sales and all the other modules. Okay, because public cloud is all the pre-configured setup. You don't need to configure a lot of time, and you have already seen that a lot of projects can be easily executed in public cloud rather than private on-prem, which will take some time. In public cloud, it will be going in 3 to 4 months of time. The projects are getting executed easily. So it is one such thing, like the business is looking for public cloud, and these things are progressing so fast in the cloud arena. Okay. So here in the public cloud, basically for Joule, we have to create a communication systems users for this, and then you have to create a communication arrangements for the targets as well. So basically, what is the base point that we start with here is we will create a destination. So in BTP, you will create a destination first of all.
So are you saying that you should have to you create two communication users?
Yes, you'll create a communication user.
Did you say one or two? I heard two.
It depends. It's not one or two. It depends. First of all, you have to create one user plus one arrangement for the target API. Okay. I'll be writing it here also. In cloud, you have to create one communication user and one communication arrangement. Okay. Then in the same BTP, you will create a destination. For this destination also, everyone, you have to create a type of
communication arrangement.
Hello?
What is a communication arrangement? Maybe should I just type my questions?
No, this is disturbing the session. You have to wait for that. I'll tell you that. Yeah. You have some questions.
Sorry.
Please let me know. Yeah, because it is considered like continuously disturbing the session. Please hold your questions in a while. I'll just explain you what is that as well. Okay, I'll let you know what is communication arrangement. I'll just show you now. Okay. See, as you said, just complete that. Like it's like your inbound, this particular thing is inbound communication to whatever the S4 HANA tenant you make it, right? That is your communication. The communication name itself indicates communicate, to which it will communicate to the S4 HANA tenant. So you have to first create this arrangement. So that arrangement will help you to create these users and other destinations on top of this particular channel. Okay. That is the communication arrangement. Okay. Now coming back, here I am, just here. Okay, I'm in the destination, right. So here, this destination, we will be creating the type of HTTP, that is, which is one of the important thing. And whenever you create the SAP BTP destinations for Joule, this with HTTP specifically, as these things should be like enabled with OAuth2 credentials. Okay, so this is the standard for your connections. Okay, and then you can see, you can verify that in the Joule that you're calling the business partners, whatever the support apps that you want in the SAP S4 HANA Cloud, you can verify them in the SAP build apps through it. You can verify it. I'll just show you now how you can do this. This is one such thing. But let me complete this part. I'll go to there. And then in the private cloud through Cloud Connector, you have to expose first of all, because you're doing through on-prem. So you have to expose this S4, whatever you're working, export this through your cloud connector. This is the first important thing you have to do it. Okay. Once you expose this in BTP again, you have to configure a destination. Similar like what you have above you have done this. You have to configure the destination. Okay. Again, this is also with your O2 auth credentials you have to create. Okay. and then you will be having some user mapping and connections will be there. You have to do it. And once after you do this, you have to do Joule integration enablement. So these you won't do, your IT will do, but as part of training, we are telling you this. This is not your job, your IT will do this. So don't worry about, I told you what you have to do it as also. So you have to enable this Joule enablement for your S4 HANA Cloud tenant. Okay. So this is how the 2 integration points for S4 HANA Cloud, which you will do it. This is for S4 HANA Cloud, basically. Okay. And coming to success factors, people who are working for success factors, it is also simple. So in your success factors admin, okay, that is will be there. So in that you have to register a service with OData API. This service you have to register. Okay. And then this things will be same. This is the common steps you have to continue wherever is there. In BTP, again, you have to create a destination. So whatever you do, the destination in BTP is the end line for you. From there only the Joule skills will be picked up. Okay. So here also you have to create the BTP destination for OAuth 2. Okay. And then your Joule for success factors will ship all your transactional, navigation, informational capabilities, whatever I told you, right? You have to confirm for the tenant. So you have to confirm tenant for all the success factor capabilities. This is for success factor integrations, whatever you have to do it. Coming to for people who are in Ariba, okay. So here again the same important step is for Ariba people, they have to go for Ariba developer portal. So in that they have to register the application, okay. And here they have to request the API access because this is all spend management, right? So they have to request the API access, and here they have to obtain the API key there, okay. And then along with this, when they're obtaining the API key, they have to get this OAuth client ID as well, right? This is the one important thing. And once you are done with this, you have to get your OAuth access token as well. Okay. So this will gives you API gateway numbers and all these things configuration. Okay. So this will typically call your required authorization, bearer tokens, API key headers, all these things for you to access the Ariba environment for the Joule. Then again, the same thing, you will again put the BTP, create destinations with this credentials for whatever the endpoints that you want, that these APIs you will configure here, and then you are all set for Ariba to use as per the Joule environment. Okay, so these are the 3 important integration points, whatever you have to do for your Joule environment. Okay, yes, now let me show you and let me explore you the Joule environment now. Clear everyone, these 3, any questions on this? I'll just show you anyways. I just showed you 3 important things will be there. These are the 3 important buckets. This is how you have to. So one important thing you have to understand is whatever the environment you are going, first of all, you have to make it ready for your environment along with OAuth tokens, and then you have to configure the destination with the OAuth tokens or APIs for the Joule integration. That's it. This is what the common point you have to understand. Okay, because if you are functional, but still you have to tell, because your IT might ask you, so what is that you have to know? You have to tell this. That is the reason I'm covering this part also in this class, so that you will be ready for your IT to explain what you need as well. Clear everyone?
Do you have any pictorial diagram, and then you can point exactly what I mean? Like I understand, like you put everything here. It's okay.
No, I have it. I'll show it. I'll show it also, these ones.
Yeah. So if you can show us exactly, okay,
exactly.
Point 1, where is it one, right?
I'll show.
I can tell you that honestly, right now I got 0 basically.
Okay, fine. Let me show you then. Yeah, I'll go to practical point also. You'll understand clearly.
Question. You say something like, don't worry about it. On the configuration integration part, you said, do not worry about it. Your admin will do it for you. What if you're the admin? And I expect you to show me how to do that integration configuration.
So sorry, what is that in SF admin you're asking?
In all of this, you says, do not worry, your IT admin.
IT.
What if I'm the IT admin? I'm supposed to do this stuff.
You have to do it. Then you have to learn it. Yeah.
Are you going to show it? Or you just
No, I'm not showing all these things. So I'm not going to show, because systems are not there to support for me on this. So I can show you how you can do this step. This one is there, which I can show for the BTP configuration of this. This is important, so I can show you this. But all these integrations, I don't have Ariba, I don't have success factors. Okay, so these things I cannot. But this one I can try to show. The public cloud thing I have it. I can try to show this one. This is what I can actually explain on this. But based on this, you can pick up from there and you can do for your configuration for other modules as well. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let me go into the server. So here, so in your page, everyone can go to this. This is a remote name app. Going for this. So this is not required. Basically, I don't know. Sorry for this. Anyways, I have to go. This, I know this was wrongly given to you. You don't need this environment to log in. So everyone, please skip this step. So in the materials, you have the server details, right, everyone? So in that you have BTP, only that one is enough for you. Why that was given is if someone has the IT team has thought that they need something for RDPs, something people can have to like check it in the ECC kind of thing. So they have thought that, but that is not required. So in the BTP Joule third tab is there. This link is enough for us to drive this training. Okay. So don't go for other things. It's not required. Even I also forgot. I just logged in. So go to the BTP cockpit directly. So you will see SAP Joule here. So you will see all these entitlements here. You can see you have to confirm your entitlements here. So this is your domain. This is your provider. Okay. And as I said, this will be only 1 hour or 1 month only. The server will be there till 17th of September. Okay. And then this is the region where it was been placed in AWS. I have already seen this. Okay, the provider is also AWS here, and the tenants you can see here. Everything, there's a multi-environment. I told you that multi-tenant and multi-environment based. So these are the things. So if you come down, you will see all the entitlements. So in the entitlements, you will see these ones. 1 second. If you go to this one, yeah, now go into this one in the Cloud Foundry environment. So these are all your entitlements for which, see the Cloud Foundry, which is standard is there. And then your destinations, which is on light and one, these are the ones which will helpful for you to land your destinations. And yeah, these are all the other services which will help you. This is by default, this will come. You don't need to remember anything. But yes, you have to understand whether it's on Cloud Foundry or not is one such thing. And this is the build work zone standard. This should be there in your system that you have to make things to deploy on this one. Okay, whenever you're doing something on the Joule. Okay, along with this, we can see these two also, AA Launchpad, AA Core also. These will be also there on the environment. Okay.
What is the importance of
Sorry, 2-3 questions. 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Sorry, I was just asking, where is S4 HANA here? So in this BTP?
Cloud will be there. You can see this one. S4 HANA Launchpad will be there. This is in backend. It is working. It is the Launchpad they have given here. Here.
So here is where we do an integration with Joule?
Yes. It's already integrated. This is integrated environment. Whatever I'm showing you is now. Someone else is saying something. What is that?
Yeah, what is the importance of Cloud Foundry there? What is it with that? I mean, you are saying that it's kind of important, right? What is it for?
Yeah, because this is where all your environment will be, like integrated and picked up, right, on the environment. So that is what I'm saying, Cloud Foundry here. Because in BTP, when you see, there are two environments will be there basically. So that is Cloud Foundry. One is Cloud Foundry, and there is Schema environment. So on the Cloud Foundry, it's kind of in a BTP, it's an open platform for you. Like it's a kind of PaaS kind of. It's a platform as a service. So wherever I told you, right, whenever you develop something, you want to manage something, you want to deploy something, so Cloud Foundry is required for you. So whatever, it's like a base for you for whatever you do for Joule to put it here and deploy it. So that is where it collects and it's take it. It's like a abstraction layer for you. Okay, between your applications and infra, what you're going for that. So that is what whenever you go for Joule also, you will see that on which environment it is actually been deployed in it. You can see this is the Cloud Foundry environment. If it is Schema, it will be in this Schema environment. There are two environments are there. Yeah, any other question? Someone is asking something? Okay, I'm going for subscriptions. So here you will be having instances and subscriptions. So these are the subscriptions, guys. Here is how your instances will be there. You don't need to worry about this all IT thing. Okay, they put the environment, everything. So you just you have to confirm that the environment is running on the Cloud Foundry runtime here. This is the runtime of Cloud Foundry, and all your cloud management services, service managers will be there. When you integrate or make something, this will comes into picture. So they will do it. Okay. So as I told you, right, the service is just created in Cloud Foundry. Okay. If it is Schema Kubernetes, it will be showing you there directly. Okay. Now this is on Cloud Foundry. Now coming back, you
will be showing the integration with S4 or SuccessFactor with Joule here?
No. Integration.
Like how does that linkage?
No, I will show you how you can actually, how we are doing, while the part of the Joule skills are getting created. That time I'll show you how you can create these things. But deeper integration is completely a basic structure. that is not required for us in this training. Okay.
Yeah, maybe like if it is like just to see like how does that get
I'll help on
integrated,
that.
I think.
Definitely,
Yeah,
I'll show that.
that'd be
Yeah,
great.
I'll show that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So here, these are the subscriptions that you have to understand when for the Joule is coming on. That is, one is your AI Launchpad, Joule, your Task Center. These are the important ones: BPA, Build Apps, Build Application Work Studio, Build Work Zone. So basically, 95% of work is done in this particular part only. So whatever the build apps, BPA are there, here is where your in these two apps only all your Joule skills will be developed, created, implemented, and everything will be done. So once they are done, you can deploy them in the work zone and you can make them enabled on the later point of stage. This is how we generally do. So this is a skill that was added, but this will not have nothing because the name might attract us, like, hey, what is this? But if you click there something, it will not show. This is the service it is running behind your things. Okay. Even though if you can see here, see the service up. This is a service. So don't go for this, but you have to check it. Just check it. It's a service which will run for you because once it is integrated, the services will run along with these apps only. Okay. So primarily you have to go to the build process automation. So if you go to that, system will ask you for authentication. So for the first time, it will be, I have already authenticated, so it was not getting me. So this is the SAP build. Either you go for build PA or build apps, the same, these two are same only. The only thing is, you have to make something different from the screen itself only. Okay. So either you go here, this will lead to a same screen. See here, same screen, right? So here you have to create your applications or whatever it might be. The moment when you go for the right hand here, create. So here you will see these ones. See, you can create an application, you can create an automated process, you can create a Joule skill. This is what I told you, diamond icon I told you, right? This is where we create our Joule skills here. Okay. And this is a business suite. Okay. So these are all the different things are there. But yeah, we will majorly we will deal with the Joule skills only here. So here, if you go to the Joule skills, I just explore you the environment for. So if you go here, let's say, so before doing this, we have to do some setup also in the environment, backend environment of the BTP. So that once you complete, then only you have to come to here. Okay. But I'm just showing you to make the environment, explore to you. So Joule demo something. You can just review this and then create this. These all completely a kind of wizard based. So if your backend queries, backend data, backend destinations are all ready, here it is very easy to link it and make them enabled.
The same screen stuck actually.
No, it is coming. So this is where your Joule project things will be there. So basically here you can see all these artifacts and everything. So even the sourcing agents, whatever you want to create, that agents also, the AA agents, all these things will create from here only. I'll just show you when we are maturing our sessions. You can see this is what's here. Our diamond icon, whenever you see wherever the integration goes, like your Ariba or your success factors, I told you the data sphere or SAC, if the integration of this Joule is happened or it was been done, okay, or it is getting completed, then you will see this diamond icon, which means that from there you can actually pick this up. That means you can do the Joule kind of like whatever the questioning I told you, more than the chart bot, whatever you want to explore, all these skills, everything we can do from this. This icon will be there in the top notch here, whenever you go here. Okay, in some data sphere kind of things. So there you can just click this diamond icon. Diamond icon is Joule. You have to always remember that. And here is where actually you build your agents, you define the agent identities and all these things here itself only. Okay. And from here only you will make all the AA model selections or tool configurations, whatever that you want to deploy to tool, which tool agent you have deployed for the other work build agents. So all these things you will do. So commonly for build, you will see this one. If Joule is been integrated properly, there is no separate Joule Studio. So people confuse that there is another tool called Joule Studio. No Joule Studio. SAP Build Apps is your Joule Studio. So the moment when you go for your build apps like this, if you have your Joule skill directly here, that is nothing but your Joule Studio. The moment when you enter it, it will show you as a Joule Studio. Clear? So this is one such thing. Here you will create the Joule skill. See, for example, I'm just going to the Joule skill. I'm just giving HR task. Now I'm not creating any HR task. I'm just showing you because you should have the basic backend query for that. Directly go and put something will not work. You have to make a query for that. How to get it, what to get it, we will learn in the coming sessions. Okay, but I'm just exploring the environment, how this works. So here you have to give the identifier, the description of it. The moment when you create it, you will get this one. See here, This is your workflow kind of scenario. When a scenario is called, and these are the start and stop. So in between, you have to add what might be your scenario. Okay, like if you have, if you are making ready for your project for a kind of a set of HR things, like, someone from your user might ask, hey, how many employees are there in my organization? Or else, hey, how many, what is my current year compensation, or what is my, let's say, like what is my org laptop policy? I'm giving some examples to you. So you have to trigger that, you have to answer that, you should have a ready query. So this plus symbol will get all these things in its stomach. So if you can see here, see what happens next. See now here in this, you will add all these things, like you will run a process, like you will call an action, you will run an automation, you will send a message, you will launch the Joule skill, or you will make this. Many a times you will call the action. Sorry. Many a times we will call these actions. Okay. So in call action, what happened basically, you have to retrieve a business partner data from the S4 HANA piece, and then you have to browse certain queries and everything. You have to add that, and you have to perfectly align that into it. Okay, so let me show you something on this, so which can help you if this data is inbuilt on this completely. So you will understand something. Yes, Zoul is, this is how this works, and then I'll come back to the BTP destinations. Okay, so here, if you go to the call action, create a call action. So it will produce some. If you have RFC actions and all action, two actions will be there. These are remote function calls. Like browse all actions. If you go to the library like this, okay. So there are no actions here. So these actions should be there because no data is there. We have to create. If you want to retrieve a business partner general master data, or if you want to get a sales organization, so there is no data that we have to create now. This is all fresh system.
If the S4 HANA integration is there, there is data in the S4 HANA integration, in the S4 HANA box. So can it not pull from there?
It will pull. I have to keep a destination for this, first of all, basically. So the destination is not done right. That is the nature it's not getting. That's what I've told to you. It's a fresh system for you. Okay, fine. I'll tell you what is this. This is how. Okay, I'll just put the destination, come back here. So yeah, I thought something was inbuilt already in this. It was not there. Yeah, so here you will just call an action. So in the call action, it will ask you from which destination. That is what you have to give the S4 HANA and whatever it might be. And then it will get the data, and you will put this flow here, and that will be taken by this one. What is this Joule skill? And your Joule skill will be activated there. From there, you can ask that question. So let me show you that, a simple thing, how you create destination now. So this is how, first of all, you have to, this is an exploring. So this is how you will come and explore the Joule project. Okay. Clear this one. I'm coming back to destination now. Go back to SAP's BTP destination. In the connectivity, you will see the destinations. Let me open the destination. 1 second. Still is loading for this. 1 second. It's locked for me. Okay. Yeah. So while going for the destinations here, first of all, so let me tell you, as someone has also asked me, like on this. So I'll show that on the pictorial way. I'll just draw for you. So, but before that, when you're going for any, like, for this Joule Studio, for this build, so that you have to understand that we are addressing the challenges, or business challenges will be there for any Joule that we are going for, like the fragmenting of user experiences will be there, the manual processes will be there. So these things will be there, where in which you have to parallelly address in the BTP those things, right? Because BTP is secure and more reliable for access control and all these things. So whenever you're using in the Joule Studio, you have certain quotas will be there that you have to understand before going for destination. So here, what I'm saying, the quota means it will represent your a numeric quantity for your maximum allowed consumption of a resource. That is a quota, right? So here, your connection timeouts will take into consideration, your socket timeouts will be there, your total execution time will be there, your request for body size will be there, your response content size, these are all will be there in this. Okay, so these are all works from the moment when you initiate a Joule skill to execute a Joule skill. It will have some time to establish a connection to time to execute your task also. These are all will be there as part of that. But yes, when using Joule Studio, you have to know that there are some limitations also on that, like the authorizations that are defining at environment level, they support users and groups. Okay, when you are supporting with projects that are sharing with maximum like 10 user groups, or like with some execution rights, all these things, so it cannot do more than that, because a combination of user groups and users are limited in this, not more than 10. So if you're doing for more than 10, there is a limitation for now. for now. It is going on. As I said, it is still nurturing every single day. For now, this is the authorization part level, but I don't think so. We will not share more than for 10 groups or something like that. Okay. And the deploying Joule skill also in the shared environment in production tenants, it will take up to 30 minutes. The time is now for 30 minutes because I'm taking about the production environment, not in your regular module, the training and the develop environments. It will not take that much time, but in production, Joule skills will take time. Please take it in the mind. Okay. Now, yeah, when you come to here on the services, so in this, we have this one. So you can see this one. This is under environment. So this plan will be there. You have to always ensure that your BPA will be under build default plan. Okay. And it should have a standard subscription like this. You have to see the service plan and application plan properly. You can see this one. This should be under build default plan. Okay. And your IaaS tenant should be like automatically discovered in your system landscape for BTP global account. So when you go to the systems here, so yeah, your connectivity services. So you have to ensure that these services should be there first of all. Okay. And your destination services, this is light is there, not light, something is also there, no worries, but this should be there. This should be discovered in your system landscape. Okay. This is one such thing. Even in case if you find something is not added, you can ask your admin to add these services. They can add that from here. Okay. Because there are different plan names will be there. They can add these services in whatever they want. So this is a standard plan in which we are getting added because ours is a licensed version here. Okay. So this is one such thing. And then coming back to here, in the trust configuration, in the security, when you go, there is a thing called trust configuration. So here, if you go to the trust configuration, so you will see you have to enable the trust for cloud identity provider for your applications. Say this is your default identity provider. This is your custom identity provider. If we go to this, so you can see here, add identity providers for applications to enable users to log on to applications consumed in sub account. So also shown our identity providers are for platform users used by administrators. Okay, this is a common account that is already been enabled in the global account user. So why I'm showing you all these things is, if your users are not, or if your applications are not under this global account, you cannot perform task in the Joule skills. That's what I'm saying, that you have to see all these things before you are going for Joule skills creation or something. Okay. So these are your user groups. There are no groups attached here as of now. Okay. So no problem, that we can create later point of time also in the users, in the user panel. Here is a user panel will be there. So here you will add the users, whoever you want on this. Okay. This is all the users anyways now we got added. If you want further, you can add it on your own if you have admin skills. If you don't have, you can ask your administration. But ensure on the trust configuration, you have the common identity providers that are trusted. See, the origin key and the BTP cockpit, this is open for this. Okay. If you go to the open cockpit for this also, you can see that like this. This is what the initial page that I have shown to you. This is the service where you can see the trust configuration is reiterating for that. Okay. Now, if you go to these boosters, go back to the overview page again. Okay, now let me go into the boosters here. Okay, if you go to this boosters in the main account, this is all the initial check part, guys. Whatever I'm just showing you here, you have to check for these ones. Okay, so whenever for setting up of Joule also, this boosters will help you to set up your thing. If your admin is doing that, that is much and good. If you have to do setup on your own, I'm just showing you for that. So here you can see this one. See, set up your workflow management, set up build process automation. These are all already done. But I'm showing you, you have to come to booster. When you have got to configure your Joule, you have to come to this booster, and here your Joule will be, you can configure from here, from this environment. Like all these studios, whatever I'm just showing you here, right? You can check for that and do this one. Go set up Joule. So like this, you can start the Joule setup here. This is a BTP environment. So here you will your prerequisites will be analyzed by system. So authorizations failed, checking entitlement skipped. Okay. So because yeah, we don't have authorization to do this, I told you, right? So these prerequisites, they have already kept it. So that is the reason it just failed. I'll just rerun for you again. Yeah, this is not there.
As part of this course, are you not going to show like setting this up, because that's one of the main thing, right?
Yeah, this is a setup only, whatever I'm trying to show here. I'll ask the admin to open this access because he already set up for me, for all of us.
Right.
He just kept it, like these ones in locked manner. I mean, that means it's been locked. That is the reason I cannot rerun new ones. But yes, this one I'll ask him to unlock this one so that you will set up this one also, Joule, for your side. It's a very simple thing. But anyways, I'll show you this one. Okay, I'll get this
one. Have a document also, right? If you can share the document.
Documents will be shared. Don't worry, that will be done. Your materials will be always there. I have a step-by-step documentation where I prepared that, so I can give it to you. No worries. So you can have it also handy for you. Okay, first understand these ones. So this is where you will. I'm not doing anything, guys. See, this is what I'm exploring the environment. Curriculum is also that I'm following the curriculum strictly here. See, UA navigation, hands-on, exploring Joule environment. I'm just exploring you. I'm not doing anything here. Okay, in the schedule we have Joule setup. Okay, in that I'll just show you. In anyways, I just found that I don't have authorization now. I'll ask him to get this done, and then I'll show you the setup also. Okay. So this is one such thing. Once you do all the setup and everything, right, then only you can do anything in the Joule environment. Okay. And specifically the creation of destinations. Just closing this. So everyone is okay, right? So on the boosters only, you'll get these environments, whatever the environment you want. For example, I'm showed the Joule. The same thing if you have to do for your build apps also. If you can start the build app there also, it will ask you the same thing. So it will ask you for sub account and everything like this. So you'll create your sub account for build apps also. See your sub account, wherever you integrate, I'll just show you tomorrow these ones. You will add these organizations, Joules and spaces for this. And then once you add these things, you can actually, create the configuration for this. So this configuration thing, you need to have security admin rights to access the sub account trust configuration. I don't have it. I'll get that and then I'll show you. Okay, these things. Okay, so with Joule Studio, like as you have seen that, we have Joule's AI capabilities are there to address all the unique operational needs wherever that you want to do it. So for all to do that, first important point is landing into this individual environment BTP, checking for your entitlements. One thing. Second thing, enable that you have a proper trust configuration. You have seen that. Third thing, destinations. So we open the destinations, and the fourth important thing in the build that has to be have a Joule skill should be enabled. So these are the four things you have to check as part of the initial configuration setup. Okay, these are all your destinations. If you can see here, because in BTP a lot of destinations are there. So here we have Ariba, you have a lot of destinations has been given. Someone has asked me S4 HANA Cloud. See, in the cloud also they created the destination. Cloud Private Edition, S4 HANA, and S4 HANA Cloud Sample Test Disk Center Edition. Okay, for backend also they created on-premise S4 HANA here. It has already been there. Okay, these are all been enabled in your destinations. So which means that you can add them and you can use them. Okay, in case if you want to create a destination, because in general you have to create, you can create from file or from scratch or service instance. Usually you'll go from service instance. So if you create from here the destination, so it will ask you like this. So you have to just check the sub account. In which sub account you have to create this one. Like for us is a service manager, sub account admin. So let's go for that and then just put next. So you have to give a servicing key or you have to generate new one. If you want to generate new one, you have to write the binding parameters for that. Okay, if you want to choose the existing one, you can choose the existing one which is already there like this. Yeah, because I don't have permission, you can see it was been locked. Because you might be surprised why this is locked. Because yes, we are all the developers, we are not administrators. I'm not from basis, I'm not from IT. If I touch anything, this might hamper the other integration environments. That is why they kept it safe and locked for that. Yeah, I'll try to uncheck for it for, and then I'll just show a few of the scenarios to you for this setup, and then you'll understand more clearly. Okay, so this is about for destination creations and all these things. So
what is the destination here? Basically, you have if you have a destination, then you have some source here. What is the destination here? Why you wanted to create a destination? And what information you are sending to the destination, and what information you are retrieving from the source? What is your source system here? So it is you are telling about the dots, but I don't see the connectivity here actually.
I'm telling
Can you give us like a pictorial picture of like a connectivity? Okay, this is my source system and this is my destination. This is the configuration I'm creating. So that will help us, like even though I don't have an admin or something, but when you want to talk about like after this course, right, somebody can come and ask what is the destination, and I'm just putting my eyes rolling, then it doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just coming to that only. So in SAP, this destination, because earlier what we thought, everyone who has some have information on BTP. So that is why I am not I'm not defining these ones. But yes, if you have specific questions on that, you can ask me. I'm happy to help on that. So In SAP BTP, this destination, this is a configuration that in which you can define on how an application connect to remote system, basically. When I'm saying this, for example, you have this one is there, Ariba is there. Your Ariba should connect to BTP. So your source is what here now? BTP. Your Ariba is your destination. Your source is what here? BTP. And your Joule is your destination. Okay, so you are creating a platform here by using this destination. Your source is nothing but your BTP always here, but your remote system is something where you want to create like your Joule, Ariba, success factors, or something whatever it might be. So destinations here are for your communication that you want to pass to a system where you want to establish an application, and use that external resources to create that application. Okay, that is why we call this in the BTP cockpit. Cockpit is nothing but where you land them. So this destination will land here, and then this will talk to that particular system, which we call a destination, through a destination service. Okay, that is why I have shown you list of services there in the initial start of the thing. So here, if you can see, let me draw this for you as you have asked for me.
So in this destination area, basically you are providing that any other systems, right, outside of the BTP.
Let me clear. You have asked me that. Let me show you that. So this is an entire, let's say you are in the BTP environment. Let me draw a bigger picture for you for your understanding. This is your SAP BTP. Let me clear a question. Let's say this is your SAP BTP entire environment. So in this, you will have your, let's say you have this one. I'll write this as a on-premise system.
Can you also go a little bit one level deep, like, okay, BTP global account and from there sub account like that?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Why not? I'll tell you that. Yeah. You can ask questions, no worries. But give me some time. Let me answer one by one. I'm happy to clear every ambiguity that you have on the subject. Okay, so this is a web application like this. Okay, so basically, this is where your system will talk. Okay, on the BTP environment, let's say your system, you have your on-premise, you're getting remote on-premise systems. Let's say these are remote systems, I'll say. Okay, so these have to talk to what in your BTP to an application, right? So this is your application that you want to create. So your application, when it is getting created, it has to understand what? It has to understand on what environment it is getting created, onto which environment it is getting the communication, and on what variables with the environment that it has to check it while it is connecting this application to talk with, right? So that is where I told you this will be leveraged with your environment initially called Cloud Foundry environment. This is your Cloud Foundry environment in the BTP. It will help this application, okay, to talk with your base applications, whatever are there that they're getting data here. So to get it enabled, it will read the credentials, it will use the values, it has to make the destination for all these things. It will use few of the other things in the BTP, like it will have few more other services like this. If you see, it will have some environment variable services. Okay, so with this, what it will do, it will read the variables of your application. Okay, it will use one more service called auth authentication services. I told you that this service it will use why? To use the values to request your application information.
So here application is like a success factor, Ariba.
Yeah. Yes. Anything it will be. Okay. Anything
and
it
what
will
is
be.
a remote on-prem system here? On the bottom and the web
Any
application?
system that you're connecting with it. Your S4 HANA remote systems, what you're connecting for that?
No, we didn't get it actually. The applications, we are actually expecting that. What is that basically? The application, you're saying that it can be like a S4 HANA and Ariba or something.
Right.
But again, the application
No,
is
application, application in the sense means you are creating something in the BTP by getting that source system into BTP environment. Like, for example, I am connecting success factors, like success factors I'm connecting directly. When I'm connecting success factors with BTP, what happens in the application will be on the BTP, right? The application will be generally on the BTP. So what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say here is, when you are, let's see, to manage your or to consume your success factors, you have to bind some destination service in this application. The application you create here. The moment, see, for the moment when I'm going to create a Joule service, what I did it, I have gone through BTP only. So BTP is holding that application, right? But you are talking to what? You're talking to a service other than where in your other system kind of thing. Build apps is a separate service. You're talking to that. So talking to that, you need a destination service. Okay, because that is your destination. Joule is a destination. So to consume the destination service from an application from here like this, you have to create that service instances to bind that application, because it has to understand. So that is what you will create all the binding or whatever the internal binding through, like your web tokens or auth tokens, all these things comes into picture. So that will now communicate with your destination, and these services will help you to create that, to use that data here and there, and you will create application seamlessly. The moment if I use, for example, if you see here, let me see here, if I directly go without like integrating this build in BTP, I won't get Joule skill directly here. Never.
So
right?
What is the application in this BTP cockpit actually you are talking about? Really, like you draw that application layer, right? What is exactly here in this BTP cockpit?
I'm not getting what exactly.
No, you write that you define that like application, right? Application services, right?
Application.
Yeah. So where is this the application exactly, the service in the BTP cockpit, whatever in the screen here, exactly where is that one, that component?
That will hold in your BTP only.
Exactly. Can we see that here in this system?
That's what I don't have. You can see the moment in your creating, you will see in the build work zone, when you deploy that, you will see that particular application. The first question, you have to clear for your question. The destination you asked me, I cleared that. If this application is coming to landing in your BTP's environment only, whatever you are doing, see, this is all goes now again. If I do something here, this will again retract back to BTP only. It is the BTP is the mother for it. Again, it have to go for there and you have to get it, and it will post something it on it, because BTP is connecting it. Here, this is a separate environment. This is your platform environment. Okay, don't get confused.
So okay, let me ask one question, right? Maybe you can help with an example. Like, for example, if you go back to your flow, right? Let us talk about the HR example, what you said, where you have to, like, let's just say, get all the employees who are there in company for 10 years. Okay. So in that example, what is the application? What is the external application? And what are you mentioned in the flow, right? Can you clearly tell what are all those? And then maybe that will help us actually. Because we're not able to relate, because see, I think a lot of folks here, we're not from BTP.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah, see, we are expecting these fundamentals actually. And we understand now that a lot of Joule is actually BTP, right? So maybe that is what is confusing. I mean, at least for me. I hope everyone is also on the
Maybe
same
it's the
page.
term that he's using. It will make a whole lot of sense if when he's doing it. The way he's explaining is kind of confusing, and I do understand your point of view. The way he's saying application, in terms of BTP, the application is going to be, let's say, your back end, and how he's connecting over here. I don't know how he's confusing it with the application. Maybe it's just the way that he's explaining it. But when he starts doing it, when he actually shows one example of how this is done, it will make more sense.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. But again, Kebo, I mean, if you want to go back to your flow, if you want to just take that one example where you have to have success factors, from success factors, you want to get the employees with certain years or something, right? So what is application? What is the external destination and all of that? I think that might make sense. But I'll leave it to you. You got my point?
Yeah. No worries. Yeah, see. Okay, fine. Yeah, I thought, like people having some BTP knowledge, I have just gone through it, as per the content. So if BTP refresh session is also needed, I'll just do it. Not an issue. We can do this. Just give me a moment. Let's talk. So what is the basic question here? You want a complete BTP refresh now, or what? What is this?
So my question is basically, when you go back to the flowchart, whatever you have put right in the word, what is the application? If you can help with an example, that'd be clear. That's where I'm coming from. I think the previous sir is asking the question, right? I'm having the same thing. We are not able to correlate exactly what you're talking about when you say application, because we thought that when you're saying application there, I thought you will say Joule skills actually. Okay, can you go back to the flowchart actually? please?
1 second. Yeah. The system is stuck for me. Just take 1 second.
Okay. In the Word document, whatever you had, I mean, if you can help with an example, I think that will clear out. And whenever you're going through some terms, right, if you can just wait a minute and maybe explain them more, I think that'll definitely help for all of us. But yeah, please don't get us wrong. I mean, you're doing a great job. It is just that some of us are like trying to
No, understand. See, yeah, I understand. There will be some ambiguity for the people who are new into it. I completely understand, and it's my responsibility to clear ambiguity also. That is the reason I'm asking what is the correct question so that I can answer it exactly for you. So as you
just
said,
give an example, clear example, like what would be like, like the example I was saying, right? If you have to build something in Joule,
I think if you have some diagram, that would be easy for them to understand a film.
Okay,
you
so
go
let me
back to
show
the
you.
node edit you had where you draw that board, that application and Cloud Foundry and the connections. You have notepad. I think that's what he says. Go back to that and try to draw a chart and tell him what is the application and give him an example just to clarify. I think that's what he's coming from.
No, I got it. What is coming from? Because see, there are a lot of questions coming from different things on this. So I want to clear on the BTP's part. So I'm just trying to cover that first of all, and then I'll go with it. Okay? Because multiple people have multiple questions. I am not denying that, But when I had started with some destination, when he asked destination, and then when I showed something, it was being asked from that level as well. So I don't want to confuse everything. Let me give a clear setup on this. 1 second. Let me open my notepad. So consider this now. Let's go for the new one here. See, yeah, BTP global account, someone else, I'll come to that later part. See, coming to, first of all, in the BTP cockpit, we have destinations. I told you, because we create a destination whenever you want to connect with your Joule also, or whenever you want to create application. So destination is what I told. It's a configurable object or a configuration object. You can tell that it will store all the connection details of your remote system. I told you, right? Destination service. For example, whatever the build system, SAP build apps is there, for that certain services are there, right? So that services will be stored in your destination. Okay, clear? What about destination? So how it is used? That means the question the other person asked me, how it is used. So when you create in BTP, that means the BTP cockpit, when I have shown you the destinations, remember that applications don't directly know the backend URL. That is why they are asking, because they have multiple URLs they can connect with multiple destination sources. So it's responsibility of a system to ask us what is the backend URL that you want to connect. That is where they ask the destination service at runtime. Let's say for the success factor data is there. For example, an application is there. Give me the destination you called for success factors, HR, success factors, payroll, something like that. So your destination service will resolve it when you link it. It will return the URL with all the authorization tokens and everything, and then app will execute the call, whatever that you have, make it out. So here admins who can have the responsibility of it, they will only connect this one. So how it is used? It will used for the backend URL connection, destination service. Okay, now come to the next question someone asked. How does this application retrieve the destination? Okay, so if you go to this, we have a destination service in the BTP. Let me draw this for you. And simple thing I just want to show you. So this is your the security, BTP security, this topic for your understanding I'm showing you. So this is your front end. Okay, so this is your back end. In simple terms I'm telling you for understanding. Okay, now you have to the end user will log in from where? From the front end, right? Here the end user will be there. Okay, now the moment when he log in the front end, your applications will be showcased where? In the front end, right? So here is your application. Okay, so this please let me complete. Okay, and then you ask me the questions. This application will be there in the front end, where you will get this data from the back end anyways. That is a different point. So but when you are logging in here, the moment when you say, the end user will log in or starting, to like hit some icon from here, that means there's a login. So here internally in the login for BTP, here is where your destination will work, the destination or destination service. here is whatever you configure in BTP, the destination, whatever is there. So this, as I told you, the destinations will be with have a type HTTP or some other request will be there. So that destinations will connect. There is a core app service that will run here, that will talk to your front end, this core app. Okay, so this will talk to your front end like this. Okay, the moment it will talk, the destination will check this. Okay, and it will be okay, this particular service is okay. Now I can get the data from the backend endpoints. It will now retract back to it here like this, and it will have this endpoint which will connect your backend to front end. Okay, through your common validation things like JWT or XSU tokens, whatever it might be there, it will get it from there. So this is how a simple service definition or service binding, or you say the application retrieval, will happen in it. So during this process only, the authentication will be done through your OAuth authentication, XSU authentication, whatever I told, right? That will happen in this login scenario. While login only this will happen, and whatever this services, whatever that you are feeling that, so that will be automatically been done through this XSU authentications, which your users are already been done or configured in your backend. So this is a simple thing how system will run in the BTP. Okay, app send request to destination service and receive destination information in part of exchanging of the data. Any individual point you connect with it. Okay, so into that, as I told that, this is how an application will retrieve a destination. Okay, so how it connect to system is whether you do any setup, success factor, Ariba, etc. So in that setup, you have to, as I said, in the backend setup, whatever you have to, your admin has to enable all these OData APIs, auth clients, everything to get this connected. Then only system will recognize these destinations, and then it will make this environment enable for you to run on it. Clear, everyone?
Yep.
So in any workload, when you deploy to BTP, because someone asked me what is an application, first of all, okay, in the Joule context or in BTP here, because I'm talking about Joule, whenever you deploy this to BTP Cloud Foundry or either Kaima or either ABAP, that exposing the APIs or actions that Joule can call, so that action that you are making will be is your application. Typical example, I can say a Java service that is talking to your backend using destination, like whatever I have just told you, with some security or something, it results some results from Joule, which can show to the user. For example, in the front end, I asked, hey, I want my compensation package. You're asking this. So you're asking this means that is what is binded in your application. So whatever you are asking in that is an application. Okay, how your destination are used by the application? When you configure a destination in BTP with the backend URL plus auth details, like whatever I showed to you, your BTP app will resolve the destination, and that app call from the backend like this, what I've showed to you, and then it will get the data to Joule frontend like this. This is your frontend right now. So that is your application. That is where your application layers generally exist. Clear?
Right. So previously we just saw the Joule skills you tried to do, and there the action did not work. So maybe the destination and all were not configured properly or something like that, right? So basically the Joule skill app is the application in that example. Okay.
So
Thank
this
you.
is how someone has asked me. So I'll have already, I drawn this sometime because I'm just trying to find this environment. This is how this simply looks like. Let me show you this, a high level thing. 1 second, I'll come to you. Give me a minute, I'll come to you. I draw this, I just get from my library here. Yeah, I just get this figure for you, which I have drawn in my last session. Yeah, you can see this is similarly looks like this. Let me complete these ones. Yeah, this is how your total architecture of BTP high level overview. Yeah, someone asked me global account. I'll tell you that what it is. Yeah, this is how people who are just listen that. Yeah, please go ahead. Someone is questioning me.
Yeah. So on the previous image, right, in a picture, what is the front end, for a user?
Yeah,
I mean,
Joule,
if I'm an
Joule
end user,
front-end.
right?
Your front end is your
Joule is always the front end. Okay,
Yeah.
when it comes to the analytics, right? So if they want to look at the reports and what's happening across my supply chain and things like that. So how, or what can we use for such analytics? Is it the IBP front end, or do you have some idea? Like the front end, I'm more concerned about the front end other than the Joule. Joule is already in the embedded, isn't it? But is there dedicated front end as well that we can use?
No, from
for the
build apps
larger
only.
picture.
No, from build apps only you use it. That is the main front end for you. Yeah, other than build work zone, you'll deploy it. I'll show you the application. That is your main front end, but not in the Joule
That's
Studio.
what I'm asking.
Build work zone is your main front end. Yeah.
Build web.
Build work zone.
Work zone. Okay.
That is where you deploy and see these Joule things.
Perfect. Okay, good. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Now someone asked me what is global account, what is sub account, right? See, global account. I'll just tell you this. Let me open this one. So when you go to this one, this is main server admin. Yeah. See, this is the global account explorer. That means on which, that is nothing but on the main admin account or the main top level account that is holding in BTP will be called as global account. See, if you are, this is in sub accounts right now. If you go to switch global account, see, this is your global account. Global account is nothing but the main account on which your entire BTP stack is laid on. This is the top level container you get when you subscribe to BTP or when you license to BTP from SAP. It represents your complete account for BTP. Within this account only, you will have all your entitlements, what I showed you, the regions, all these things, everything. And the sub account means, you can see sub account here. This is a sub account on which I created. It is a simple subdivision under your global account. Okay, you use these sub accounts to separate the environments, projects, etc., etc. For example, I use Joule. So someone from the team has used, they can use SAP other services or BAS Studio, they can use it, or someone can use for Node.js. So everyone can't come in the same sub account. So they can create different sub accounts, like subfolders in our normal layman terms, to create that individual applications or individual environments, whatever you are being entitled for it. Okay, and region is which, nothing but whenever you connect to this, whatever the available nearest region is there, that will be given for the global account to connect with. So on that, this sub accounts also get created automatically whenever you are creating for it. Okay, so your global account is the topmost container, sub account is a child container, and for global account, you will use it for your main entitlements, your quotas, your billing, everything will be handled from the global account only. Okay, your sub accounts will have your technical setups, technical environments, and all these things. Okay, clear everyone? All these things? Any questions still?
Yep, all good, man. Thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, just one quick question. So let's say I have a HANA, S4 HANA, so have Ariba, right? So can it be in the same sub account, or does it have to be different sub accounts for each one of them?
When you're specifically digging with Ariba or SuccessFactors, it will be in a separate sub account. If you're not integrating with Joule, if Joule is also integrated with that will be in the same account.
Everything will be not Joule, but like
it will be a sub account separate for you as the direct answer to the question. Yes.
Okay, and then Joule will go and sit on top of each of the sub accounts.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And what else? Any questions, guys? Clear everything? Any BTP questions here? Anything still you want to clear?
So within the sub account, you basically put all the destinations which you want to connect. Am I right? So it's more like, if at all I don't want Ariba to really have Joule in my scenario, then I don't even want to put the destination in the Joule sub account. Am I right?
Exactly. All destinations in BTP are defined in a sub account level only, not on the global account, because the destinations are relevant to your applications individually. So if you define in global, it's no more useful for everyone like that. It has to be mandatorily. So that is the reason these destinations will live in the sub account for a connection configuration, or to ensure the different sub accounts and different connection settings, all these things to happen, right? That is the reason they stay in the sub accounts only. Yeah. Like for example, as you said, the HR analytics is the sub account. So that you have to maintain here. And then the destinations you can configure for SuccessFactors or on-premise for that, the Ariba for that, whatever you have to make it for the sub accounts, you have to make separately for that. And then you can call destinations, you can make something. So all your backend configurations can put in the sub account. Simple answer.
So within, like, for example, S4 HANA, right? I want to access only SD and not HR, or maybe only finance and not HR, or something like that. So that sort of control, will it be there or no?
It will be for the global users. It will have it, not for everyone. The control will be there, but for the limited users.
So you're saying that control is based on the users and not by destination, right? Destination will still be S4 HANA Cloud.
Exactly.
But maybe we can control using users and user groups.
Exactly. That is where your trust configuration comes into picture.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, guys, for whatever I have done. I have shown you the integration points and explored the environment. So we will see the Joule setup and the architecture deep dive. I will make it out. Okay. Yes, and one request from my side is, yes, questions are always welcome because a lot of churn can happen on this. But yes, I'll give you, because many people are new into this, I'll give you 20 minutes for question and answer session. So first 1 hour, 15 minutes or 10 minutes, I'll continue my subject, and then you can ask all the questions.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which technology primarily powers SAP Joule's capabilities? Option A, machine learning only. Option B, blockchain technology. Option C, generative AI and large language models. Option D, traditional rule-based systems. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at using AI in SAP? Our SAP Joule course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Joule. It's like an AI helper for work, from asking smart questions to getting instant insights for faster decisions. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to cool advanced features. It's made by experts who really know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've worked with SAP tools for years. They're here to guide you and answer all the questions you have, and don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found this training super useful. Best part, it won't cost too much. This awesome chance to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP Joule Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Let me share my screen, guys. Yeah, so this is the PPT that we already have in our portal. So I'm covering about configuration integration. So you guys can relevantly look into this. So all this content was already been framed here. But whatever I explained, because if I go through it, it might be a read mode for you. So I'll explain everything on this, right? So we are covering the topics are of considering these ones. Yesterday, as I told you, we will be covering the Joule setup for SAP modules and architecture deep dive. And if possible, I'll go for the AI security also. So this is what I'm going to cover for. Okay, so I'll be showing you some of these configuration setups also. Okay, but all configurations, whatever I'll be showing you, are with not complete, because I'll be showing the process, but I will not be completing them, because if I complete, they will hamper the current setup which was already been set up. That is what the admin has told to me. So he given me rights when I asked to him. So I'll show you that configuration also. So that is what. So let me go into this now, right? So yeah, specifically configuration and integration guides. Configuration integration, basically, we are discussing as part of all SAP modules that we want to discuss on this. So SAP Joule, we have understood what the Joule generally work and how this will work and everything, right? So I framed few of the other things also for our better understanding, so that you guys can understand, because yesterday there was a request that to be get some of the slides before itself only, to not to draw. So I just kept this ready handy for us. Okay, so 4 important architectures are there which I have to discuss with you now. Okay, so before I go with the architecture, for the understanding how how this Joule works is one of the important thing that we have to understand. So whenever user starts, the moment whenever user starts, there will be particularly 5 to 6 important things will be there whenever you start with Joule. Like if you can see, I have to go with my pad. Okay, so first you have to understand, before going for Joule architecture, how Joule works, right? We already got some knowledge how this generally been going on and what is this is getting on, and all these things we have understood from the last 2-3 days. So how Joule works, user generally in the front end, generally user enters the prompt, right? And then the request will be taken by the system, right, on the Joule's scenario catalog. I'll show you now in the architecture this one. I'm just telling you with an example how this generally works. So here, the request, whatever you send, the prompt, it will be treated as a request. Okay, so this request, this will be processed and orchestrated. Okay, this orchestration will be done. I'll explain you how this will be done. Okay, as part of that, once that is done, once it is orchestrated, now Joule will sends an enhanced query. That means whatever that we have been asking, that will be converted as an enhancement query. The information will be provided with a rich query to the LLM. Okay, like it will be an enhanced query will send to LLM, and then LLM will start working in the back. Okay, so in the step 4, what happens? LLM will start working. Okay, and it will respond back to the Joule, whatever the question that we ask. Okay, now whenever it is responding back to the Joule, so here Joule leverages some functions to call the backend system, because it has to connect to backend system for certain calls. So Joule calls the functions for backend system. Okay, and it will deliver the response to user. So this is what generally, whenever the moment when you enter, it will, the request will be initially, first the request will be processed and orchestrated internally, and it will send to the LLM. LLM will work on it, and it will back to give the response back to Joule. While that is happening, it will have the take the functions and all the backend system calls there, and then it will deliver the response to the final user. Right? This is what I'm just explaining you in this scenario. Like so, user when starts with their queries, whatever the queries relevant to cloud, success factors, Ariba, whatever it might be, so they will start with the query. So here at this level, there is nothing that we can explore more. The more thing that we'll explore is then the request will be processed and orchestrated. Right? If you can see here, okay, fine, this is not getting, yeah, you can understand this one. Yeah. So this is your Joule. I said the moment when the prompt comes here, okay, so now it will goes to what? The Joule will goes to here. This is your orchestration. That means it will check. Processing and orchestration does what? Okay, it's nothing but it will check for the available scenarios. It will check for the functions. It will check for the skills across your cloud applications. When it will check for the way that question was posted, a lot of things it will internally do. Okay, that is what it generally do in the orchestration. Okay, so in the orchestration, basically 3 catalogs will come into picture. I already told about this, but I'm just reiterating. So scenario catalogs will be there, knowledge catalogs will be there, context catalogs will be there. Okay, so when Joule interacts, whenever a question comes, a prompt comes to Joule, so it will does what? It will check for on these catalogs. Okay, so on scenario catalog, on scenario based mode, that means the prompt will be analyzed for the relevant scenario, like it is for HR scenario. In HR scenario, if it is for payroll scenario, or it is for some other timestamp scenario like this, it will analyze that scenario for the catalog. Okay, then whenever that user interacts with the Joule, with their first input is analyzed for certain predefined scenarios or functionalities. So this process ensures that Joule can provide some accurate and contextually relevant responses. So to do that, this catalog will help you there. Okay, because further to the scenario, Joule also conducts some informational filtering. So based on the knowledge catalogs, what I told you initially in the architecture, when I told about the RAG, right? So it will let the LLM to generate certain answers which can attach contextually, that can relevant and precise for the response. So here in this repository, these 3 are like repositories only, you can understand. Okay, so in this repository, what happens? SAP's, what I can say, best practice documents, SAP's best practice proprietary knowledge, all like customer owned documents, all these grounding documents will be kept in this knowledge catalog. So from there, it will also, as an information filtering, it will do from there also. And again, there is one more thing which is called context. So here, whatever the information about the SAP cloud applications will be there with respect to the user, which whom is asking for additional things. That means, for example, if I am a power user, I'm not a power user, but I'm asking some report where I am not able to access. So that context will be filtered here. Okay, based on the history and role, it will filter here. So these 3 catalogs, that is called processing and orchestration, that will help, that will be happened through these 3 individual catalogs. Okay, once this information, whatever I ask, for example, I want HR, I want payslip of this current month, like a very simple thing, the prompt I have given. So Joule will check what is the payslip for what is the payslip, it comes under HR. So the scenario catalog is clear. Okay, it don't need any knowledge catalog. So from context, it will see whether I'm able to get that information or not. If I'm asking for mine, it will get. If I'm asking for some others, it will stop it. Okay, that is where the context. So, because as I said, Joule is always aware of users' role and permissions, and this means the user cannot access information or any adjacent business processes that he is unable to do. Okay, so this is where it will do. So once it is done, for example, the HR things are everything ready, so it will keep it ready for you. Okay, now Joule sends what this information to the advanced LLM. No, this will the enhanced queries. Okay, fine, it will send, it will take all the details and it will send to the BTP LLM. Okay, in LLM, what it will be, this is the step 3. This is step 3 where your generative AI hub will be there. That means where your LLM will be there. So these LLMs, that means Joule takes all the information here and provides a enhanced query. This is what I told in the step 3. This is the step 3 I told. Joule sends an enhanced query to LLM. So this is the enhanced query to the LLM. So what is does these LLMs here, these will be available directly in our BTP platform, like our generative AI hub. You are seeing this here. Okay, so Joule follows general multi-partner strategy for generative AI. I told you in the beginning also. So it will employ foundational models, and so it will deliver certain performances for different use cases for whatever you go. So customers also get the most relevant information what they are getting. So here it will leverage this LLM for in generative AI hub block, wherein which all the AI foundation and BTP will be available in this block. So from this, it will take the help of the LLM and it will get the necessary information back to the Joule. Okay, so not directly back to Joule, it will go to here directly to the SAP cloud applications, because the necessary information will be there in your cloud applications for this. Okay, that's what I told you. Joule take the backend system calls and it will then respond back to here response, right? So for this, what happens in this level, that means in the step 5, Joule sends the request to the relevant SAP backend like SuccessFactors, Ariba, whatever it might be, it will send it. So the respective scenario information will be retrieved. So it will be retrieved via through what? Through OData calls. Okay, or sometimes it will be through some LLM dialog management will be also there internally, but that is separate thing. But many of the time we'll go with the OData. That is what I told you, we should have OAuth authentication, right? So for this, what happens? The OData call will help us to retrieve the respective information, okay, by which it was been called, and then whatever the specific question that you are posting, it will be, the data will be automatically fetched. Now Joule gets the required information to process it. Okay, now once the Joule get the required information to process it, it will send back to the user, okay, the response which is filtered, which is validated, which is security appropriate, whatever the response that will be there. After checking all these things, it will respond back to the Joule AI process for the prompt whatever been asked. Okay, this is the total way how generally the Joule works. Okay, now after now the Joule has worked right from questioning to your orchestration of information, then to BTP LLM, and then to cloud application for backend, and then to back to Joule, and then finally given to the response to the user. This is done. Now this particular thing, whatever this process, whatever I have told to you, this will have certain architecture behind that. Okay, so what is the architecture is what now we do in the architecture deep dive. Okay, so here, if you understand, this is the simple architecture I have told you. I am going level by level. This is the second level architecture I'll show you. This is the very deeper architecture I'm showing you. These are the 3 architectures I'm going step by step to you to explain on that. Okay, so if you see the first one, this is your.
Can you make it full screen, please? I'm not able to see some of the elements here.
When I am making full screen, this is 1 second. This will be a slideshow here. I'm trying that, but this is showing me in a different way.
Yeah, thank you.
1 second. I don't know, this is getting clamped here. I don't know why this one is behaving this way. 1 second. Let me big it for this, or else. Is it clear now?
Much better, actually. I'm able to read some of the elements now. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, fine. So here, this is the basic architecture you have. Just you can understand that. So this is for developer. At level, the developer will always be into the design time environment. Okay, so in which this design time environment, this is BAS now. Instead of BAS, you will go with build apps here, because BAS is for other development environments. As Joule is integrating everywhere, you can see that. So let's say it is build apps. So build apps will be in generally context in general very, what I can say, it will be in continuous touch up with the Joule, wherein which that is where we are building the applications, right? For administration console, you can see all the tools are there. There will be 3 environments internally working in this sub account. The moment when you create a sub account, okay, you will have these 3 environments: your admin runtime, your admin environment, your design time environment, and runtime. Okay, runtime is nothing but whatever you design in this applications. I mean, design your applications in here, you will deploy them here. Okay, so you will deploy them through your build work zone, and then these will be available to the end users. Generally, this is the general architecture I'm telling. Okay, so whenever you create a sub account, in sub account these 3 run environments will work. One is your admin, design, and runtime, and all your admin capabilities or functionalities that are relevant for runtimes and designs will be internally. All services will be configured, certain time pre-configured, certain time you have to configure on your own based on your thing. So basically, you have to develop when you want to develop the full stack applications based on SAP cloud programming model like CAPM, or if you want to develop front-end applications based on Fiori elements, or when you want to develop mobile applications. So these are all run natively on the web app browsers in your BTP. Okay, SAP build code is there. So other than when you see, I have shown you also, we have build apps, build code, build work zone. The build work zone is where you finally deploy them in your environments, and then build code or build apps where you develop them. In build code, people who want more customized Joule skills and all these things, they have to write it through your NodeJS or other applications, whatever they want. They can do it. If there is more customization is there, wherein which the applications cannot extend further. So these are some environments, like this is the turnkey environments for you, wherein which for all your coding, testing, integrating, managing applications will all happen through this. Okay, so this is a very simple architecture. Okay, so you have to understand at this level. At sub account level, you will be having admin, design runtime environment, and runtime environment. Sorry, design time environment and runtime environment. Okay, and coming to here, the sub account, the next level of architecture for Joule thing here. Basically, how this works, I have told you right now. So this one on the architecture level, technically, you have to remember a few points before this. Technically, this Joule is a service running on BTP, as you already know that. I have already showed you also the moment when you add to the global account in the services, the Joule service is also there. Okay, which means Joule is integrated into your cloud solutions like your S4 HANA success factors or your build work zone, build apps. You have seen that, right? Many more. So it is integrated to different cloud applications. Users can access Joule, okay, through this individual build apps environment, which I have already told to you. Once you integrated, you can see that. And Joule also uses certain cloud identity services for all authentication and authorizations whenever you are using that. Okay. Now, let's say this is a very simple thing you can understand, but I'll explain you with a small example also, this architecture. Then I'll go with the bigger architecture. Okay, so here if you can see, we have solutions are there. You have Joule is there, your BTP is going from right to left. Okay, and as I said, the Joule always checks for the destinations and connectivity here, and whatever you prepare on that, it will go to the landing on building work zone. Okay, and these will be constantly being taken care by your identity services for authentication and authorization. And these are your external solutions or SAP solutions like S4 HANA success factors, wherein which the database is getting connected for Joule. It's very simple. So if you can, when you can see internally into this more, when users say, and for example, your manager or someone, when they enter a prompt in this is your, let's say this is your user console. Okay, when user enter a prompt in Joule UI, so that will be embedded inside what? Inside your SAP cloud solution. Like this one. He entering here means it is go to here, a cloud solution, right? For example, let's say you might ask, hey, show my total number of leaves or show my how many leave requests I have done in a month. That is a question you are asking to Joule. Okay. Now Joule, what it does, it forwards this user request to the service that is hosted in BTP. So this is your BTP. Okay. So the moment when you ask it, it will be send this request to BTP. As I have explained in the how Joule works scenario right now, Joule sends your prompt to LLM and get a response, okay, to access the SAP cloud application. Okay, in this case also, Joule recognizes that leave request will be stored where? In the success factors, right? We will not tell to Joule, Joule will recognize it. Okay, leave system will be there in the success factor system. So it will automatically think and it will go back to success factors and to retrieve what? To retrieve the data of this leave request from the success factors. Okay, while going to success factors like this, okay, that means Joule. So what it does, it will establish a connection through OData API. So you might ask me also how it will go and talk to success factors. That is through your OData API. Okay, so then Joule uses your pre-configured destinations in BTP here to securely establish these connections. Okay, in this case, Joule calls the destination to access your success factors. Like this, if you can see here, the connectivity is passing through success factors from BTP. See in this? It has gone to here, the destination is landed, it has checked for the connectivity. From here, the connectivity has been checked for your success factors as well. It is what I told, pre-configured destinations in BTP will securely establish your connections in the SAP Cloud applications. Okay, now once this is done, the request flow through the connectivity service from your BTP, okay, through your success factors, to your success factors. If it is an on-premise system, the connectivity will create a secure tunnel again. You might get it out that if it is mine is on-premise, how will do? Again, we have used a cloud connector there, right? So it will create a secure tunnel there and it will use it from there if it is on-prem. Now what happens? Joule calls the OData API to fetch the required data. In this case, what happens? Joule makes an OData API request to success factors and get all the pending leave requests to here, to back to here. Once it gets the data, Joule formats the response and send it back to the Joule AI. This is your Joule AI is. Okay, so then the Joule AI will display this to the customer. This is like 1 month. In 1 month, you have 5 leaves, 10 leaves, something, whatever it might be. Okay, so this is how your internal architecture will work when a individual request is getting passed into your system. Okay, now you might be surprised what is this cloud entity services doing in between. Okay, throughout the process, the security is handled by these ones only. Okay, identification will verify the user before accessing the Joule. You can see here, this is getting to total BTP global account. It is not going for sub account. I am putting this arrow to global account. So this identification services, first one, it will check for the user before using this Joule access, and identity provision is going through your work zone. Okay, so it ensures that the user has the correct permission in Joule and success factors to able to access or not. Okay, so this is how your identity authentication for global account, provisioning for your local systems, whatever going to access for the retrieving of data. So this is how your total architecture will work for this. Okay, so now going for the one more level up on this.
Okay, boy, I have one small question. You want me to wait until...
Hold on, please. Let me complete this. I'll come to the question.
No problem.
Let me complete this.
No, I'm saying make it big. Only I'm saying make it big if possible.
I'll go one by one. I'm going here. Don't worry about this. Try to make it big. Clear?
Yes.
Maybe go in presentation mode. Okay, boy.
I am going it, but it is trucking here. I don't know why. I'm not getting full screen for here. You people are getting, but I don't know. I'm getting a half cluttered screen here in my system. That is why I am just using this. I have to check what is this plug. I don't know. Mine is Mac. I don't know. Sometimes problem is there in this Mac. Yeah. So this is a very extended Joule architecture. Okay. Whatever I'm just showing you here, so that you can, I'll just drag and drop it here also for you for your easy convention here. Don't worry about this. Okay, so as you know, the Joule Studio we have seen yesterday in Build Apps. It's a comprehensive platform for developing and enhancing your AI capabilities for all the future-rich user experience, right? So that because it is powering with business users and technologists, whoever both they are, to become this next level of AI citizens or AI developers or AI consultants. You can for that. So here, this is a deep dive architecture which will help us to understand the Joule Studio can be leveraged to integrate, or if you want to extend SAP and non-SAP solutions across different landscapes. Okay, so if you can see here, this is the first important thing. So you have your experts, your desktops, your end users, your application client, your SAML, everything is there. So this is, you have to understand one thing, the complete architecture is under this SAP BTP. If you can see, nothing is there. This is the main BTP console. On BTP console is there. Everything is been architected. And at the network level, you have other things are there, like your third parties or your cloud solutions or your on-premise, blah, 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 whatever it might be. So the network, I'm just, hiding for this now, for now, because anyways, we can think that the network is there when it's going on there. So on initially, the first phase is the end user. You can see the end user, he is connecting or he is talking to this cloud environment. Okay, that means the build environment, whatever you call the so-called build environment. Here at SAP build is your next important layer. That is what I'm doing, right? Whenever I'm logging into SAP BTP, I'm going to the build. Okay, and then I'm going for the Joule application client there. There I am using the Joule Studio, right? This is what we are doing, right? So while using the Joule Studio, you already saw that we have Joule skill. I showed you how to, how to create a Joule skill. Okay, there we have these A agents also. So these ones we will first of all create, right? The moment when you go on for this one, let me parallelly show you this one also. See, the moment when I landed here as a user, what I'm going for the build apps, right? And here what we are doing, we are creating a Joule skill, right? This is what I'm saying. When you create a Joule skill to correlate with the PPT, this is what, see, the Joule skill I'm creating. So when I create, I'll keep it like that. No, I will deploy them, right? Through build work zone or something, I'll deploy them, right? So this is called deploying. So that deployment will happen here. Okay, that means the deployment will happen here, but yes, it will take other direction. I'll tell you later point. Just understand that you will deploy it here, and here whatever the delivery and custom skills are there, that will be there in this deployment platform. Okay, and there is no link directly to here in the AA core. If you can see, and after deployment, it is here itself only. But there is a separate arrow that was integrated to your SAP AA core. That means if you want to, that means your Joule is not directly linked to AA core, but your studio is linked to AA core. That means your deployment platform is not linked. Your application platform, like your SAP build apps, is linked to your AA core. That is why you can, whenever you create AA agents, agentic AA, someone talked about that, whenever they want to make AA models or document grounding, then they have to use this AA core. This will not work then. Okay, so this is your step 4, this is your step 5. Okay, that means here the deployment will be the last part, but you have to understand, in case if you are using agentic AI, if you want to get the AI models, you will get that here. This is integrated here. So once you create that agentic AI or some other skills also, that will be integrated to where, here to your BPA, which is business process automation. Okay, nothing but your all this build apps, build code, build work zone, all these things comes under that only. Okay, so once that is done, then you will deploy this. Okay, so when you deploy this again, the deployment will take here, and then this will be again passed to your destination and connectivity, and it will reach us to your end service partners. That means, sorry, that will check the data for your end service partner for the connectivities. So you can see here the connectivity is multimodal here, for on-premise, for third-party, for cloud applications. Okay, multi connections are there, right? So these will check the connectivity parallelly on this. This is a more detailed architecture I'm telling you. See, the first important point is the central point for consuming this Joule skills and A agents will be created in the Joule only. Okay, this is available both in desktop and in mobile client also. This Joule Studio. Okay, so Joule Studio is what? It is nothing but your conversational interface. Okay, you will converse with it, right? You are getting something, you are talking to it. So it has some conversational interface patterns will be there. So which it will leverage from the SAP cloud applications. Okay, so wherein which whatever the out of box capabilities and custom Joule skills you want significantly enhance the key business process, you can do it still, because it is significantly interfaced there. Okay, and this is part of SAP build. This is completely build environment only. Whatever you're doing here, the BPA or everything, whatever, this is a part of build only, because build apps, whatever I showed you now here, this one in our architecture, this build apps. Okay, the moment when you go for Joule skill, you will see the prompt there. Then you will see the main menu there for the Joule. See, BPA, it is showing as BPA under build apps, right? This is what I'm telling. Build, SAP build is a main platform for you to include all your apps, build code, build work zone, build process automation, whatever you want to bring it. This is the main platform. Okay, so it leverages this, builds user experience and lifecycle management capabilities. So even to provision this Joule Studio also, we can see here, this is a Joule Studio, wherein which this one also, it will be provided in your, that means this build should be in your target landscape along with your BPA and all these things. And that is the reason, if you can see, I have added all these applications here. Even though this is my major one, all these ones are internally work for build apps. The application studio, sorry, this BPA and build apps are common on the work zone. Again, this is separate, application separate. I'll show you that later. So like this, build is your main environment to access all these internal things. See, now the app has created Visual Studio, right? So once you have configured, once you have been, like into this environment, I mean, coming back to my PPT here. So Joule Studio will enable all your new capabilities that can be deployed alongside your capabilities that has been configured by SAP. Like what are the capabilities in this? Nothing but Joule call is your capability. I mean, Joule skill is your capability. AA agent is your capability. Like this, these capabilities will be automatically configured. So these will do what? These will automate your rule-based task using APIs, and you can start integrating into your SAP for productivity enhancements. Okay, Joule skills. Whereas AA agents, I told you, whenever you want to handle more complex things, more complex challenges with very advanced or complex planning, reasoning kind of things, where you have to integrate a kind of SAP, non-SAP kind of things are there. And then you have to go for agentic age and all these things. Okay, both you can extend Joule by adding your automation optimization capabilities, which are already existing in your Joule Studio. Okay, now you might ask, hey, what this AA core is doing? So AA core here, it is, as I said, it will extend the Joule capabilities. It provides basically one second. Yeah, so going to here, yeah, this AA core here, whatever the LLMs that I have talked, that large language models, LLM means large language models, whatever the AA core, it will provide that LLMs, those can be leveraged to configure your AA agents here. This model will leveraged to configure your AA agent. That is why I am integrating this to here. Okay, not only that, customers can also provision their own document grounding. I told you the initial day about document grounding, right? So that document grounding capabilities will be also inherited in this AA core. Okay, so whatever the, for example, you are doing a banking operations or something, when you want, because you have your own set of banking documents, so whenever customer asks it, so they have to do a document grounding on that, right? So further, customers can also provision their own document grounding, not only agentic models and all these things. So like this, AA core can leverage your RAG services. RAG means retrieval augmented generation, that we call RAG. Okay, so this will be leveraged and this service, through this service, and then it can integrate them through this models into agents, and you can ground them whatever the specific data. That is why in the studio, if you have seen that I have shown you these ones. If you have, I'll just show you one more time. So the moment when you create a Joule skill here, I'm just putting something here. The moment when you get it, so even it's agentic AI also, this is now an app. Now here you can create agentic AI also. I'll show you that little later, I mean in our sessions. Now here, when you go here for the connection, you're asking, this is asking, right? Call action, run automation, okay, run process, send message. These are all. So to do in between only, you will add this, whatever the agentic AI things, whatever are there, you will add here only. That is where you do. The document grounding will be done that through. Okay, so this will integrate them and make the specific grounding will be happen on top of this. Okay, so specifically AA core use your BTP's runtime to execute your AI ML workloads. So why it was integrating like this? Because it will let you to train your fine-tune models or scheduled jobs or whatever you are deploying through here. Like these are all standard APIs, it will be get trained in your AA Launchpad. Okay, so it will run A workflows, it will expose your secure endpoints, it will standardize your operations. So a lot of things it will do. Okay, but now you understand that this is a developer runtime in AA core to build and host your models and pipelines. Okay, at Joule level, the end user assistant can call your AA core endpoints here, and then they can use their develop your this Joule skills and AA agents. Okay, that is what this is in deep. I can explain. There is a much more if you want to talk about AI code. It will take 3 to 5 classes. Very bigger generation AI is there, but not required for us. This is enough for us in the Joule's perspective. Okay, and then the next one is the BTP connectivity. Here you are seeing this, whatever the connectivity. Okay, so it integrates all your existing workflows. As you can see here, either the AI agents or the automated execution for the SAP, non-SAP systems, network systems, you can see these are all being integrated to BTP's connection through destinations. Okay, different destinations I told you. So with this connectivity, what happens? You have a greater efficiency and you can leverage all the different connections in automation. Okay, so once customers create their Joule skill, whatever the custom Joule skill, or either AI agent, whatever, they can use this particular skill in SAP's builds lifecycle capabilities to whatever they want to compile and deploy this along with your Joule's instance. So once they do this deployment, what happen? This will grant the business users to access the functionalities to help their prompts, whatever they wanted, and whatever they can switch for between SAP non-SAP applications also. These are also happen through this destinations and connectivity when you integrate them. Okay, so this is what, if you can see, the entire block is given to connection, not the individual blocks, the entire block. So it will check for that. So your Joule Studio here, it will integrate via the connection services and BTP services and external services also. This integration is based on all the APIs I told you. So it provides through various channels and various things will be there. Even your ABAP RESTful programming, RAP and CAPM, as you have already heard that, these will also be there in that. And Joule Studio, it's continuously, as I showed in the last picture. This is the one I showed you. So this is a more advanced picture for this. So this will continuously rely on your this one, which is your cloud identity services. Okay, so for authentication and identity management, wherein which this is a central console for all the identity and access management. So it will offer secure authentications, federations, whatever you want. So SAP Cloud Identity Directory, we call this one is the identity directory. This is the one which identifies all your services that can serve as a proxy for your customer owned identifying providers. So for this one used authentication provisioning, I already told. These are all leveraged through SAML and OADC authentications. You can see here, everything is internally component integrated. Even through your if you go to the towards right, you can see for your backend systems also, whatever it is connecting through this SAML authentication only. Okay, so this is one such thing which you can understand. So other than that, as when I have showed to you, so let me come back to this. For the configuration, I have took the permission for, so he will again lock it. So let me show you the booster. I will not execute completely, I told you already. So but yes, I'll show you that how you can do these things. So whenever you come, okay, let me go on the first part, the practical part. If you go to your account, this is your sub account. First of all, people who are new, they have asked the sub account. So I want to show sub account creation also. A global account will be provided to you. You will not create that. A global account will be provided to you while you have been licensed. Okay, you will get an ID and passport. That is your global account. That's it. There is no separate thing that you do on the global account. Okay, this is my global account. If you can see, Manbi Tech Private Limited is my global account. So in that, nothing will come. See here, the sub accounts, what are there? Only those will come. Now, what you have to do, you have to create a sub account initially whenever you are leveraging for your Joule skills. Okay, so these are all admin activities, but as people asked me to show the configuration setup and everything, I'm just showing you to you right now. So just understand that I will not execute complete task. This is my instruction from my admin. Okay, this is also, I'm just giving you a note point, but I'll show you this ones. So now once you create a destination here, let me go show here. So if you create, see, this is a switch global account will be there. You can create a sub account from existing sub account directory. You can do like this. So if when you create a sub account, you have to put a name here. So let's say, for example, I'll give demo underscore AI Joule something. I'm creating like this. So you have to give the region. As I told you, there will be multiple cloud platforms will be there. You can see here SAP Neo is there, our cloud, and we have Microsoft Azure. We have our Google Cloud Platform, Amazon Web Services. All clouds are there in this. Okay. So what is the nearest one that you can choose? Okay. Based on this choosing also, sometimes your rate parts might get changed. So be very careful when you're doing that. Let's say, for example, what is the nearest? Because I'm an Indian time zone, I'll select the nearest one is India, Mumbai. Okay. The region for, I'm going for GCP. So the subdomain, it will be automatically configured and given to you. If you have any subdomains, you can also get that. Okay, this will be a part of URL for your accessing. It will automatically giving to you. So the parent one will be this one. If you have multiple global accounts, you can select that one also. But in general, there will not be any multiple global account. One global account wherein which you have to retrieve or you have to like go through it. So this is one such thing. There are some advanced options also there. This same sub account you can use for production also. What is this used for production? Means I'll tell you because in terms of budgeting, what people are using, because I have seen in my last project also, the same tenant, you can, the same account or same tenant, you can use it as your testing tenant, and later you can use it as production also. Or else, that means you can remove the directories, everything, you can back up the data and you can go for the production also. They're using for the budget perspective. That's happening like that. But if you have specifically, you're creating a sub account for bigger environments, MNC kind of architectures or banking architectures, you should always have a separate production sub account. So for them, this will be again used for production. The moment when you mark it as production, this will be gone under to complete production controls. Okay, because your development come testing have liberality, but whereas in production have complete locking features will be enabled for it. So wherein which your admin will do it, but I'm telling you a point, and that is the reason it was not shown, it was on advanced options. Okay, if you want to go for beta feature, that means more advanced features in this, all things will be there, but you cannot disable the setting in sub account once you have enabled. See here, this is how this will be. So I don't want to do all these things, but I have explained you what it does to you. Okay, now just simply if you create this sub account, we can create, no worry, no harm for this. Just test, delete, later I'm just giving instruction to him. The sub account, if we can create this, see the sub account will be created. See, India, Mumbai, GCP, it has been created. This is the first important step you have to do while you are setting up your environment. Okay, so it will take little time. Okay, if you go into this also, you can see what is this. If you go to the overview of it, you can see the overview of the sub account while it is creating. See here, my region, my provider, environment. Okay, and I don't have, it is a Cloud Foundry environment by default. You have to enable the Cloud Foundry for this sub account. Whatever the sub account you do, right, you have to enable. The moment when you enable Cloud Foundry, it will ask you the plan and everything. Okay, now if you go for standard plan, this is a standard plan. So this involves generally some cost. So I don't want to put all these things because there's an additional cost to the system. This is already a planned version. So I don't want to make anything. I'm not enabling anything right now. So here you will enable it and then you will add the entitlements. This is what I have shown to you here. If you go to here, this is where our Joule is there. This is your Cloud Foundry environment. This is your entitlements means what all services will be there. You will search it and you will add it all the entitlements. By default, few things will be automatically added. If something is not there, you have to just go through entitlement and you have to add it. That's it. Nothing more than that. Okay. This is what you do as part of the initial thing. Once this is done, what you have to do is the next important step is you have to establish the trust. That means you have to configure the trust. So that one in the security, if you go down, you'll have these settings. In settings, you have this trusted domains. That means whatever the domains you want to connect with, like success factors, Ariba, other cloud environments, whatever are there, the domain, whatever you want to access through your sub account, that you have to go to this trusted domains. And then you have to add them. Whatever the domain specific link will be there, right? That you will add it here. Like we have added this one, on demand dot this one. So this domain will be added. So once this is done, you go to the trusted configuration and you will enable the trust for it. Okay, you can add all the identity providers. See, this default, I told you just in the architecture, right? Default identity provider, this is by default added, and identity provider for custom applications. Both these are defaultly added, this is activated. So like this, if you want to download any metadata also, you can do it, but this is all admin activity. That's what I told you. But for your understanding, I'm telling you, this is how you will, there will be a thing called enable trust. The trust configuration will be enabled there, and you will enable it. So once you enable it, that's it. You will get the connectivity and everything. And then your communication API enablement will be done in backend, and you can ready to start your Zool things. Okay. This is what a basic setup in BTP, you will do it. Okay. Destinations you will create, I'll tell you that. But before that, let me show you on the boosters part. So if you go back to main account, so I request, it's a request from admin also, don't create sub accounts. Okay. Because this will impact on the cost factor, because I also have delete immediately after this.
We
Okay.
don't even have an access for creating a sub.
Okay, okay. Okay, nice. I don't know if you have, I'm just giving in caution to you. That's it. In the boosters, if you go to this, see, all boosters will be there wherever you want to configure. So this is your booster environment. So you just simply search for Zool. Just don't go through the entire thing here. The setting up Zool will be there. Start it.
Can you just
So,
give 1 or 2 minute, 1 minute explanation of what booster is, please?
Sure, definitely. Yeah. So this boosters are in BTP basically whenever you are, especially like this is a like a wizard kind of tool that will help us in the BTP to set up the sub account entitlements or services or configurations, whatever you want to do. Instead, you go manually. System has recently added that as a automatic service to you. That is called booster. You're boosting what? An automation, an initial setup of automation you are doing, like creating your relevant service sub account in this. Like Zool is one such thing which you are doing that, right? That is what the booster. It will configure services. It will guide you like this step by step what you have to do. It will ensure some consistency without going for manual errors kind of things. All these things will be there. Like if you can see Zool booster, it provides a sub account. It will entitles your work zone. It will see the trust certificates, trust configuration, and it will automatically subscribe the service, because many of the BTP manual things were not working properly when people are going for manual, because a lot of things are there and people confusing. So it was added as a booster. As a step by step, you can automatically drive it. That is booster. Okay, clear?
Thank you.
So now this is a booster for Zool. So it is taking prerequisites. You can see I'm not able to do this. Now you can see this authorizations are done. I can able to do that. My entitlements are done. My authentication of identity tenant is also done, which I'm able to do that. So this is what prerequisite it will set up for you. If you go to the next, you have to set up the sub account. Sub account means what? For your Zool services, whatever you want to do, you will do it. Okay. This is the basic service which system will automatically take it, or it will configure it for you. So that entitlement will be automatically taken. Just you have to select your sub account, which one you want to do, because the moment you create the initially I told you this sub account we created. Now demo AI Zool is what I created, right? Which one we created? This is the demo one, right? Yeah, I know. So that sub account, whatever you created, activated, that one, right? That will appear here. So whatever the Zool configuration that you want to make it available on the relevant sub account, that you will add here. Let's say, for example, demo AI Zool is there. This is my sub account. So automatically it will gather your org details, the space also. Space is nothing but is a development space. Okay, where your development you generally create for bash days and everything, that will be there. So this is that space. And then once you go to the next part, it will ask you for this production.
Kebo, in the last screen, can you show me the plans as well once? The drop down for plans?
I'll show you. In the sub account plans you're asking, right?
No, in the previous screen only.
Yeah,
that one. Yeah, that one. Oh,
yeah, this is foundation and standard only. Any standard we generally go for, but this is already application is on foundation by default, so I'm not changing that.
Okay,
so you can see the required quota also, how many quota is there, how many can use it based on the license. This is only one we have, so one is showing here.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now this products will be there. What products you want to add in your sub account? Let's say on for Zool, you are using build work zone, SAC, data sphere. I'm adding everything here, whatever. now existing for this integration. So you'll get a lot of things. So this one you're using for testing or production, you have to mention, because I told you, right, for production sub account separate will be there. Testing, if you are maintaining separate, you have to create 2 sub accounts for that. For testing one, production one, like this. And all products whatever are required for that, you will select it. And then once you go for this, you will go for the capabilities. So in the capability package, you will see all these ones. Okay, you can add the automation. So you can see here, store conversion data submitted by users for the improvement of Joule. So as the data controller, customer maintains full access to their data and can request it retrieval or deletion whenever needed. That is a general note that will be given by system, that it's a check for you. If you don't want to store the conversion data, you can uncheck it. But generally we want to store it, so this is by default checked it. But still it is enabled. If you don't want, you can uncheck it. Okay. So now if you go to the next one, you will set the integrations here. So in the integration, the formation name will be automatically taken by the thing. If you have specifically something, you can give it. There is no worry. It will not affect his only name. Like you can keep Joule demo, for example, some banking customer. Okay. System is automatically included. Okay. Now you have to provide all the systems, whatever, because earlier you added some integration systems, right? If you remember, all these integration systems I have added, the identity, SAC, build, all these things. Now for this, you have to inform which specific domain will be there. That domain systems you have to add it. So for identity, this is by default, on demand will be there. SAC already is configured. That means this domain should be configured in your BTP by your admin. Those ones you have to add it. Okay. Now this is your BPA. This is your build work zone. I'm just adding. And this is your data sphere. This is your success factors. So all this domain should be before on hand only have to be configured by your admins. Then you can configure all these things like this, whatever you want. Okay. So once you add all your include systems, whatever, and the relevant URLs also, and then you can say next, this will be reviewed completely. What you are going to configure, what do you integrate, what is your capabilities, what is the integrations, everything. If you say finish, it will create whatever the new sub account are created on that, these capabilities will be launched in it. So from there, whatever I'm doing right now, you can go click it, do it. So whatever the development you do it, it will be configured on that particular sub account. Okay, I'm not finishing. This is what I told. I show the entire process, but I will not finish it. Okay, I'm just canceling it. This is a strict instruction for me. So this is how you have to configure your sub accounts, configure your Joule. Okay, clear everyone? Now ask your questions.
Kebo, in your previous screen, right? So Sales Analytics Cloud was there. So is that the related domain? So what is the domain related to S4? That was my question.
S4HANA is there, right?
Which one is it actually? I did not. I mean, I was trying to see the
S4HANA domain will be there. You can add that one also. It will be also there. It is a service basically. You can see in the systems here. See. Okay. The moment when you go, there is a main service. You will not get that as a domain internally here. If you go here, this is the one which we added, right?
Okay. So the last
moment when you go,
you are trying to put in all the destinations. Is that what you're trying to do in the last step there?
Right. Whatever. See, on you created BTP sub account. Now you want to access Joule. How you access Joule? You have to set up whatever I have shown to you. That is what you have to do.
Got it. So I have one other question on the previous. You basically showed the integrations, right? If you can go back to your the PPTs where you have integration. So one question there. So basically in this particular one, see what I understand is the build apps is a place where you build like mainly even a Joule skill or something, right? You want to build, you will first build it. And then you deploy it, it will go into the Joule workspace, the build workspace, right? That's what you call it, build workspace.
Build work zone.
Build work zone. Now that is the deployed one, meaning like that is really available for anyone to actually query and use, right? That's my understanding.
So anyone means who is actually authenticated to do it. Yeah,
the end user. So now the only question I have is, now if you see the end user here in this chart, they are not directly talking to the instance which we have deployed actually. They are actually talking to the build apps, Joule Studio. My question is like, why are they talking to the one which is in development? I thought that they should be talking to the Joule that is deployed in the build work zone, right?
That's what, right? The end user is talking to Joule application client only here. If you can see here, this is application client.
Yeah, but this application client is not directly linked to the one that is deployed, right? It is actually talking to the Joule Studio which is being built.
No. That will internally talk, but it will not be shown to user, right? The moment you are asking something, it has to go to the Joule Studio from Studio only, right? This is a prompt for you. You have to assume this is a prompt for you. The prompt is going to here to the Studio where your skill has been created. From there, all your story will begin again for your backend checking or process orchestration, and all these things will come to.
No. I mean, his point is, say, Joule Studio, what we use is a design time artifact, right? So when an end user triggers a prompt using Joule's application client, right? So it should actually interact with the runtime artifact, not the design time artifact. So the Joule agent, Joule skills or Joule bot or agent are in Joule Studio. So which doesn't actually run when you execute or when you trigger a prompt. So it basically should interact with the runtime artifact, which is in Joule tenant. So that is his question.
Joule build work zone. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is where this is integrated not through your build process automation, all these things. This is your work zone is also internally is there. Yeah, it is also interacting there also.
Maybe
this particular.
Maybe if we can see an example, we can get a better idea, I think.
Yeah, you will get it that. While I'm going for the practical part, you'll understand that when I'm doing that.
Okay, I think that's a good point, because this particular box, what you have as SAP build, also has SAP build work zone.
Yes.
So
yes.
yeah, it has the instance which has actually been deployed. I was just confused by, if you see the right side, right next to it,
don't confuse. Don't confuse. Yeah, don't confuse. This is all once. These are all different purposes we use it. Dodo console. So you have to understand this is Joule Studio design time, runtime, where actual execution artifacts live and run. Your runtime, Joule runtime, whatever you're going for. Someone has asked me that, right? So that's it. Just don't confuse. When you are maturing your sessions, you'll understand more clearly those things. This is a standard SAP's thing I'm just explaining to you. If you go into the practical, you'll understand more clearly. Any other questions?
So could you please
Someone is asking, right?
Can you please show us how did you get into that when you're creating a Joule, some Joule skill, right? From the sub account, how did you go to that screen?
Which one?
The Joule skill you created, like some XYZ or something like that.
This is a build. This is a separate that when we have gone to your entitlements, right? In this one.
Second.
So when you go to this one, when you go to your sub account here,
yeah.
On the sub account, you have your instances and subscriptions. When you go to there,
sub accounts and instance and 1 second.
Yes.
Sorry, 1 second, please. Okay, can I go to subscriptions then after that?
Yeah, subscriptions only. In the subscriptions only, all your skills will be added here. Here, you will just click on your build apps.
Okay.
That's it. So this will open your build studio, and then you will create your Joule skill here. That's it.
We don't have any of the Joule skill in our system actually.
Can you please share it if you can show me what is the issue?
Okay.
Just later on. Okay. In the meanwhile, you can just show it to me.
Yeah, we don't have that basically option.
Oh, interesting. I don't know. Everyone is allowed for this. You can do this. This is there for everyone.
Yeah, because we don't have. We have a create from Git, clone from Git, and add from dev space. That's all. We don't have that fourth option. Whatever.
No. 1 second. Can you please share your screen? I'll just show you that also.
Okay. How can we share the screen? Okay.
I'll stop the share and you can share it. Okay. This is what I asked everyone to please check your systems. If something is missing, I'll ask the admin to get it done.
Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see. Tell me. Achha, oh, this is one. Can you please close this and add BPA?
Okay, so here I'm here basically. So this is what.
XYZ is what I created. Okay. Go for create. First of all, create. First one, create. I'm not seeing your screen. Only create I can see.
Application.
No, I'm not seeing your screen yet. Just please hold on. Yeah, now see, there is a Joule skill on the third part. That one you have to click it. Then it will appear in your create automatically when you create first.
Next.
Yeah, now next. Yeah, now you do this thing for once and then it will be automatically appear in your system. Okay?
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions, guys?
So, hello. So regarding the document grounding you mentioned, right? Normally PDFs and all, you said like catalog, knowledge catalog will be there where we keep our documents. So suppose there is a wiki page or some other web page where we need to read those web pages and then do the document grounding and give the results to the user when we prompt something. So is that possible via Joule?
I don't think so. What you can do is you can get that thing. I mean, whatever the page content will be, that means you're touching the document grounding. Let's say that means you want to ground Joule with the content of wiki page, right? That means you have to, you can do it, but the access control should be there, because it's very simple. You have to register your source, that the wiki source, in the knowledge catalog. Then when you index the content, the user prompted whatever the URL you are giving, then it will automatically get the grounding retrieval there, and it will answer from your generation page. It will be done, but you should have all the access control to do the wiki documents that are authorized for. That is the only consideration you have to take. And because it is external pages, for public wiki pages, we usually don't
Well,
write them
not public, not public. Suppose think like it's a enterprise pages, which is
Okay,
like to
fine.
organization.
You can export, import
what I'm
content to
expecting,
control repository. That's what I'm saying.
maybe, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, so you have to export this or either import this content to your control repository, and you have to index it. Then this pages will be automatically accessed for your grounding retrievals.
So web scraping is not possible?
Directly not. Until unless if you have access control in it, it will be. It is possible. I'm not saying it is not possible, but it should have access controlling things for that. Whatever the web URLs that you want to access for that.
Okay. So maybe in this training, maybe practical, I'm not sure whether you will cover or not, but
I'll try to show it. Yeah, that is an interesting point. Let me try to show it. If I can do it, I'll just remember me, but I'll try to show it. Yeah.
Or else any document or steps to follow, maybe we'll try on.
Yeah, I will provide. I'll provide.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am also not getting that Joule skill option, because if I go to build app,
can you please share your screen? 1 minute.
Come to build app, but it's showing
only create. First create.
Okay. So
Joule skill. Now Joule skill. Next. Now create there. Give some name randomly. Review. Create.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Okay, guys. So good.
And now one question. When you configure the integration to Booster, right, and you mentioned the production testing, so is this something that we means anything we'll do in the testing, then we'll move to production, or we simultaneously develop both the thing together?
Yeah, that's what this all depends upon your requirements. You can sometimes use your one single equipment for your development plus testing as well, and one for production. It all depends upon your budgeting. That's what, and I told you, right, the last one we used for single for this production and development also. The same one. In a similar manner we have used it. Yeah, but SAP will help you on that if you have a limited budget scopes on this. But SAP will help you on this. Yeah. Right. So now we will create a destination. Let me show you, and we can wind this session for after creation of that. Let me share back my screen.
One other question. So I think somebody asked the same question, right? It's very similar. So I am doing, normally the landscape is we have a development box, ITG, and then a production box, right? So we are doing any kind of like this deployment in manually on like development box. And then how do we migrate this to ITG and then to production boxes?
In Joule, you're specifically asking?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a normal thing only because this...
Because normally we will have like a TRs and all that, right? But in this case, how does it work?
Yeah, whatever you are doing deployments in this dev box, right? This is a BTP plus Joule design time work. So this ends up with a lot of runtime artifacts will be there. So you have to understand that, there is a promotion strategy for the sub accounts will be there, because I told you, right, a sub account for dev, sub account for quality, sub account for production, you have to build it. And then we have a separate transport mechanism we call SAP BTP transport management service that we call TMS. Okay. Or else we have this CTS is also there for hybrid landscapes where you can use it. So here what happens, whatever the skills you do in the Joule, that skills you have to, that will be, but that skill or agent, AI agent, whatever it might be, you will export them from development to quality, and then through this BTP transport management system. So there will be a kind of IDs will be generated internally for the skills, and that will be like in our ECC, how you generating the TR IDs, TR transport requests are there. Similarly, the IDs will be generated for here also when you're going for this internally, and those you will import in QA for the testing and everything, and then you will further transport them to your production. So here the thing is, you don't migrate manually, but you use a system called transport management service system, where you move your skills and agents from across the landscape with different destinations, and credentials will be there each type. They will pick it up automatically. Okay, you won't see something a dialogue, this is the TR, this is a TR. Okay, you will directly do the things, and backend system will handle all these things. Clear?
Okay. Will you be able to show, like, as part of your session, like in your sessions, like, will you be able to show at least some of these steps? I know you might not be able to push to another environment, but at least show us where to do it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. This is not a content, but still I'll show you. Just remember this point also, as per someone has asked me. Yeah, I'll show that. Okay, thank you. And then this one, let me show you destination, and then I'll conclude my training for my screen. Okay. So you come to your destinations. I told you, right, in the connectivity pattern, you'll have your destinations, destination certifications, destination trust, and all these things will be there, right? So as I already told you what is destination in BTP, okay. So these are different destinations you can leverage for your different purpose. See here, this is for Ariba, this is for cloud for customer, this is for field glass. Okay, so like this, you can do a kind of different things on top of these destinations creations. So destination in BTP is basically a configuration object that will store the connection details to where external system is going to connect. Like for example, you can see this for Ariba, this is connecting that Ariba connection. Okay, so what this contains, I'll show you. When you create this destination, it will ask you from scratch, from file, from service instance. Okay, so we'll go for from scratch. From file means if you have already all your technical parameters are inbuilding in one file where you can leverage that, you can directly go for the file. Or if you have already having a service instance from which you can create, you can do that as well. Okay, but this is a new destination. I'm going from scratch. I'm just creating it here for your understanding. So let's say this is the destination demo. Okay, so the authentication you have to give it. I told you, right, while creating your destination, you should have this OAuth 2 authentication should be there. Right? This is what OAuth 2 client credentials. Or if it is JWT bearer, you can go like this. You have so many OAuth 2 things are there. Your admin can correctly guide you on what you are going for this. But basically, whatever I know that we go for this one. Okay, if it is SAML assertions, we'll go for this one. That's it. So this is the one which you'll go with. The moment when you go it will ask you. Okay. And I already told you a number of times you have to put the destination type HTTP. This is what the type HTTP. Okay. So there are many other things are there, but HTTP is one such thing which we use it based on your architecture. If it does changes, you have to change this one. This is the client ID. So these are all will be given by your client only. So I don't know this client ID. What is this? I'm just giving something randomly for you. So this is
client ID for what client is that one, Keba?
Yeah, your development, whatever the source client you're going for this, right?
So
that is your client ID.
In this example, we are trying to create a destination for SAP S/4HANA. Okay. So is that the client ID means like generally we enter in our system, which is like either 100 or 200, whatever it is, like SAP S/4HANA client ID. If that is the one.
Sorry, what is that? I mean, in ECC, whatever you do, 1010.
Yeah, something like that. That is the client ID here, or is something different?
No. This is the client ID here. It is for your OAuth authentication. Here in BTP specifically, the client ID identifies the application with this number when it tries to request an access token from an authorized authentication server provider. So the client ID will identify that. It's like a certificate to this authentication you're giving. So in BTP destination, what we do, we often see this OAuth 2 authentication and all these things. So for this to identify the client ID, that means in which authorization server this authentication is triggering. So that server ID is nothing but client ID, not your ECC kind of ID here.
Server of.
That means it identifies your application to the OAuth 2 token service. That is what this ID will generally do with. This is what SAP BTP will tell. If, let me say, if it is connecting from, let's say, your BTP, let's say you're connecting to SAP BTP trust management service. Let's say you're going for trust management service. Now, for that, client ID will be generated when you create an instance of your trust management service and bind it. Okay, in that system. So that is nothing but a service key for your JSON in the trust management service. That is your client ID. Similarly, for cloud system also, when you register an authorization client in system, it will generate a key. That key is nothing but your client ID. Getting that?
Okay. So instead of this one, can you just close this one and then you have some existing already destinations, right?
I'll show.
Is it possible to go and then display mode?
I'll show. I'll come in that. I have to show the creation destination also, right? So that is the reason I'm showing you. So this is your thing. That is why here you have a checkbox. Use your token retrieval. If you want to use your token retrieval services also for this client IDs, you can do it. And then If you have any client secret names or something, you can make it, or if you don't want, you can make it empty. And this is your proxy type. Internet, yeah.
I think I need to add this here. The client ID and client secret is like the user ID and password, right? So when you create the service key, in that you get that JSON, right? So in that JSON itself, it is mentioned the client ID and client secret. That is for, I think that is what it is used for. I remember using this in our systems as well.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I think. So there is a secret node is one nothing but your password here. You can together make use of your client ID and password here. Yeah, this ID I told you that generation of key will be there. That is the ID, nothing but here. You can use together this ID and password here for your access UA and IAS or success factors, whatever are there. Those you can use it. And for this, whatever the link that is generated during the token generations, that you will add that service URL also wherever you have been done that.
Yeah, because I remember. Because I remember seeing it whenever you create a service binding, a service key is created there, right?
Generated.
In that service key, you have the client ID and client secret.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
The destination calls token service URL. This is one. The destination generally calls. For this, your ID will be there, and that is a secret, which is nothing but a password or a thing will be there that you have to enter it here. If you want to set empty, you don't have anything such thing, you can always keep it empty. Okay, because few things that don't have the passwords or secrets for that you can omit for that. Okay, so here basically why this is token service is there. This verifies your access tokens. That means whatever you're going to access, that is valid or not for the APIs to call or not to your S4 HANA as if your success factors Ariba, that will be commonly verified here. That is why your token service URL will be enabled here. Okay, clear everyone? So this will be your common dedicated, and then your URL for this, your proxy type, whatever you want to generate link on which this one. So this will be there. So if additional properties are there, like if you have any specific keys for your web IDs or HTMLs, everything, you can put that values. If you have any more authentication for that. So rest all, it will be normal like this. You can create it. Okay. So now existing one, I'll show you any one which is here, the Ariba one I'll show you. Yeah, the existing one you can see here. The authentication, same thing. You can see the token service URL here. Okay, which is dedicated for this only. This is not common, not shared across. Okay, and then you can see they use the basic credentials for token service. You won't see any client ID and client secrets here. Okay, this is additional properties here. These are all additional properties, what I told you, the provider types, queries, labels, everything they have kept it here. And these are all the SAML properties. They have gone for SAML assertion. So these are all by default came for it automatically. Okay, in case if you want to edit the existing one also, you can edit that. You can see here like this. You can see here, see, this has all been there. Okay, and here there is no such client ID properties are there. It was been already done, so you're not seeing that. So these are all externally added. If you want to add existing ones also, you can add the new properties also here. And yeah, these are all the SAML properties they kept it, so they're getting all these things. So this is how you can just configure. This is the existing one which is already done. Okay.
So how can we test this connection? Like we created a connection, destination connection. Is it possible from here to test the connection with the?
You can test the connection always. Yeah. Once you create a destination, you have to add the certificates for it, and then the destination trust also have to enable it, and then you can check it for this. This is what I'm saying. Once you create the destination certificates, you have to check it. If there is any certificates you want to create for this, you have to create that as well. Because some services need some certification service and all these things. So you have to put that service also certificate, which is optional again. So discard this one. I'm not showing this one. And then you can go for the destination trust for your management servicing here. Just let me for this here. 1 second, it come here completely. So you can see here for now, this is your destination certificate, trust certificate, which has been generated there. So you can see the validities and everything here. Okay, once you generate, you can see the validity when it is being done and at what time till it is valid. You can renew, you can export the certificates also. And again, going back destination, if you go into this, any of these things here, you can check the connection from here directly. You said me, right? You asked me, how can I check the connection? If you can check the connection, it will tell you whether it is working or not. Like this is not working right now. Another type unknown host is coming here. So like this, you can just check for any other connections. You can check the connections for this. See, this is backend is reachable. Okay, this is how we check the connections. If any connections you want to duplicate, you can duplicate them. If you want to delete them, you can delete them. So all these parameters are already enabled for you. Okay, So this is how the destinations will be done. So once your destination is ready, everything is set for you to go ahead and play with the environment. This is what you have to know in the BTP. Clear? Any questions? Guys, clear everyone?
Yeah, so just one follow-up on this one. So you will be showing us, so now that we have like HANA and like, Ariba connections ready to go, you will be showing us like the data when we have a Joule skill, like when we are building like, an app or like, however we want to call it. So that app will be able to pull the data from this S4HANA and Ariba, and we will be able to see that, right?
Yeah, you will see that. Yeah, which is pre-configured kind of data. We can see that. Yeah, from S4HANA.
Yeah, so any kind of like a dummy data, like
I'll show that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So one quick point. So previously you showed like, in the Joule, we saw some connections, right? Like for Ariba, success factors and all. And then here we are seeing destinations. So is there a difference between the connections we saw on the destinations here?
1 second, hold on. Let me... Screen is not. Yeah, no, sorry. I am actually in my... Yeah, you're asking something. Sorry, I have not concentrated on
basically, you previously for the sub account wizard, right? There are different steps. And towards the end, there was like some connections. Like you quickly selected some Ariba, success factors and all of that. That is one thing you did over there in the sub account configuration. And then here you are actually configuring some of the destinations. So is there any difference between the connections and destinations?
Yeah, connections, like the system you trust and register on S4HANA tenant and all these tenants will be there. That is through connections. And destinations means these are the technical details of your connections on which your flow will generate. That means, for example, you register an S4 system, that will you register where you register in connection. It will, when you register a connection, it will establish the trust via your communication arrangement. Okay. Then you create a destination naming some xxx._1. So this destination will point your S4 API URL with your OAuth details. So connection means it will know who the system is, like how it has to trust this. Destination means how to technically call the API through that connection. This is the internal.
Okay, so basically it's more like the connection is like the face, and this whole destination has all the details behind it, so that the real call can go through correctly. Right?
Exactly. Yes. Connection is your trusting and registration of your backend system. Destination is nothing but using your configuration objects that you need to like use your API calls and everything for that particular connection to happen. That's it.
Okay. So one will ask like, okay, if at all we have to connect to Wiki, right? That's a very good use case. Do you think like we have to create a destination for Wiki if that was what we want to do? So for document grounding, right? Using Wiki to actually do the grounding, I mean, should we actually have it like a destination? Only then we will be able to access the wikis, correct?
Yes, because that is what I'm saying. You have to register the source first of all, but here the connections and all these things will not be too involved in it. Here you have to, in the BTP cockpit, the knowledge catalog, you have to add a connector there, wherein which you usually bring certain, because these are web wiki pages, so you have to bring them through a web connector and you have to sync them to your document repository. That means where your document management services or your things will connect. Then you have to index your content. That means whatever the wiki page content will be chunked and indexed there. You have to, by using your SAP document grounding services, you have to chunk it and you have to like make a metadata or indexation kind of thing for preserving the titles, sections, URLs kind of things, whatever in the wiki pages you have to do it. That the user can prompt it easily, and then the retrieval can happen from the document grounding easily from that. So this is how this generally works. Yes, in BTP cockpit, you have to add a connector for this. That is the answer for
you. Okay. So definitely there should be a destination, there will definitely be a connector, but apart from that, you're saying there's more to do in the knowledge catalog, right? We haven't gone there, but that is something you'll be going there, right? Knowledge catalog.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. I'm done for the day, guys. Thank you so much. So I have covered, as per the days, I covered all the setup, architectures. Okay, security, I have not covered completely. I'll do it in the later part. The connection testing, backend systems we have seen, and configuration security scenarios I also have shown to you on this hands-on. On the module 2 of your curriculum, if you see, we have seen the setup for SAP modules, and we have gone for the debrief of the architecture. We have seen the connection testings with backend systems, that hands-on also have shown you how you can configure, how you could do the security scenarios, all these things we have discussed. So this week we will be seeing So slowly our things will start into this, But yes, a few of the things that we have start with, in this the module 3 that I'm starting, which is business use cases with Zoll. So in this, we have to learn first of all the natural language transactions and prompt engineering for SAP tasks. And then you will be seeing the workflow automation with Zoll and some of the role-based journeys. So okay, so these ones will be there. So in this, I will start parallelly with you, like showing you the Zoll environment slowly. So in module 4, you'll get complete maturity on that. When you end up the module 4, you'll get the build plus Zoll app development as well. So that is what. So this module will be a basic for you for your module 4. Okay, like that. So the first important thing is the natural language transaction. So these are the important things that you have to know. Okay, so see, let's start this natural language transactions. Okay, so one of the other announcement I want to do, so there will be no class as there is a local holiday here in India. So again, our class will be on next on the Wednesday. Oh, sorry, on the Thursday. Okay, so this is just information I'm giving you. So yes, so when I'm starting with the natural language transactions here. So traditionally, when we work with SAP, we have to know some transaction codes. People who know on the SAP ECC or R3 kind of environment, there we have to know transaction codes. And on the public cloud, we have apps kind of things, but still you have to remember the app names or something. But if you still can directly type it, it is still you're getting that help. So you don't need to do a lot of brain work there. So when you have to remember, so let's consider the ECC environment right now. So whatever I'm saying, the ECC environment, so that if you consider like that, so you have to remember what kind of different, for example, you are a finance guy, so then you have to remember what the FB50 transaction code majorly, the BL3N, the FUGL03. These are all the important T codes for refinance, right? So similarly for purchase orders, you have to go for ME23N. People, everyone of you know who are already into SAP, right? And like for deliveries, you have to go for VL02N, VA01 for sales orders, so on, whatever it might be, right? So which mean SAP was almost like a system only for experts. Okay, so the moment when you don't know the T code, you are lost, because I don't know where I have to go for delivery, where I have to create my sales order, where I have to like check for an error, if some error come in the delivery or something, where I will validate with my finance, what is the exact edit debits happen. These are all things happen, because this is all the T codes game in SAP. So see, we have went with, right? So that is why we have gone with the next level generation came with Fiori with all the apps, subsiding all these T codes now in the public cloud and all these things, right? So, but now with Zowl, the barrier is completely gone. So natural language transaction, here we call it as NLT or NLP. NLP is your natural language processor. NLT is your natural language transaction. Okay, so this means we can simply say what you want in plain English. Okay, always when you're giving for prompt also you'll get it. Okay, or not only English, because Zool has whatever SAP is supporting the different languages. Zool also support all those languages. Okay, it might go in the near future every single language it will be covered. Okay, so any supported language, and SAP will understand, translate that into a technical action and deliver the result. So that is the end thing that you are going to do. Okay, for example, a finance user, he can type or say, hey, show me all open items for vendor 3000 in August. Like this, you have to clearly, this is called prompting. So a procurement user, he can ask what, hey, list purchase orders that are pending above 1 lakh rupees. A kind of thing. Okay, like this. So now you think about the power of this. Earlier, when you had to call an SAP expert, what you have to do, you have to raise a ticket directly from SAP. I'm talking about, not at the internal project organization level. I'm not talking. If you want an expert in SAP, even in your SAP or something these days, you have to ticket for a SAP expert, or you have to wait for your SAP consultant or IT help to give you certain report or certain thing to help on it, right? But with Zool, what happens was these are called barriers. This is what I told in the front my speech. I told one thing: the barrier is gone. These are all barriers. These barriers are gone. Understanding that. So business users now themselves can perform these tasks instantly with the required authorizations. Okay. So let's take a simple, imagine you are a CFO. Okay? Or else your CFO calls you and says, "Hey, what is our GRIR balance right now?" He might ask you. So traditionally, what you have to do, you have to either if you're an ECC consultant, you have to go back to the relevant T codes, you have to check it, you have to get the data, or you have to check for all those balances. You have to put them export, and then you have to give it to him. Or else, if you open Fiori, we have a simple app called Display Line Items app. Everyone knows that. So we can set filters. You maybe download to Excel, or it would take certain time for you, at least 20 minutes, 15 minutes, or at least 10 minutes, right? So with Joule, you can simply type like the similar scenario. This is called natural language transaction. Nothing, hard in this. You can just simply say, show me current GRIR balance for company code N101 or something, whatever the company code, 1000 or something, whatever it might be. So within seconds, the answer is appearing on your screen. How? Because it connects, because I told you the architecture last week. So it will connect all the relevant tables, all the things that prepare the charts, or you get the charts, and it will show you on the Joule prompt. So this is the promise of natural language transaction. Okay. So SAP is democratizing all these transactions. It's no longer about like knowing the P code, because as you already know, the P codes are now almost not existing. In many scenarios, we are going with, when the Fiori came into the picture, the entire game of SAP was really changed, as everyone know that, right? So this is one such thing, like how this natural language transaction is, like changing the SAP's face it in the scenarios right now. Because in the context of SAP, this always refers your NLP, that is by SAP, to enable users as they can interact with SAP software using everyday language. Okay, so whatever I just told you. So this makes what SAP systems more accessible. You can allow more users to perform tasks, and the developers' burden will be released. And the users who want to analyze their data, they can analyze their own data easily, and they can generate reports simply by conversing with the system itself. Thereby, what happens? Lot of technical hump technical efforts can be reduced. It doesn't mean that it is something replacing, but it is helping as a whole on this. As you all know that, there is a kind of, like I know it's like something going on in the world that it is really replacing. It might be replacing, but it's not replacing the entire industry. Where the supportive tasks are there, so there it is replacing. Yeah. So, and yes, the world is really not allowing right now to make complete replacement, and it might not also happen, because this will really give a lot of other things in the other dimensions also, as everyone knows that AI replaces everything here. So anyway, so people have to, so one better thing what you have to learn is how better you can manage this also. That is what old is telling. If it happen, it is it's really doing kind of support activities, generating reports or something. Someone has to know how it generates, what kind of things it can generate. They have to learn how this needs to be happen. So this back end front end things is right now world is learning. So that is one system which you are also learning right from the Zool. So this is how SAP leverages AI and NLP to understand the intent in a natural language. That is where it put all these things in the conversational interfaces, so users can engage in the conversations with SAP applications, much like they would be like behaving like a human. So this is about the natural language transactions. Okay, so this is one such thing which you have to understand. And the second important thing in today's thing is prompt engineering for SAP tasks. I am not talking about prompt engineering for our other AI chatbots or something, as you all know what it is. So, but as I'm just specifically telling you what actually can be done as part of the prompt engineering in SAP task. Okay, so I've given you a brief SAP's NLT now. Okay, so now if natural language transactions are the foundation. Now we already understood that NLT is your foundation, right? For what? For all your basic Joule activities, right? So when this is forming a basic for you or the foundation for you, then prompt engineering does what? This is the skill that makes this powerful. These are all interbinded. Okay. So prompt engineering is simply the art of giving clear instructions to Joule. Okay, instead you saying something nonsense, you have to say something meaningful to the system so that it will get the things as it is, because machines understand prompts clearly, rather than what you are talking on that. It will still understand in any language, whatever, but the correlation might go in a different manner. Okay, so think of it like this. If you talk to a colleague and you say, hey, give me the sales report, they will come back and ask which region, what sales report, which product, which quarter, okay, what segment. These questions you ask, right? If I ask you also same thing, hey, give me a sales report, will you give sales report to me? No, you will ask again some questions to me, right? All these questions what I have generally asked. This is what you have to think as a machine, okay, from the human's perspective while you are asking to Zool as well. That is the only thing. So if you don't specify these things, so they might give you a generic report that's not at all useful to you, because Zool is the same for like all the contenders are getting data for you. Okay, the moment when you ask sales report, it will give you default sales report. No, which is irrespective to your regions, products, quarters, segments, whatever it might be. Okay, which will not be useful for you. So this is how you have to. So here, how do we engineer the prompts for SAP tasks? So let me show some of the important type of prompts that you generally do. So in prompt engineering also, generally, I'll give you a very basic, this is a very deep subject, but still, as on the Zool, just we have to learn something on this. So there are some things will be there in the prompt engineering. One is your direct action, okay? And second one will be your analytical query, and third one will be your investigative, and fourth one will be your advisory. These are your different types of prompt engineering things that you can generally make on top of this. Okay, so let's say direct action means you put a direct question to it. Okay, like say for example, for your understanding, you can say, hey, create a sales order for customer X with material Y with quantity 20. Like this, like say, I'm just writing for you also for reference in the recording. So this is how your prompts will go with it. So this will be understand by it. So this customer having this material number with this quantity, it needs to get less. So primarily, very basic in a layman language, you are just getting all the primary data for this to like connected. That is called direct action. Very simple. All primary data. For example, if you are seeing your social security number, your passport numbers, your RAN number, these are all nothing but comes under. He can, for example, if I want some of like Suresh details in this group, I can ask, hey, get the Suresh details from the standard customer database. Okay, and this database name you can ask or something, or you can just like from this for this customer get the data with PAN matching, something like that. You can ask like that. Primary keys where it will actually directly hit and get the data. Ready? So this is how the direct action works in the prompt engineering. Analytical queries means here whenever you are starting comparing, because when you go for end of comparison between across multiple years or multiple months in the functional chart, we generally need that. For example, if you want to compare revenue for one quarter to another quarter, or if you want to see your balance sheet for this year to next year, okay, these are all functional tasks we generally do with, right? So these kind of things will go with the analytical query. So you have to start with a term called compare. So you can write like this in a analytical query when you want to generate a chart or something, like you can say compare revenue of year 1 versus year 2 for any product line you can use. Product line XYZ, something. Like this, you can give your statement to the prompt engineering in the prompt where it will start getting the data for you. This is how you have to ask the analytical queries. Okay. And investigative, all your investigatives will start with actions with questioning, right? Investigative comes with question. So why, when, where kind of scenarios. Okay, this all comes here. Okay. So for example, if you have some variations in your production cost of order, if you have variations in your balance sheet, if you have variations in your receivables or payables, okay, a lot of things will be there. So when you are having investigative, if you want to do the system to do it, you can also do that. Instead of you going and taking some time into it, you can ask it directly. For example, you can ask why. Always an investigative should start with why. So you can ask, why is there variance in production cost of orders for order? You have to give the order number also. Let's say I'll give 100100 something, which is so you can ask that. So then it will check and let you know why there is a variance in this order. If there is no variance, it will tell you that there is no variance observed. Like that also. Because this is how you can do investigative things also in the Zoll, for such kind of scenarios. And advisory things. Because not only that, it will give you direct answers, analysis, investigative, but advisory things also it will do. What does the prompt engineering advisory SAP task do? It will suggest actions for certain things that you are liking to do or you want to do or you might have something to do on that. All that suggestions, all that recommendations, whatever you want, based on SAP best practices, not something as a customized one. It will tell you, okay, go for it, do for it. No, nothing like that. Whenever you go for advisory, it will check the internal SAP best practices. It will check your databases and then it will act it. For example, in the functional scope only as I'm speaking right now. So I'm just I'll be asking the same thing for the advisory as well. So like this, you can ask questions like, for example, suggest actions to reduce my overdue receivables for the year 2025. You can ask like this. So the moment when you ask, system will actually interact with the internal databases, what have been connected on that, and it will see what are the overdue receivables for the year 2025 and what are the actions we can reduce for this overdue receivables also. This is what it will do. So like this advisory kind of things also you can do, which means as a whole, you can get a help for your investigations, you can get a help for your suggestions for the betterment as well. So when you get a suggestions on the betterment, what you can do, you can start taking the necessary actions on top of that, right? So that is how the prompt engineering and SAP task help you properly. When you ask a question, it will give you a reply. Based on that, your further actions can be taken. Okay, but yes, now let me talk about some techniques in this, because I told you the different types of prompt techniques, different type of prompt engineering tasks that will be happening in SAP. But yes, when you are asking something to the system, you should be specific. Like, for example, simply you should not say anything to the system. You should be always be specific to the system. Let's say you should not say, for example, hey, don't, like, for example, no, you should not say show sales for certain year. That's it. It will show. You have to say, as I said earlier in the example, show sales for this material or for this entity in this region, in this quarter, or in this year. You have to clearly tell that. Okay. So those are called conditions. Any individual that you go for this Joule, you have to go for condition. You have to add some condition for it, like region, month, or some number, or some dependency, where in which you'll get an exact data. Okay. And you should always ask for a format. Format means what? Either in a table, or either in a chart, or either in a document kind of thing. When you're asking, you should tell it clearly. Sized chatbots or constrained dev platforms, it will not give you the complete things as well. So it will assume that it has to give something, it will give you some clamped or cluttered things only, where you will not get the full results. So while you are asking, show me in a table, or show me in a chart, or summarize in a bar chart, summarize in a pie chart. So you have to ask like that whenever it is giving details to you. So it will give you a neat charts also, where you can easily copy paste to your dashboards as well. Okay. And the beauty of Joule is you can refine it. Okay. First time you're asking something, you'll get something. Second time you can refine it. For example, first time I asked, hey, show top 10 customers by, for example, overdue receivables. Okay, it will show me something. Then I can ask, hey, this is okay. Split by aging bucket. Then it will split it for you. Again, also you can ask it, because it will continue the same question again. You don't need to repeat that again for that if you're going for a conversation. So for example, on the same aging bucket, if you want to still refine, we can ask, hey, highlight those that are linked to my credit balances. So it will highlight it. Like, this is a conversational. You don't need to start from scratch each time. Remember that. Okay. But of course, what I want to say here is, there are mistakes that are there you have to avoid also. Like, for example, it will may return end results. You overload with too many details also, that might give you irrelevant results also. So your question should be specific. At the same time, it should be simple for it to get it. So as I told that you have to be specific, you should not give every single like a big query. So it will get overloaded. Okay. because it always has to understand simply, and you have to refine that. You have to always remember one simple thing. There is a technique of understanding. There is understanding AI chatbots. You should ask something and start making conversation on top of that. You should not be very specific at front time. Should not give a very big query at the initial stage. So system will take a lot of time, or you might get wrong results also at times. Okay, that is how the prompt engineering also a very big thing these days. You should go one by one. You prompt Zool with one thing and start refining until you get it. You won't take much time, but yes, the refinement will be easy for you. Like a refinement is nothing but a subquery for you. If you think in a database perspective, you are giving one query, again you are adding filter. You are just refining the query. Okay, so in the future, SAP consultants won't just train businesses on T codes, they will train them on how to prompt effectively also. It is happening right now, but they also, for the purpose of Zool that is getting integrated every environment, this should be also there. Now, you starting right now, you also doing this now, you will get accustomed with it easily. So this is the one of the important thing that you have to understand on the prompt engineering. So till now on NLT and prompt engineering, anyone having any questions?
One quick question. So, see, one thing what we understand is basically, SAP, one of the major advantage of Joule is that it is always like grounded. It understands our business data and all of that. Correct? That's what we understand. But what about the custom fields and custom programs, custom function modules we create in the system? Does it really understand, whatever we have created? If, for example, like even within a standard table, right? Like just let's say a small sales order table, right? You might have some additional fields where we have created extra fields and all of that. Can it understand those fields?
Yeah, it will understand. Why not? See, that's a very important point that you have got it. Yeah, let me break it down. Clearly for you, because Zool doesn't magically understand your Z program custom fields, unless we teach it. So Zool handles generally kind of way where your standard versus custom objects will be there. Okay, your custom fields are there, for example, in the AC Docker. Say you added some, as you said, some sales order or some regions as a custom field in your some table. So you have to expose them via some CDS views. You have to register that in your API Business Hub. And then in Joule Studio Prompt Engineering, you have to add a prompt. First of all, for all the custom fields, custom programs, custom views, whatever you do, you have to add prompts for it. System will not take directly. You have to add, for example, you added something like in AC Docker, like in certain plant or region. So you have to say, show me journal entries with plant region is equal to not. So this prompt should be internally there. You have to map intent for it, but to call your APIs what having your Z programs. Then Zoul understands that field because that is a backend response included in it. If not, you are directly creating something, and if your system asks, no, it will get. This prompt should be already been there in the system for these programs. Then only system will give replies back to you. Clear?
So, yeah, it's just not clear on one point. Look, let's just talk with a sales order example, right? So, sales order, there is a particular field.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, maybe normally it understands a lot of the fields, right? Like for this, how many sales are there and all of that. That's a very normal query. Now, if at all I ask based on that field, right, it may not understand. That is what you're telling me, right? Even though...
Yeah, you have to expose it. See, Zool will not understand your custom fields or Z programs automatically. But if you expose them via your OData or API and map them, that is the reason I'm showing you skills, Zool skills. If you map them in skills with prompt engineering, Joule will treat them like any other business object, like, and it will start giving you the results. So this is what the mapping.
I think once we get into the Joule skills, maybe
you
can
understand
revisit this point.
Exactly.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And one other question, right? So you made a valuable point, like you're saying that go one query after another, right? You're not going to overload the system. Like it is like going one after another. Now, see, it's all about, what we are hearing is it's all about cost also, right? Like queries, the number of queries you do and all. So doing one big query versus going query after query, like what should we tell to our business? Like, should we go query after query? Because again, each query will cost you some amount of money, right? Does it make sense to really go that route, or is it better to have only one big query because it's only one query where you try to get all the information? I'm talking more from a cost benefit point of view, because now every call will cost you money, correct?
So
That's my understanding.
So you mean asking questions should be limited is what I'm understanding your question. So on the cost
exactly. Because I keep hearing that everyone is like, getting charged more. I mean, like more than expected. Because, if they ask like small questions, right? They keep on going like to get some information. If they ask like 10 questions, is it really better that doing like that way, or it should be one question to get the answer? Because this is how we have to set our business, right? Like we need to ask the business people to think in that direction. So what do you suggest is the best way?
The best way is always, you have to use this prompt for interpretation plus orchestration basically. But where heavy logics are there, you have to push that heavy logic to backend scripts and APIs. That's where you can save the cost. Because if you are increasing for unnecessary things, because first time it will be okay, you might feel something playful and you will do it. So that might actually like increase your whatever you said is 100% true. I'll agree. Joule runs on these LLM prompts, cost is tied to tokens, like the moment of input plus output. So if users are asking long or open-ended questions, the cost will completely rise. So that's why I'm saying this prompt engineering and grounding becomes critical. Okay, this is what I'm telling. This subject is not that simple. Prompt engineering is very important. Each prompt that means your business query that hits the LLM and Joule giving the response that consumes one single token. If input token is equal to your question plus system interaction or something, your output token is nothing but your Joule reply. So SAP charges based on your input plus output token. One token for one individual. That means they got one individual request or one individual or something will be there. So especially in the license Joule, the foundation feature has limits, but in the license zone, you might have additional tokens where you can use it. But the suggestion is always you have to use structured prompts. You have to shorten your responses. You should have, what I'm saying is the heavy logics are bigger things. You have to always put it in the backend APIs and you have to reduce the limit on that. So unnecessary things will put you there. So this is the main solution on my side.
Mainly what you're saying is instead of asking Joule to do all the operations, better have APIs which it can call and get the things done, correct? I mean, to get the answer that way.
Exactly. Yeah.
And is there like a limitation? Like, for example, you ask like a very big query.
Yeah.
Does it mean that it instead of taking one token, it can take 3 tokens? Can there be queries like that? Or
that's what my main suggestion is going. So don't let Joule think too much on raw data. The moment when you are putting pressure on raw data, it has to work a lot. Then your tokens will be consumed. So give Joule for your language plus intent. And like all, as you said right now, the custom field Z program reports are there into the backend system. You have to push them into backend for wherever the relevant things are there. Then you have to get it. Okay, so that's how you have to use it at a higher level for now, and at the backend level, whenever necessary, then only you have to use it. But I'm not sure. Yeah, this is a confusion going in the market also right now, because if you keep Joule light, what is the use of? Many users are asking how. Then what is the purpose of using that? People are asking that, right? So you're giving a lot of big things are happening, but you're saying like keeping everything on the plate and you eat only few pieces doesn't make any sense. People want to use it heavily. That is a behind core for this. But yes, SAP has some like what I want to say, they're getting with some bigger license options also, where you can have unlimited things also on this. That is also there. I think so this I can come with you some costing based things also where it will fit for you. It's not that very limited as of I see right now, but yes, there is some cost rising factor also when you do that. Yeah, these two things are also there. Yeah.
See, other than functional area, do we have any kind of administration or GRC related tasks we can do? Like when it comes to direct action, can we ask Joule that give me the list of the permissions that these users have from this module also? Like create a user with so and so permission?
Yeah, why not? We can ask administration jobs, it will do, but because Joule sits in your BTP, so you have all these things can be done. But I'm not sure whether it will give you at initially all these things. As it is completely role based and security is inbuilt in it, it will give it to you because I never tried it. So yeah, that's what I can see.
Okay, so we need to test it, you mean?
Yes, we have to test it. Yeah, but I'm not sure. Yeah, on admin side, it is already completely controlled. But if you ask these many users, what users you have to give, whether you have an, I think so, it will give based on your Joule ID is allowed to see your details. It will give you, I think so. It will not restrict you, as of I can see. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on prompt engineering, guys? Everyone clear? Okay.
Sorry. Okay, but
Please go ahead.
Yeah, one question. So when the query cost, when it is computed, it's only in a production environment, it's applicable in the development or
all environments, specifically not only production, because even though the data is getting from there, so it will go in both your prod environment and development, because on development you won't ask, right? Only this is something that you go on the development license. You might not see a bigger differences, I think so. But on production, they might cost you, because that is the reason the moment when I showed you the tenant creation, right? On the free tier, that means in the development, you'll go with the free tier generally. So the foundation will be there. Where you have limit, you have a fixed limit of tokens per month will be there. So those once you exhaust, it will be done. So you have to that's more for your prototyping kind of things in the sandboxing, whatever you do. Your free quota will be there in the dev tier. But in this licensed, your cost is directly tied to your token consumption, as I said. So either it's a dev environment, either quality, either production, it will consume from your licensed quota. Okay, so because it is you will be, the moment when you take a license, it will have a bundle of tokens for your tenant. So if you start talking to it, the tenant will start consuming your tokens as well. That is called, we call it as a BTP metering. So usage is measured in tokens and your service consumption logs.
Is there an option to say, I do not want one of my user, let's say in a month, to consume more than maybe let's say 5 million tokens? Do we have that level of control and capability here? Because we don't want, okay.
Yeah, you can set your tokens limit as well, no issues. In BTP, you can have
per user. Per user
also you can set it.
Okay.
You can set it, yeah. You can limit your tokens.
Could you also show how to do that in this training?
I'll try to show it. I have to check my things, because last week my admin access was got after I have shown that. I'll ask the admin to give it. I can see that. Directly inside Studio, you cannot do it. In BTP, A core is there, right? There the governance will be there. There you can do it. But you can put it, as of I know, you can put a cap on the quotas perspective, on the block perspective. I'm not confirming, but I have to confirm. You cannot set per user hard token caps, I think so. Because when you use quota, you can restrict per environment. Okay. When you use prompt engineering also, it will get that per environment things only. But I'm not specifically, no, I don't have clear cut idea, but I have to check with SAP that we can control on user base or not on the usage. So yeah. Clear everyone? These ones?
So probably that's something to.
I think that would be one of the very important point as well.
I'll write this point. I'll come back to you. So per user limit tokens cap, how much it is, it is available.
Common problem, right? It's in general, there will be some users, they might over consume it, and there might be some users who will under consume it. We don't want the code maybe a couple of days and leave the rest of the remaining days.
Right. I know. Since you have to control your consumption basically. So when you go for this role-based restrictions, you can only assign Joule designer and Joule user kind of roles to the right people. So you should prevent all the casual development users, because they will spam like anything, all these prompts if you give to them. So they will play with it. The moment when they're playing, they might not see that the cost is affecting on that. So that is the reason you have to prevent them. And in AI Launchpad also, you can see per user, per skill consumption. There is that particular thing is there. I'm sure about that. In AI Launchpad, you can see how much of consumption has happened per user. So you can set alerts if monthly token usage crosses a threshold. You can say 50k tokens per this group or something like that. That is there in AI Launchpad. But specifically in this for Joule, I have to recheck on this, because the service plans will have certain fixed quotas will be there, some split quotas will be there, because a lot of plans inside in SAP are there. So even I also have to check with them on these responses and everything. Okay, I'll get back to you on this.
Cable, there's also one more thing that we have to get back on. That's the grounding as well, right? So we just need to see at least a simple example, how to do the grounding, because that's the core.
I'll show you. I'll show you the example, grounding example.
Thank you, sir.
That is there, yeah.
And Gabo, one thing. See, Joule is a cross-functional, right? It's connected to multiple systems. Like it's connected to your service now. It's connected to success factor and all this thing, right? Suppose I'm getting an incident ticket, it'll pop up in the screen that okay, this is the incident, and it'll automatically reroute that how to resolve that incident, like whether there is a order block and all this thing happening, right? So in that way, it will be happen the multiple query, right? So do you think each query they will charge in this like that? or it is a single query at the backend what we built for that only they will charge? How it is? Like, so you get an incident, like suppose order get blocked, the user get an incident, why it is blocked? Okay, this is a shortage of stocks and all these thing has been. They will propose that, okay, this many option is there to resolve that issue. Then it keep on querying in that way, right? Getting a point. It is not like that key order status and all this thing, right? It will be multiple things can be happen. So do you think it's a single query wise they will charge, or it is something like we backend will build the entire query that
I'll tell you that how this works also. I'll tell you that. See, Zoll is positioned as an enterprise digital assistant, the first thing. So by default, it can query multiple systems, as you said. So it's 100% yes. If you configure instant management as a skill, that means whatever the skills that you want, you have to configure first of all, right? I'll show you anyways these ones. The moment when you configure as a skill, it will show, as you said, as your ask is happening, show whatever the open incidents, what are the stated updates, what is the same team, what is the SLAs priorities, all these things it will show. So here, but Joel will not show details of the users has permissions or something, the second story. But as you ask, yes, it will show, but you have to configure. If you configure, it runs through the LLM orchestration. That means the moment LLM orchestration is involving, tokens will start consuming. Okay, because it will fetches what the backend data by API. That part does not cost tokens, but it's your SAP system query basically consuming the tokens. Whenever system goes to backend data interact with API, that will never charge us. That is free automatically because it's a process. System will start charging you when you are querying. That means when it is returning the answer, the output tokens will cost again. Okay, like for example, if you say same question you ask, what is the SLA status of incident XXX or YYY something? So input prompt it will take. That means you have asked something, it will take 10 tokens there. Response summary with fields to get it, it will take 10 tokens there, and and output response it will take 20 tokens. Altogether, some 50 tokens of cost it will take. Okay, so like it might say in our currency or something, if you start making like for the price, it's like 50 price here kind of thing. It's not very costly, but yes, very low cost, but it will cost for something to get it. Okay, so this is the way it will generally generate. The moment you are putting, even though incident management, even though it has to give it while you configure, whenever it's starting responding to LLM, giving response, it will consume some tokens based on your queries and responses. So that's what I'm saying. Keep responses structured, use skill level filtering, use your permissions properly. This is very important. These three are clear. Who has asked me the question?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So this is what, guys. Okay, next one. Let me go into this. So all doubts clear, everyone?
Okay, boy, is there like any good material what SAP is giving, like best practices sort of thing, like how
I'll add it in the material section. You can see this.
Perfect. Okay.
So as everyone is asking me, I'll just give you an outline also here, how this cost work for you, just for a minute for your understanding. I'll give you more details in the next session, but yes, this is a very important one. So we have actually 3 individual tiers are there, guys, which is foundation or pre-tier in Joule. Okay. So this is one tier, okay, wherein which this is for development use only, like kind of sandbox kind of thing use. So usually in the foundation, you has a fixed limit of tokens will be there. Tokens means these are per month. Every month you'll get some tokens. Okay. So example, whatever your request, everything will be there, or request will go like this in the tokens kind of thing. So this is best for prototyping. When you want to go for tier, whenever you're going for prototyping, this is the best for prototyping, especially in your sandbox kind of environment or to development also. So whenever your free quota is consumed, extra calls will not be get entitled and they will stop giving responding to you because it is a free type. That's it. And if you ask me how many tokens per month fixed limit means, I am not sure because it is getting changed as per your things. Okay, I have seen 200 to 2000 some tokens are there because it's a free tier. They kept a very less limit on it. Okay, just to understand. And in the licensed zone, whatever that we go for licensing, this as someone asked, this you have all the product environments and quality, everything can be enabled in this. Okay. And in this licensed environment, the costs are directly tied to your token consumption. Okay. That means prompt plus response. So it's not per user, as I said, environment base. Environment consumes from your licensed code. So you'll get 20,000 or 30,000. I think so 15,000 tokens I think so are there right now. I'm not sure completely from your licensed quota. So quota will be big, but if your asks are very big, it might go. Yeah, but and again, SAP will bundle tokens by tenant. Like some customers get sub account buckets also as per the global code strategies. For them, they have the sub account based token clusters also available for SAP. They can talk with the sales team of it. So this is your licensed quota. Other than that, as I told, there is one more thing called BTP metering. Okay, so whatever you start using the A core service consumption logs are there. Based on that, the cost will be there.
So this is in separate
Yes,
to the Joule.
yes.
Oh,
Admins can see your parameter is also who is triggering bombs, how many tokens considered, which skills they have used, why, for what they have used, when they have used. All these kind of things will be there. Only admins will see these logs. So BTP metering will be there on top of that as well. So these are the basic things in Zool which will work. There are still more plans and everything are also there, but I'll try to show you that one. And you can leverage it. I'll put a document for you today. So support team will add that to you in the details folder. You can just grab it from there. Okay.
Can you also please add those three best practices you mentioned, like use the skills
yes, I'll add
much as possible. Yeah, so
I'll add it.
That's very important, not the best practices.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So going back to my content, yeah, guys. Okay. Now the next part for our content goes with the third important part is workflow automation with Zool. Okay. So this will be there. But before that, so if you see here, whatever I just told, the moment when you go into this is my sub account. Once again, system is struck from here. So if you go to the entitlements basically, so you will see your quota here. Basically, all quotas can be seen here. You can see here, see, if you come to A core, it's free unlimited. So see here, what is the plan it is mentioned? Pay as you go for SAP BTP for cloud TTD. That means you have some, even though it's kept unlimited, that means we can use unlimited. Unlimited means whatever you use, nothing, not like that. Whatever you go for pay as you go is always means whatever you pay, whatever you use, you have to pay. You always check one thing. Here in the commercial type, it is free fire, you can use it. No worries. You have to always check it in the commercial type, it is consumption, then it will give billing to you. Very simple thing. Either consumption or subscription. Both should not be there. If it is always free, you are able to use all these things. Now, this is a free tier. I can use it with that because even though they have some limits internally set in it. So you can use that. You come to here for Zool also, you can see here subscription. So it will cost me the moment when I start using it. See, is already Joel embedded under the description. There is a subscription based. So based on my subscription, whatever I have, only those benefits I'll get it. Okay. If you go to the build apps also, this is where you start working on it, right? Here also see here it is consumption. The moment when you are consuming, a few things on this is again pay as you go for BTP cloud. Okay. So these plans and everything before you start like adding them to the entitlements, you have to check it and you have to do it accordingly. Okay. Whatever always free are there, you are always open to use it. There is no restriction on it. Even though it's a licensed version, I'm telling you few things because for license, they will give you some as part of give you few things as free, few things as consumption, few things as subscription. Okay. So services, what I'm saying about services, right? So like you can see in this one also, it's a launchpad also free. Right. So again, Bash Studio consumption. Okay. So like this, these things will be there, which will work, and even this one also consumption. So build works on where we generally deploy these things. Okay. So your Joule prompts also, when you see here, as I said yesterday, you go to the sub account once. So if you go to the work zone standard edition, here is where you will land everything. So whatever you do in the build apps, right? Because we integrate build apps, build work zone with Zool, everything, they will come and sit originally in this one, in this environment. The moment when you open this default work zone landscape, you will see whatever you get. This is where this symbol, whenever you integrate it, I'm just showing you as an outline here now. Anyways, in the next classes, you will understand all these things one by one. You will see this diamond icon. This is what I told. The moment when you start, the Zool will start working for you. So all your work zone is integrated here. So whatever you do here, specifically in the build apps, build apps, when you go to the build apps, so this is your Zool that will start integrated there. So this will work for you whatever the way you want it, for example. So simple things I'm just asking you here in the build work zone. So I just ask use opcode. So it was not, see how it was behaving for this. So just giving this. This is not, I have not given any queries, nothing is there, but this is how we use it for the next purposes. So this is the main one, build and build works.
Joule, when I go open that, the build work zone, so whatever this, the left side, right side, you're getting like a view job code request, right? So that, and also we don't see that the diamond picture on the top also actually.
So you go to the directory, you'll get this default. There in the default, you have to go to this. This is your project. This is environment created by admin. You have to go to this, then only this is site basically where you land all your developments. Okay, so there you will get it directly. So this is how you have to get it. You don't need to worry about this. This I have already told them, they will take care of it. Just have to go for the icon here, then it has to work it. Then you have to check it. That's
okay.
Something. I'm just showing you how this is working or not for you. See, this is what. So if you have any system like things are the system will tell you, see, I'm not access to your sales order or job codes. Please check your system or contact for admin access for assistance. So if there is any integration issues are there, you will get all these kind of issues. Okay. Anyways, I will show you here. Yeah, now going back to here to the automation of flows. So everyone clear where you have to check your instances, where you have to check your entitlements here, whether it is free or not, everything. Okay, you can see if you go to the instance also, you can see your credentials here, which will be created here. Okay, and also your organization's environment, which was being created. This one also you can be in look into it more clearly for this. Okay, majorly whenever you want to see your cost and everything, you have to go to the entitlement. This is where you will see your cost factors. Okay. In the Cloud Foundry environment, the moment when you create a sub account only, it will ask you what entitlements you want and what you have to add it also. Based on that only, it will add it. Okay, that's it. So next one.
Okay, one question on this one. So whatever we are seeing on the entitlements, like whether it's a subscription or whatever it is. So you are saying again between dev and production, dev can always mean that it is free until certain tokens, correct?
Even prod also, if your service is free, doesn't mean that the moment when I told you right, the other day I showed you how to create a prod. By checking the prod, a few things will be on free. This is a complete environment setup. In the environment, you create that account. You are not completely doing that. So the environment setup, it's not that prod, because of prod, everything will be consumption. In prod also, a few things will be free for you.
So my point is, you can choose to do it in two different ways,
yes,
right? You
yes,
can have separate sub accounts, between prod and dev. Sometimes you can have the same account between the prod and dev. So in the case, if there is a situation where you have the same account in prod and dev, whatever you're showing here, whether it's a subscription or consumption, for the dev instance, it will always be free. Can we say that?
Yeah.
I mean, at least free for certain tokens.
Yes. On that means, for that all depends upon your environment cap. That's what I'm saying. If your environment cap is having these many tokens, you can limit for environment. Like in dev environment, these tokens, prod, these tokens, you can limit like that. It's not that because you subcategorize something as a dev, system will give you some free. No, it's not like that. If once you are licensed, when you are when you are classifying your accounts, sub accounts into prod and dev, then you have to limit the tokens in both the environments. Or pay as you go. Like
where will be the exact place where you limit the tokens like that?
In the entitlement global account level. Your global account admin can do that, not you. You create a sub account for dev, test and prod. Each sub account have its own security settings, destinations, and users, right? So there you allocate the entitlements, like what is the token limit, what is the service plan, separately to each sub account from the global pool. You're getting that as a global pool. You'll have, once you are licensed, you have 10,000 tokens. In 10,000 tokens, you say, for example, 2,000 you keep it for dev, and 8,000 can be keep it for prod. Your global pool will be same. How you use it is up to you.
And again, between these 2,000, you can always give certain entitlements, certain amount of tokens, is it?
Yeah.
So it's again the entitlement level you can distribute.
Yes, you can distribute.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yeah. I'm going for the next topic, guys. Workflow automation. Right. Okay, so let's move to something even more powerful now after the prompt engineering and all these things. So the workflow automation in Joule. So let me start with the question like how many of you spend hours or like approving, checking, or reconciling tasks that could be automated in your daily jobs? Have anyone have spent that, or if you have spent, how much of time you generally spend for approving or checking or reconciling tasks or data in your organization? Like almost every business has this problem, right? Whether it's invoices, or whether it's purchase orders, or whether if you come for the leave request, or let's say the so-called deliveries, okay, approvals and checking will take a lot of time, right? Sometimes might be the process is simple, but the system that has to be respond to you might not be simple, or it might take longer time to respond to you as well, right? For example, if I want to approve a leave request also in success factors or something, when you say in any other tool kind of thing, you have to log on to tool, you have to see the go to the request, check the request, and then you have to give it. Like, so what this is called automation of workflows. Workflow automation means you connect these business figures with automated actions. And when Joule steps in, it not only triggers the workflows, it can also guide you in the plain language. Okay, for example, in finance, when an invoice is blocked due to mismatch, Joule make the approver in Teams as well, Microsoft Teams, or in any SAP workzone as well. So in procurement also in similar cases, the purchase order is, for example, above 1 crore. Okay. Now you want something because certain limit above purchase orders, generally what you do, you will take some approval. There is a blanket approvals, right? For this one blanket approval will be there. These will be two kinds of two stage of approval for this amount, CEO approval needed. So these kinds will be there in any procurement flows. So like this purchase orders or any orders that are at an limit of amount, you have to route to a special approval. So that is also the kind of automation you can do it. You can get it. I mean, Joule can do it, and Joule can get it, and you can, help you on this. Like leave requests, as I said, for example, leave requests that are less than 2 hours can be auto approved. There is no need to specially go take these kind of things are not there these days, right? There are no conflicts on this. If there is less than 2 days, do a simple auto approval. If there's more than 2 days, go for step 1 level 1 approval. If there's more than 5 days, go for step 2 approval. Like this, you can simplify your automations, workflows. Like now, let me tell you that generally how Joule enhances this. See, Joule does not wait for a workflow. It can detect the anomalies. For example, when I said, vendor payment delay, something has happened. So it will ask you, do you want me to send a reminder? Or as a manager, you can say, you can say, hey, send some reminders, kind of things you can say. So let's take some realistic story. Imagine company has 500 invoices daily. Okay. Each invoice would go through a manual approval stream, like your controllers, your approvers, your accountants. Everyone have to spend lots of hours in this, right? So with Joule, the moment when you automate or do something with Joule, you can just say, hey, show my blocked invoices that are above 10 lakhs for this entity or for this particular region. Then ask like that. So Joule will brings the list and it then suggests, would you like me to trigger some approvals? Because it's not that Joule will stop the question, the answer, it will give you follow-up conversations. Like what is happening in your ChatGPT or all Google Gemini kind of things. So then it asks you to get approvals, then manager says something to it and it might will approve on instantly or system will update the post on that. So this is where Joule workflow automation really out, not only about reporting, but it's about acting to the queries. Okay, which means because of when you start bringing the automation, okay, it will ease your life with faster cycle times will be there. Manual efforts will be very, very low, and most importantly, it is a data generating by system, so it will get the data in the system. So manual errors will be very much reduced when you compare to the regular way of traditional working strategy. Okay, and most importantly, it will free people from repetitive so that they can focus on other value-add activities. What they can do it like workflow automation in Zoll, it will gives you what I can say a productivity plus saving the time for doing the other activities, a kind of thing it will do. The moment asked, it will start acting. This is how in the workflow automation it will do. Be very careful while you are also doing all these things because doing that will not cost you, but after doing when you asking that will cost you. So doing for that. So see, one thing is very true. I can say it's not about the system it is existing in the current society that you're going to use it. How you use it is what it will brings you the betterment of your lives as well. To use for certain unnecessary things, it will go for unnecessary only. Because example, if Zool, I have 100 tokens are there. You ask simply, hey, how are you? What are you doing? This kind of silly questions, if you start asking, it will unnecessarily be getting burdened, right? We have seen recent example also, ChatGPT get unnecessary burden because of some imaging processing that was happened on that. LLMs really got burdened. It's no use of bringing photos on that. Even though a feature is there, they're given for a certain other purpose, but people use for some other purpose. In a similar way, in your organizational's point of view, you have to use it for the people who can be better used for it, get the data easily further, rather than giving for everyone access on that. So that is the reason Joule is very limited for the set of people in your organization. And that is why it is licensed also. Why SAP brought this restrictions also to limit their burdens on the LLMs. Okay, if it is open free, everyone can start, working on it like anything, and the LLMs get burdened on it. So that is a prime idea. That is what I'm saying. In the next future, in the near future, you will get lot of good editors who want to use Zoll in this kind of way. So you will get out of this cost factor also. That is also going to happen. As of I have seen some sort of roadmaps with SAP, which I have seen internally. This is happening there. This is one such thing that you can get advantage while you automate with the Zoll and all your functional workflows. Okay, and not only that, when you're talking about workflow automation, a lot of your things, right? So that is called role-based learning. So every role in the enterprise sees SAP differently. HR has different needs, finance has different needs, supply chain, etc., whatever you call it for. The different purposes, different needs will be there. So Joule brings a tailored conversational journey for every of these segment and for each person. Okay, if I start with HR manager can ask always, hey, show me all employees whose probation is ending this month. You can ask that. So Joule can easily respond with the list and it suggests, would you like me to trigger some confirmation? Because who are online 6 months. So it will, if you first who are already completed probation, if there is no approval needed, HR can easily send. Joel will send by default all these confirmation letters to these employees because it will have all the database internally it is getting connected with. Okay, so if you have to do the same work, it will take for you 2 to 4 days of time to confirm, to send letters to all these guys. So HR not only saves the date but can also act on it instantly here. This saves a lot of time and improve the employee experience. This is what I said. To whom it is much useful, you can implement and make the things proactive on that. Not only HR, I just given you layman example. If you say the supply chain functional, the finance as well. So every region on for CFOs, they might see the consolidated P&L by region as well, right? So if I want to see consolidated P&L by region, I have to do a lot of things internally in the system, even though I'm at executive level, for example. Okay, so you can simply ask Zoe, hey, show me consolidated P&L by region. So to this COA kind of thing, system will show you clear financial statements. Okay, you can explain the root cause of variance as I told. If there is any unexpected overtime growth are there or overtime declines are there, so you can explain the variances. We can take corrective action and all these kinds of things will be there. Okay, so like this, every individual friends they can get benefit from it. Okay, and not only that, the beauty is that these are not just questions and answers. These are journeys that you are doing with LLM. So journeys that are role-based, that are contextual, that are proactive for you. Okay, so employees no longer can waste time by just navigating the Fury apps now. Instead, what we can do, Zool brings the relevant insights, relevant actions, relevant workflows directly to them. Okay, so imagine a day where HR doesn't log into success factors, finance doesn't open Fury apps. Okay, but instead, everyone talks to Joel like a colleague and they can start executing their task easily. That's it, right? I'm opening a Zoll, I'm asking, hey, do this, do this, do this. It's doing because with an access. I'm not opening success factors, I'm not opening something, okay? Because at the user point of view, it will be very, very easy for you to understand these things. So as a whole, this is how your role-based journeys, your workflow automations, okay, your NLP and prompt. Okay, as a whole, if I can say your NLP makes your SAP simple and accessible. Your prompt engineering, whatever is there here in SAP task, this unlocks all the betterment that you can do in the SAP. And the workflow automation, what I told in the Zoll, it will turn the insights into actions instantly, where you can take off it, and all your role-based journeys along with it will deliver the success. Okay, so all in all, I can say with SAP Joule, when you know how to use it productively, SAP is no longer a system to use. It's like your next colleague for you to talk to, and you can make something for it. Huh? That's how this will is being called for it.
Just one question.
Yeah.
I mean, you spoke about the executive analytics, right? So, I mean, do you think SAC, dashboards and things like that, would be of a great help to integration, with, for the analytics and, dashboards and things like that, for the executives and for the, say procurement heads and things like that. Will that be helpful? Yeah.
Yeah, you can. It will be very helpful for them, for executives. That is how, right? It will bring a lot of value addition also for you. The moment when
so they can go to SAC, isn't it? Rather than going into SAP, they log into their dashboards in SAC, and that's integrated, with the
Joule,
of course, in SAP and Joule, and then there they have their dashboards. Now automatically that can be done on top of the Joule implementation, isn't it? So that's additional an activity, isn't it?
Yes. So we can integrate in SAC so that executives they can query and consume all the analytics conversationally very easily. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah.
I just have one question. So basically, let's say if we are integrating Ariba with S4 and we would like to use the Joule capabilities. In this scenario, let's say your S4 environment is on-prem but your Ariba is on cloud. So how do we actually integrate it? Because usually Joule works only for cloud-based.
No. Can you please come again? Question I'm understanding. You're integrating Ariba with Joule, right?
Correct. So we are integrating Ariba with Joule because Ariba is on cloud.
Yeah.
But your Ariba system is integrated with S4, where S4 is on-prem. So in this case, how can we leverage Joule's capabilities to interact with S4 system to retrieve any kind of information?
Yeah, it's not an issue. I told you, right, there are two scenarios are there. It's a good question, like a real-world integration question you have asked me. See, the setup of Ariba, then you have to set up your Ariba to on-prem to Zoll. You already have Ariba integrated with your on-prem. It's a classic setup which you have done that. Now you want to bring your Zoll into a front end, which is a cloud environment. Okay, so this one is integrated already set up to you. Your Joule works as a conversation which can pull your insights across both the systems. So it does not replace your integration, but it will makes the integration for your business users in the conversation layer level. Are you getting that? The integration is possible. The first answer is, and second answer is integrate. Your Ariba and S4 are integrated, which is already done. So now, when you integrate Ariba with Zoll, Zoll will start accessing both the systems. That means you are exposing APIs of the both the systems. So Ariba APIs will be get to Zoll for your requisitions or contacts or whatever you call, and S4 HANA on-prem APIs you will connect it through Cloud Connector, because I told you destinations in BTP the other day. So that is the one which will connect your Cloud Connector and which will connect your Joule skills.
Okay, got it. Yeah, got it. So it is a possibility that we can still leverage Joule capabilities on-prem.
Yes, you can.
When you're third party, I mean Ariba, Concur, or any of the applications on cloud.
Yes. If you're on cloud, it's something S4 on-prem, there is no, you can still get the Joule capabilities.
I think it's important to add here, if it's on-prem in a system, connected, within a Joule, Sasank, I believe, there are certain limitations. You cannot, fully use the capabilities of Joule. I'm sure, I read that or, heard that somewhere in the webinars or things like that. So you can't, fully use the Joule, capabilities. I mean, if you're connecting, with the on-prem system, I can't recollect why, but I think there is a constraint.
I'll tell you what is the I already go and for I have only outlined it in the initial demo, but I'm telling you when Zoll with S4 on-prem happen, there are some limitations are there, like your security or network overhead compared to your cloud systems are there, where APIs are ready for that. That is one such thing you can see. And one of the limitation you see commonly on API data exposure will be there. In on-prem, many business objects may not have the modern APIs. That is one of the thing, because they're still on BAPIs and Lighthouse kind of thing. So Joule works generally best when with the standard APIs like OData, CDS, because these are the new things are there. Best services, these are coming, right? But Joule works best with them. Okay, so for this, what you have to do, you might need to have some custom services, user graph services to expose the right data to Joule. So these are the areas where lacking of direct development is one of your biggest limitation when you go for on-prem direct integration with that. And on-prem also, what I practically seen is the latency and real-time access is there, because Joule is completely on cloud. Each query will travel from cloud, and it has to go to on-prem back and then come back to you. So if your connectivities or firewalls is slow, the response time will be very longer than you generally see with public cloud or S4. That's the problem with performance overhead, on the real-time queries when you go for on-prem integration. These are the common limitations which I want to outline you when you go for on-prem integration.
Yeah, perfect, sir.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary interface method for interacting with SAP Joule? Option A, command line interface. Option B, natural language conversations. Option C, complex coding requirements. Option D, traditional menu navigation. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at using AI in SAP? Our SAP Joule course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Joule. It's like an AI helper for work, from asking smart questions to getting instant insights for faster decisions. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to cool advanced features. It's made by experts who really know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've worked with SAP tools for years. They're here to guide you and answer all the questions you have, and don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found this training super useful. Best part, it won't cost too much. This awesome chance to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP Joule Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Yeah, so coming to session, yes, we are going to discuss about SAP Build Apps, into which we will be seeing, as you are seeing my screen already here. So we will be discussing on the SAP Build Apps here, and then we will try to build some application in the Build Apps. Okay, so on like when we are talking about Joule, doesn't mean like only on the Joule's perspective you're doing. So on the build apps also, we have to learn like how to build applications on that. So you have to learn few things on that, and then parallelly, as I said, three environments we will be touching in this environments. One is the build apps, which is a low code no code platform, and in which we will see how you generate kind of web applications and kind of UI applications here, and how you generally use it, how you preview it, how you like export them, like these things we majorly learn on the build apps. And build code is a one thing in which with the Joule AI capabilities you will build something on the build AI also. So that is one such thing which you will do. And whatever the Joule skills that you do on the build apps also, those things will, after integration, that will be landed in the work zone as well. Okay, so these are the detailed things we will learn. Not only this will take a few days of time, one by one slowly we'll learn, but I'm giving you as an overview that these are the things that we are going to learn in this next couple of days, because whatever are there, like the initial detailing I have already given on that aspect of the Joule. So now we'll be going deep insights into a little of practically as well. Okay, yeah, now opening the build apps. So before you do build apps, always we have to ensure one thing on the BTP's connectivity layer. So if you see here on the BTP, you should be always in your sub account. So if you go to your main global account, first of all, so there are some sub accounts are there. Okay, these were created for multiple purposes by my admin, but this is our environment. If you can go preferably into our environment, so you will be seeing some of these environment instances and everything, right? So if you specifically go into our instance and subscriptions, okay, so in this you will see HTML5 application. So first thing you have to understand is, so whatever you do in the build apps, okay, so that will be just a preview to you. So that will land in as a HTML5 application to the build workflow. Okay, so the moment when you do something in the build app, it will directly go and sit here. Generally it has to, but you have to check the layer. What I'm showing you right now is it will check the destination first of all. That's what I told you, right? The destination should be properly built in it. You have to check it. So I'm telling you how you have to check it. So this is the before check you have to do before you going for build apps. Okay, so in the destinations, if you go to the destinations on the left side, so you will see the destinations here. Here you will be having, these are all the different destinations that has been created here. Okay, so for this also I observed one of the SAP build apps HTML5 repo. The name is HTML5 repo. That is not there. Even I have also observed that at night, and I told this admin, he told he will be initiating that. Yeah, but that is not there. Only SAP build a PA. PA means process automation, which is on HTTP is there. But there is one more thing which will be called I'm repeating that SAP build apps HTML5 repo. So this service should be there in your, that destination service should be there in your this destinations list. So then only whatever you do, that will come and sit in this HTML5 application. The moment when you go, this is your deploying platform. So you have to deploy, it means, so whenever you do something in the build apps, that will come and sit in the build work zone environment. If you go back, I'll just show you one more time. See here, this is the pre-checker base. I'm telling you whatever is all the pre-check. So this is our work zone, right? If you go to the work zone, so usually, just deleting this for now. I will detail you about this later when I complete about this one. But for now, remember there is a content manager will be there in the build work zone. In the content manager, if we go here, okay, this is a content manager. Okay, this is a create. So whenever you go to the content manager here, see no content providers to display. Here content is not there. So you have to add it for here. If you go to the content manager, again, now go back here. So you can see here, see, this was not there last day. I asked him to add it here. So here in your content manager, this should be there. See here, only, 10 days back only, I asked him this guy to add this. So he has added. See here, ML5 app repository. So this was being added by him. So whatever if you don't find, so this is the domain in which whatever you do in the build app, that will come and sit in here in this build work zone. If this is not added, whatever you do, you cannot see in this build work zone environment. Are you getting? So in your content manager, HTML5 app should be there. If it is not, you have to add it manually. Okay, if you don't have, because this is a very secure environment, usually you won't get permissions to do it. Your local admin or your global admin will have it. So if you are the admin, you have to add it from here. You have to simply click on the new, give your destination service, and it will be automatically added. Okay, this is the very important check you have to do. Okay, the moment when you do it here, you can create a site in here. This is a site. Site is nothing but like a folder in the build work zone. Like for example here, whatever the apps that we create, right, that will come and sit here. So at the end, once we are done, so you should not feel bad, hey, this is not showing something like that. This is how this will be. You have to check it first of all. Go back. These are all perfectly done. So this is our general Joule Launchpad. So here is where whatever the apps you do, right? Whatever you do here, that if you check it here, for example, I do something PO, something like that. If I search it, it will automatically come here. See, this is the landing platform. So here you will see it, you will add it to the build workzone platform. So this link, whatever you're seeing, this link is your main URL, wherein which all your apps get landed once you deploy in the build platform. Okay, so 3 checks. First check in destinations, whether you are getting this in the destination folder here. First important check what you have to do. In the destination folder, you should have this one. Which service I told you? SAP build apps HTML5. That is not there. I asked him to add it here. Okay. And second one, if you come to your build work zone here, in the build work zone, you should have in the content manager, your repository should be there. Okay. If in the content explorer, you can go that, you can check that there. This one should be there. And second one, if you go into this also, here also you should have to add it. Okay, that is also is not added. So this is also should be there. So these two he will add anyways, don't worry. That will not block any of our demos or sessions here or your practice as well. But yes, this is how this one will be is one such thing. You have to check it. So these two things you have to check it. And parallelly, the connections, what you are saying, right? If you go to this on the site directory, while you create, that site should be created and your app should be done. Someone is practicing, please don't do that while I'm doing that, okay?
What's wrong in that one? I cannot understand.
No, if you're practically, like doing, when I'm doing this, you will not concentrate what I'm telling, right?
No, I understand that because I wanted to see that what is there, right? So you are restricting everything actually. What that
No,
means?
not restricting. You have to understand that, Suresh. I'm not restricting. I'm telling that, any session is happening, people will watch the session. You can do it. This is recording, right? You can do it later on. So I don't have any issues if you're doing like that.
So then I cannot understand because you went through multiple places. So I wanted to see that everything is there, whether I'm able to understand or not, right? So okay, this is something which is really no. I can understand, but the way you are representing really not good.
This is how any training will go, Suresh. Let me tell you that, please.
Yeah, you can tell me. You can tell me privately, okay? But I'm okay with that one, Kebo. Okay, I can stop it. But when you're doing it, I can try. If you say that, I don't want to do it, okay? But you can tell me in a nice way. But you say that like it's kind of like commanding that.
No, I'm telling in nice way. I'm telling in nice way only. I'm not commanding
that's you. Commanding it actually. Don't do it. What is that?
Okay, fine. No worries. Yeah. I'm not commanding to anyone. See here, this is up to you. You have to learn it. See, what I'm saying is if you do parallelly with me, you will lose what I'm telling. So here, I'm going here and there and, parallel doing it, right? So it will not, make you in a linking line there. That's what I'm saying. That's it. It's up to you, Suresh, Fine.
No.
See, we are all mature individuals only. So I don't have anything. So I don't want to command anyone. So I'm just giving you the right content, the right time here. That's it. If you miss something, you will ask again the questions to me. I'm not commanding you. You have to understand that any session trainer is going on, people will watch it. That's what I'm saying. If you still want to practice, you can practice. No issues. Because it will actually sometimes, it will, like what I want to say, give you a kind of block here because some things will not open. One is opening. Another type of things will not open for you. So again, you might think something is not working.
I had a question.
Yeah, please.
Regarding this one, you said 3 different checks, right? The destination and even the configuration of site directory. So do we have any official SAP documentation for it? Can you list that as well?
Yes, I can list it as well. Yeah, 1 second. All right, so I'll give you those links, whoever asked this question to me, and then you can go through it, okay?
I mean, is there a central place you are putting those links?
Yes. Not links. I'll be directly putting documents there. So today,
in the LMS.
Yes, LMS folder, as everyone has showed to you. So there is a folder called trainer documents. So in that, whatever I give, these guys will go and keep it there. Yeah.
One very quick question, just a basic understanding, right? What is the difference between build apps and build work zone? Like, is just that whatever we deploy will come to build work zone, or what is the major difference?
Yeah, that's what, build apps basically, like you generally develop a kind of all new applications like that, it's a digital workplace for us, like whatever you want to create, organize, do something on the front end. So you will do everything on the build app kind of thing. Build work zone, you will consume those apps in the unified workplace. It's a common platform for us where we generally use it. Okay, a kind of thing. So in this build apps, whatever you do, it's like all drag and drop kind of things will be there because a lot of visual logic and backend integrations will happen in this. But build work zone, there is nothing. It's like a launchpad for you for all your different widgets to showcase, to how they will look and feel, in your environment at the output, that will show in the build work zone. So that's the main difference between build work zone and build apps. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Next one. So I'm going to build apps. Hope everyone is clear with the pre-checks. I'm going to the next one.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So as I said, now we are into the build apps. I launched build apps. I'm closing the work zone right now. Okay. So on the build apps, as everyone know, now let us go one by one to the build apps clearly now. This is complete a low code, no code kind of application. So whenever someone is quoting low code, no code is nothing but build apps only. That is the only environment in BTP. You develop all these low code, no code kind of development. Okay. So what is this? This is a kind of environment which will enable basically developers or users or a kind of mid-level people who are few kind of coding things will be there. Like the rapidly build enterprise grade web and mobile apps will be there, like without needing any deep coding knowledge. Because so many people, 70% people doesn't like coding. Like they just want to use it as it is. They want to go over certain kind of functionalities on that. A kind of things going on there. So this kind of people, and we call them, citizen developers. Like these kind of people will sit into these build apps. Because as I said, there are 3 important. If you see in our entitlements also, I go back to the entitlement one more time to completely show you that. Here in the entitlements, So this one, see this work zone is there, BAS is there, apps is there. Again, this is nothing but a kind of build apps only. But along with that, we have build code is also there. That is also there. That will be added to you by end of the day. So build code is the one environment where you will do complete end-to-end coding. But there is also have to learn few things will be there where you will add this, like apps to the Joule as well, like through coding. Okay, but there also certain kind of coding will be generated backend, and you can also use it. I'll show you that anyways. But yes, so these are the three important ones: build apps, build code, build work zone. For Joule specifically, build apps, build work zone, build code. So build apps, I said this low code, no code. Build code is completely coding based. Okay, and build work zone where you generally land all your applications into it. Okay, so build apps generally, like very highly fit for professional developers. Professional developers means who extend the apps with some kind of APIs, some kind of custom logic. And I said citizen developers, that means the kind of business users who want to just directly use it, but who doesn't want to write some code on it. Okay, these are called citizen developers. So why this build apps was came into the market also, because just as everyone knows, like in SAP Webby, SAP, like ad hoc kind of reporting tool where we just drag and drop certain kind of things, and we do something on the business objects, right? So people, many of you know that. In the similar lines, when you drag and drop UI, when you want to pre-build certain logic flows, with easy backend integration, so these kind of things will be done through this build apps completely. Okay, so build apps was earlier, a name was there, I don't know how many of you know, it was called SAP App Giver, APPGYVER, not JVR, GYVER. It is an app giver earlier. It's completely a visual development tool on the BTP stack. Okay, so build apps generally, I can say it will democratize your app development instead of waiting for long months for an IT person to deliver a new app. Instead, business teams like you or someone like you can create a kind of prototyping for a full solutions in just weeks. Okay, so not only that, at the same time, what happens in this also, IT teams can they can easily govern, they can easily secure and extend those apps to the enterprise standards as well. So this is very important, that wherein which you have to understand this one. So this is how build apps will help you. Okay, so in build apps we have, you can see this, I'll just explain every single thing in this. So here you can see we have quick start templates are there. These are all templates, okay, which are already given by SAP. Like in ECC, how you have all your pre-configured data for certain applications, or in S4 HANA, similarly for this also you have all these pre-configured templates are there. Okay, these templates will come from SAP build directly. Okay, and SAP's main backend stream data templates, it will come automatically here, whatever they put it in. These are quick start templates. But as you have to understand, so in SAP build apps, for drag and drop, the main thing is UI designer. So where it will be, if you see here on the main mid page, you will see create platform. Don't go to this one. Instead, you can go for here. You will see this one. You will see Joule skill. Joule skill, keep it aside. No worries. So you can do other things also in this. First of all, you have to know what you can do in this. So here, if you go to this create directly, don't go for these ones up now. If you go to the create, you will see these ones. These are the important ones which you have to start. Like the first one is the application. This is your application. You can create an application. Okay, so this is the use development tools to create and extend business applications and services. This is 100% your drag and drop tool, where you will drag and drop certain buttons, certain type of features, to develop a small app kind of thing, and you can deploy it on a mobile or a web page kind of things. Okay, in a similar way, there is an automated process. Like you can see a kind of HR process, a kind of something, you can automate that. Then if some of these are already done and making them, you can then start using Joule skills. So directly Joule skills, if you will do, you will get nothing. Okay, I'll show you that also now, why you get nothing. In Business Suite, you can customize your sites with no code experience also. These are all no code only. Whatever I'm showing you here, these 1, 2, 3, 4, these are all no code only. Okay, so these are the important ones which we will see one by one in the coming days. And if you go to the lobby, if you expand this is the hamburger menu is there. So in the hamburger menu, if you go, you will see all these ones. First of all, learn what are these. The first one is the connectors. So in connectors, you have three things: actions, events, and automations. In actions, These are all process actions. So these actions are whatever you build or else whatever you want to manage as part of your building blocks of logic, like those are all called actions here. You can name, see, search by project name. In every project, you will add some actions. Okay. So these are all like a predefined operation that you will define in the system as an action. So like these are all called logic canvases for you to connect your flows, like a flow chart for a simple example. So each action can have different inputs. Okay, like any input parameters will be there, outputs will be there. So they will determine your step. Like for example, here HR flow, for example, I'm giving an example to you. So you can say HR leave approval. So leave bucket you can keep leave approval 1, leave approval 2. So number 1, number 2, number 1, number like parameters. So those are all whatever you define in a process in a flowchart kind of thing. Those are all comes under actions. So these actions are a many number of actions will be there. Okay, like you have navigation actions will be there. Let me explain you. Let me take my notepad. So if you see here, these are all the different actions here. So this first of all, your navigation actions in this actions pane will be there. So you want whenever you want to move one page to another page, or if you want to create a open page or a closed page kind of thing. So those are all called navigation actions. Okay. So this is nothing but I told you, right? It's a kind of a flowchart activity you will call into the system or into your main project. That is called your action. So now, for example, I want an open page. But after you log in, that means after login, you will get some success page, right? A kind of thing. So that one is nothing but your second open page. A kind of pages whenever you want to create, you can do it. I'm giving an example like that. You can do a lot of things also. The navigation action is one such page. Okay, like I'm giving example here also here. It's like open pages, close pages. These are all called your navigation actions. Okay, and then you have the very important thing is data action. So in data actions, you will do all your crude operations. Okay, create. Okay, update, delete, these things will be there. So these are on the back end for logical data, or I can say local data as well, whatever it might be. Okay, you can create a record, you can get allocation, you can update a record when you want to delete a record. Okay, for example, the main action, you on the expense in Ariba kind of examples, if you want to submit an expense, okay, then data action will come. If you give a submit button or something, this data action, the one which you create in the data action will be called into the main system. Okay, so this is a data actions like submit, okay, a kind of things that you do on top of this. Okay, and then one of the other important actions that you can create is user interface actions. Okay, whenever you want to display some components, okay, or you want to set some variables. Okay, and for example, once you logged into something or once something is opened, if it's successful or not. Okay, for example, if your expense is approved or if your leave is approved or if your purchase order is approved, so these kind of approval small dialog boxes will be opened, right? So those ones you will take it as a user interface actions, UIA. Okay, so these will help you to create such type of things like kind of alerts and pop-ups. Okay, and then we have one more action called device action. So device action, what is that? We'll get it is like whenever you want to access mobile features like cameras, GPS, bar scan corners, barcode scanners, and then any uploading of files, these type of things will be there on the devices whenever you are performing on the device as an output. So those things you will do it on the device action. For example, if you have to capture a photo during your field inspection, okay, if you, for a simple example, for any kind of, let's say, banking processes, you have to take a photo of someone, or else if you are doing some sort of KYC, like know your customers kind of thing. So these types of things also you need some device actions, right? So all these things you will do it through this action. Okay, like simply while it is happening to make some additions, or I can say some inputs on the device. So this one you will do it. And the next one is with your flow control actions. So these actions are very important again. So when you want to write some condition, when you want to make some loop, or when you want to write some formula, okay, very simple example I want to add, like if you add our very common statement, if else, if this is the condition, go with this, else this is the condition, make this, or if something is not matched, make the data empty, or something is done, erase this one, a kind of things in which you will do a kind of conditional thing. Those ones will define your flow, when to go, what to go, because the flow will change from there only, right? If the condition is meeting one type of scenario, condition is not meeting another type of scenario, so these ones will be gone through flow control actions. Okay, I'm not writing because the name itself indicates what is the flow can be done. So here next one is your integration action. So in the integration action, as the name indicates, it will integrate. What it will integrate? Whenever you want to integrate your REST or OData APIs, or whenever you want to trigger the BTP destinations, or whenever you want to connect to SAP systems, these things will be important for us in your flow. So where you want to trigger, where you want to call, where you want to connect, these kind of things will be defined and helpful for this action. So basically, you will integrate with APIs and other services, okay, to fetch data. This is important, right? So these are the 6 kinds of actions which will help us, like to validate inputs, to create records, to show alerts, to navigate pages, kind of things will be there in this. Okay, everyone clear with these actions? And then events.
Quick question here. So what do you mean by open page and close page, and what is the difference between the two?
Same only. Open page, close page. Sometimes you have to close from existing page. System won't go from there, right? So in those cases, you will create pages for this. Or else once the process is done, it will show an end page, right? So this process is completed, or this is thank you for your using services. This is a close page wherein admit something on the end of the screen. Those are
okay, like that. Okay, thank you.
Yes. And then events. So if you go to the events, on actions also, while you're on the actions, if you create, I'll just show you that also here. So see here, it will ask you to API source, on which source you want to create these actions. So you have 6 live APIs are there here, and some API specifications are also. These are the standard ones only. These are all already there in our system. So if you want to say, for example, build from scratch, that means something which is completely customized, you can build from scratch. You can manually define actions with custom specifications. Okay. Or if you have any one from API, you can do it. Okay. Majorly, we will do it through Business Accelerator Hub because we have a lot of APIs that are already inbuilt and pre-delivered by Business Accelerator Hub is there. So from there, you will create these actions and everything. Or else if you have any common things like our OData destinations or integration suite or, like Unify Custom Landscape. So these things are there, you can do it. For example, if I want to build from scratch, I just have to simply give a project name here. I'm just showing you, I'm not utilizing them now, but in the app when I'm doing, I'll just show you that. So here, for example, the project name, test underscore. Okay, see here, it'll give you a lot of operations here. So like crude operations, basically it is giving you whatever I told you, because by like based on the actions that you define. So on the manual action, it is going for this type of actions. So if you can see, either you can put this action can be a get action, a post action, a put action, delete action, something like that. Okay. So you can just give the name. For example, I'm giving for get. So if there is any relevant endpoint for this you want to connect, you can connect it. For now, I cannot, I am not going directly to the endpoint here, but I can say here something like, okay, it should start with this one and add this. Okay. That endpoint is not active, but anyways, so this have no data right now. You can add a data in the later point. I'll tell you while I'm, so like this, you have to add some parameters, all these things I'll tell you later point of time. So this is how you generally go for actions, while you're building for this. Okay. If you go back again, the same system, see here, this is already there. Okay, these ones, whenever you want to go, you can rename, you can manage members also, whom you want to to see this particular thing. There are many things. For example, if I give everyone to access, it will give you a view access or a developer access, admin access. It will ask you. So it's all up to you. If you're admin, you can have full control on it. Or if you are just a user, you cannot do it. So like this, you can give the access to the members also with emails and authorizations like this. And based on that, the particular team member can use your action as well. Okay. Once an action is built, you can reuse them. Okay, it's not that every time you have to rebuild. If that action is commonly built for a application, you can reuse it. For example, if you build something in HR, if you want to use it in expense management, something, you cannot do it. But the HR is for HRs only. But still, if that action has the technicality inbuilt for it, if you can reuse, you can still reuse it. But what generally follow as per the best practices for a group of application, that actions can be reusable. For next project or next application, you can create a new actions. Okay, n number of actions. There is no limit for the actions. Again, we can create n number of actions on this. Okay, this is what about actions. and then going to events. So these are all the events. So events, as you already know, these are nothing but the triggering ones for the build apps. So these define when a logic flow, when this logic flow should start. Like events are commonly attached to our UI components for data sources. So once this event occur, the corresponding actions will be automatically executed one by one in the sequence. So once your actions are being completely built, you can go with the event and create an event. Okay, like this. If you can go for it, again, it will ask you on which you want to create one. So we can specify, as I'll show you anyways, this one of these ones. You can put something or you can create from the hub directly these events. So like this, there are many specific to our system will be there. If it is HR, you can simply type HR events will be there, or success factors will be there. Okay, so many events will be there, like components, page, app level, data events, the customized events, whatever you want to define as part of the triggering, just to trigger, right? So whenever you want to trigger by user action, triggered by a page is loaded, triggered by some app is getting launched. So these events, we have to declare them and we have to use it. So I'll tell you when it comes for you, we have to do it. And then there is an automation SDK is there. Go to this. So automation SDK, the name itself indicate there are different SDKs are there. If you can observe this here, we have Outlook is there, Excel, okay, PDF, Core, SAP UI, which is the very important one. So first of all, what is this SDK? Everyone knows that is a software development kit SDK. That's okay. But what is this in SAP Build Apps is doing? So this SDK will hold a set of predefined actions that will allow the app that we develop here, right? That will allow that basically to trigger your processes. It will trigger your workflows, whatever the automations you do. These are all will be triggered as a predefined actions in that flow. Okay, in this through this automation SDK kit. Okay, so instead of just calling your APIs manually, SAP provided this native SDK integration so that what happens, you can easily connect your build apps to your SBPA. Okay, when there's a build process automation. So why this is important, why SAP kept the automation SDK here is because many enterprises generally, if like instead of naming as enterprise, I can say enterprise apps, these need certain backend automation. Like for example, if I'm submitting a leave request, it should trigger an approval workflow, right? So when it has to trigger a workflow, it should have some automation. So that should be automatically being configured and should be called the relevant APIs also for me. So that mechanism was there in this automation SDKs. Okay, so normally this requires a kind of a set of API calls and complex logic part will be there. Okay, but because this automation SDK is there, build app developers, they can just simply drag and drop the actions like your start the process instance, wherever the flow has to break, wherever the conditions has to apply, nothing, no deep coding will be there. Just drag and drop, add some points there, add some little bit of coding there, very little bit, and then you will use as it. So that's what that means. You can understand that in the layman terms, that is all pre-configured coding parts where system has given you to use it in your drag and drop UI features. Okay, so what it will help us means it will start your process instance, it will get your process definitions, it will help you in your user task, it will complete your user task when you're submitting or doing something in your end of the flow. All these things will be done through this SDKs. Okay, so a key strength I can say on the SAP Build apps is its ability to connect with your build process automation using this automation SDKs only. Okay, so with this SDK, what happens is all the citizen developers, they don't need to worry about APIs or custom code. They they should not worry about that. They can simply drag and drop the predefined actions, and they can easily complete their flows, and then they can easily export their apps, and they can start working on it. Okay, for example, if you imagine an employee submitting a leave request inside a build app using this automation SDK, that request will automatically start a workflow in the build process automation. So that will route it to manager, updates the backend HR systems. Once approved, that that strictly it will align the integrations also. So this makes what finally the build apps will not just is a front-end tool, but it's like a gateway to your complete enterprise automation as well. So this is bridging your, I can say, business facing apps with all your backend workflows. So this is what delivering a kind of complete process experience to the end users and the business as well, right? So any questions on this? Clear, everyone? These three characters, we'll use them very frequently in our flows now. Everyone clear? And coming to store. So store level, you will be seeing this is a kind of, I can say, a marketplace of thing where you will have all these SDKs, different types of things will be there. Whatever is useful for your build apps, you can go for them. But in this, few will be paid. See, whatever are paid, you will see this one called paid, because the publishers are from different service entities will be there who are business partners with SAP will be there. So if they create something, see for example, unlock transaction, if you want to use it, instead you create, if you want to use it, you have to pay for it. Okay, so few things are there. Wherever paid is not there, you can see all them add and open. Open means already added. Add means you will add them directly. You can see here, few things are open, which is are already added. If you are not added, you can add them. So if you are paid, as I said, you have to check properly while you're using them. Okay, you'll have a number of, I can say hundreds of store SDKs are there. You can just simply come and check whatever you want. Okay. So this is a very big console here. Okay, let me go back. See here, business partner creation approval process. You don't need to create. Even the process is also inbuilt in it. What I'm saying is, till now what I said, you have to create something from the scratch. You can create it, but still something similar like is already there. You can create from template also. You just want to tweak wherever your business adjustments are needed. So like this, see here, if you go to one such process here, you'll have the process diagram here. And also you'll have the artifacts. What are the artifacts in it? You can see here, these are all the artifacts, means different actions and triggers. So you will see these ones one by one. Every single detail will be an artifact for you here. So like this process which was given by SAP is already inbuilt. So you can create this process for whatever you want. And there are some dependencies also that you have to check for this. For create action restart process, they enable certain data management based API calls will be there. This you have to save it. Okay, and one of the other important thing is this version. So whenever any change is there, they will capture in different versions. So in one version, if a change is not there, in another version that will be there. So you have to properly deploy your versions also. You will see that now. I'll show you a simple thing now. So these are the different versions which will come into the picture. According to the version only, you can deploy the features as well. Okay, so for example, I'll come to that now. Yeah, so I'm coming to the monitoring. These are all different instances, whatever you want to monitor. You can see this process workflows and monitoring. So you can see here, what does this monitoring in build apps will do specifically is for you. This will help you to refer the app behavior, how it actually happening, and it will track the app behavior. I think that's the right term, because how this app is behaving, what it is performing, how it is performing, and what is the usage of it. That usage means at the system level. So these kind of things, whenever you want to monitor, you can go for this monitoring. So there are a lot of things in the monitoring, because this particularly covers your runtime monitoring, your analytical monitoring, and your error handling and debugging as well. During the development, some errors might happen. So you can come to the monitoring, you can see the monitoring pane, if there is any error that is happening in your screen or kind of things you can observe in this monitoring screen. Okay. So basically it will help you to, like if logic, something you're writing, or if you're calling an API, it is getting failed. So build app will show you some red indicators will be there. So those we can see on the screen itself. If you want detail, you can come to the monitoring pane like this. You will see here in the monitoring pane all these ones. See automation jobs, how many are running. You can see here, see how many failed, how many errors, what is the health of it. You can see all these things here itself. Okay, it will show you a kind of thing, and you can manage all the business rules also. If there are any custom business rules or pre-configured business rules are there, when you're deploying or after deploying, because after deploying you will integrate with monitoring with different backend systems will be there. As I said, the automation SDK monitoring is also important. So these are all comes into picture when you start working on it. So these are all you can just check and monitor in this one. And the next important thing is your control tower. So control tower, you can see here, this is one such important activity in the build app. So whatever the tenants or your backends or your agents or your other APIs, whatever you call, those are all can be comes under this control. Okay, control tower, the name itself indicates it's a part of your complete process automation. So I can say this is your central monitoring and management hub. Okay, like your, I can say, a global admin for your build apps kind of thing. Okay, what it will do, it will track all your running processes and automations, all the defined user tasks, like your approvals, your reassignments, okay, your like renamings, kind of things. You can do everything from this control tower. And not only that, this control tower will also monitor your errors, your performances, even your SLA compliance. A lot of things it will do as part of this here. Okay, because you might be surprising, hey, why, how it generally relates my build apps. Okay, build apps, it doesn't have any control tower of itself, because when a build app use the automation SDK, that moment control tower will automatically comes into picture. Because the moment you are starting the workflow, kind of approval, request, ticket, or something, so the execution and monitoring of those workflows will be done in this control tower. Okay, which means in simple terms, your front end UI is your build app. Okay, where user submits some request. Your backend is your build process automation. But your monitoring and governance, whatever I told in the initial part of session now, that is your control tower. Okay, so this will completely process your instance tracking. It will take care of your task management. It will help you if a workflow triggered from build app fails. It will the admins have to see in the control tower only where it fails and what happened for failing for that. Okay, or your business KPIs getting some, for example, if we can say your business KPIs will be there, they are getting timed out. The moment when they're executing, they're getting timed out. If you set some time, you have to rework that time to some other, you extend that time. So those kind of tweaking of times, approval times, request completion times, those all can be set here itself for you. Okay, even your agent configuration. Okay, all these things, agents, agent groups, agent attributes, everything you have to do it here only. So if you configure it here, then only system will understand for the automation SDKs. Okay, because the control tower, as I said, this will be a central cockpit for you to show, to run your process. Okay, and whatever, if any employee or if any process associate face issues on the build app, so while the request is, request means in the app level, the request is processing, those are also can be treated or can be resolved from this control tower only. So that is the importance of your control tower. Okay, so these are your main menu items which you have to understand. So everyone clear? Any questions before I go to the flow? Everyone clear? Everything? Technology is clear?
Oh, one quick question.
Yeah, please.
So when you go to the store, so which all Joule related templates do we have available? Can you quickly glance through it?
No. There is no separately Joule related thing, Girish. These are all you can use it in the Joule. Whatever. This is all a process you have to set it. It's not about Joule will have only dedicated ones. Wherever your process there, you can just search and you can use that. These all can be used in Joule. Every single thing in this. All the process related, flow related, everything. These actions will given like further down. The major thing is you have to first create an app further, then that can be incorporated into the Joule. So that is why I'm showing you. It's a good thing. You guys enrolled for Joule training, but you're getting complete training on build apps also now. That is the secret. Because directly Joule, if I show, you will be seeing some kind of, like if you are a native of Telugu, you will be seeing Malayalam movie. You won't understand anything. A kind of other kind of language movie only. Because you have to understand all these basics. For specifically Joule, you have to know build apps completely. That is why I'm showing you everything in the build apps. So once you understand build apps, Joule is nothing. It's very simple to create. Because Joule also, see, that's what I told you. The moment when you go and create Joule skill here, it will ask you all the build app things only. See, for example, if I'm doing this, so this is also, I'm just copy pasting the same thing. See, scenario has to call. So the moment when you do, you have to call action. Whatever I just told you, right? You have to call action. You have to run an automation. You have to launch a skill which was pre-delivered. You have to define a process. If these are not there, you cannot launch any Joule skill there. You cannot create a skill. So it will be like a empty space there. See, for example, if I ask go for action, see, there are no actions. because there were nothing in the build app someone has developed on it. Okay, these ones we have to develop. Then only you have to get things into the Joule Studio. Then you can start using that. This is why I told, first of all, you have to get complete knowledge on the build apps. Then you create your skills. Then you can deploy them in your studio, and then it will be possible scenarios for you to see on that. Okay, so the basic 80% of part you will do in the build apps only. That is why you are learning build apps completely in this. So then once you create the build apps level, all the apps and every actions and events, everything, it's easy for you to incorporate in the Joule skill, and you can simply put a process there. It will be automatically done. That's it in the build apps. Okay, but in build code, again, that's a process different. You will learn anyways in the coming days, but build apps, this is what the environment is about. Clear?
So you are saying we will create our custom actions and events, whatever we need, and then we will leverage. Let me complete. So we will leverage this one LLM capabilities and then combine all of them together. So something of that sort, right?
Right. In the process, you should have all these things, right? So there you will leverage all this thing, and then your Joule skill will be created. So that Joule skill, you will use it further wherever you want it. And not only that, see, every time, so please come out of that mindset, like every time it's not a chatbot kind of thing you're doing. Joule skills means it will help you, like if, for example, in the build code, you will create an app. There, Joule will be Joule will be help for you to create an app for certain processes. So how Joule will help you? It won't come like as I showed in the earlier, it won't come like a chatbot to you there, but it will help you. Joule skills will help you. How Joule will help you means it will have some automated processes. The moment when you go to the build code, it will help you to trigger certain processes and add that container contents into it, and you can simply build some more applications using that kind of scenarios. It's not always a diamond icon will come, and from the diamond icon a chatbot is your whatever I'm saying, this kind of app-based process only. Other than that, there are some other specific purposes also when you're going for build code kind of activity. So you will see that a complete back-end front-end environment, how it connected, how Joule will help there. So those scenarios you will see in the module 4. Okay, but here in build apps, first of all, you have to understand these apps. Then only you can create some Joule skills that can help for your other process. So to create that, you should have all the internal binding processes like these actions or events and whatever you want. So those are the basic data we are building right now. Clear?
Yeah. Thank you.
Everyone clear? Okay. Now let me go into this.
So we build on the build apps, right? Then we use whatever we have built on the build apps in the Joule skills, and then we use those Joule skills container into our business processes and things like that as actions or whatever, and then finally we monitor manage all of that we have built and deployed through the control tower. Is that correct?
Right. So this deployment also will go to the public. If you see here, see something supplier is there. I'm just randomly clicking that there. See here, this is a complete, someone has built it. Okay. So in this one, if you go to the version, this is already deployed. So the moment you deploy it, it will ask you to wait. See, you're deploying it to public. So in the public, what are environments are there, which are connected in the public environment are there. All that environments can access this app. That means this app related information. So in the studio or in your other environments, wherever you just name, all those environments, you are ready to use it. You are going to directly deploying in the public. Okay, so here at this level only, it will be a difference for you. Sometimes you will go with your restricted environments where you deploy only to few environments where you can see that app or something, or else if you're directly moving to public, it will be accessed by all users, all environments in this tent. Clear?
So this app, can we see in the control tower?
No, you cannot see app outputs in control. You can just govern it to control tower. That's it. You cannot see any outputs there.
Can we go to the control tower and have a look? What are the options there? Sorry, I missed that section because I think that's quite important. I heard a lot about it. Governance, environments. Okay, so is it the kind of an admin section?
That's what I told, right? I told. Have you missed my section in control level or explain?
Yes. Okay. I missed that. Okay, so Okay.
Please refer that recording. I
Thank you. No worries. Okay. Perfect. Thanks.
Okay, guys. Fine. So everyone is clear with these options. So this is how you deploy it once you create this one. So that's where your deployment will go. But now you have some idea, some mock-up idea how this will go, where it will sit, how this will happen. Everyone clear? Now let me go into this. So as I said, first of all, while you're creating, you have to create an application, right? This is an application. Say next. So your application also comes under different categories, guys. Like it will be a full stack application, or it might be a front end, your back end, or your mobile application completely. End-to-end mobile applications will be there. So all these can be done. Okay. I will not be covering everything in this because our content will not cover that. But yes, the front end one is one such thing which I can show you. Basically here, if you go to the front end one, so here you have this one. The front end also, three important things will be there. There is one more thing which was recently been not added by deleted by SAP. It was web and mobile, both are there. Now they have segregated to mobile completely. Okay, now this is a web application, you can directly do it. Or if you have a Fiori front end where you want to make it only in Fiori, you can do it. Fiori cards are the new one, which you have like a card components for business application purpose they created, but it will have some access and restrictions are there. So you have to check with your admin for that. Okay, not here in your original admins. The main will go with the web application. This is a complete Visual Studio for you. So if you go to the web application, give the project name. I will give here AB underscore application underscore test. So you guys also, while you're practicing, you can just go with your first two surname, first name, last name, WA web application test. So you follow these naming conventions, but easy for you to retrieve your applications whenever you want. Okay. And then just review this. You can see application, front end, web application, project, everything. Okay. Then create. It will take little time. Well, first time when it is, getting boarded, because build apps project, whatever I did is created now. A default homepage will be displayed. So once it is created, you can access all these things. Oh my God, what's happening here? Reload this. You can just refresh and reload it. System will, it's a home page, it's kind of URL only, so no worries. So there is no harm that if you go back, something will collapse or something will harm that. No, nothing like that. Let it be loaded completely, still loading. So once your project is created, you can access that any number of times from the build lobby. That means our build lobby will be there, right? From there, you can access it directly. See here. This is your user interface. I told you first one statement. What is that? Drag and drop, right? This is your user interface, guys. Everything is drag and drop. Like whatever the fields you want, input fields, the list selections, the essential things. Okay. This is your home page. If you want to have different pages, you can show all pages. If you want to create a new page also, parallel, you can create new page on this. For example, I want page 2. I want to create this one. I can create a page 2 also in this. Okay. So like this, you can create pages and you can do this also. Now let me show you a simple application also here. So here, if you can see, these are all your, this is the page section. This is the main home page. You can just create a number of pages. I told you, right? This is one such thing. And the left side, I don't need to explain. All these different menu options are there. Whatever you want to drag and drop. This is your body, design body, where you will drag and drop those things. Okay, this is in some other language. I don't know. So I don't know. This is German, might be. By default, I added that.
That's a placeholder.
It's a placeholder only? Okay.
Yeah, it's not German language.
No, this is lorem ipsum dollar something is there, right? That's what I'm talking
about. That is Latin, but that's a placeholder.
Oh, I don't know. This placeholder, that I'm talking about this language I'm talking. So this is
language only, that is Latin.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know that's a Latin. Okay. These ones can just remove. Okay. This is the text field they have. Something was by default for the headline, whatever for your app to be named, that was in here. And then you can see here, majorly these things is important. The one which you're developing the application, is it for mobile? It's for tablet, or it's a full screen for your desktop or laptop, or it's a custom. There is a categorization here. Okay. So based on that, you can select it here. And here also you'll have some resolution factor will be there at what level you want it. So based on that 100% is what we generally default. So based on your purposes, if you want to move it, you can move it. Okay. And these are all your text. You can see these are the text ones, their styles, their layouts, everything will be there. It's quite common. Everyone knows that. Okay. So whatever the styles you want, whatever the layouts you want. Okay. You can just see this here. Okay. The variables, I'll tell you what are all these things now one by one. This is your user interface basically. Okay. If you go to the variable section, so in your variables, you have different app variables, page variables, data variables. Okay. These will be there. Whatever you want to create, whatever the parameters you want to create, you want to use it, you can add them one by one here. And those you can utilize in the interfaces also. Okay. I'm just showing you now. On the integration level, as I told you, these are all the integration based app, actions and all these things. If you can add integration, it will show you the destinations at level, what integrations you can do automatically. We added something in the BTP, right? So from that, we can get it. So for our S4HANA backend system is already integrated, so you can get that. So in case if it is Ariba or Fieldglass or Success Factors, you will get those ones automatically. Okay, if you integrate that. So those ones you can use it. Okay, going back from library, if you want to get it also, you can get it from all projects. Specifically now we are not allowed on this, even though I add this with the industries or all these things. Okay, because we are not allowed, we are just for our backend is now S4 only, so we're doing that. So removing all these things. And then navigation. So your navigation headers will be there. If you want to navigate, in the built-in navigation will be there, where you want to get your header bars, your menus, your tab pages one by one. If you want to add first page 1, first page 2, next page 3, kind of navigation. If you want to build in your mobile app or your custom apps, you can add them as well. So based on the ticket design, for example, bank page is there. So initial bank page, you will have some login or something. Next bank page, you'll have some transactions, kind of whatever the design you decide with your users and everything. You can, based on your design, you can go for this navigations as well. Okay, like this, the user interface will be completely inbuilt for you. You have to just create and you have to use it. Okay, and whatever you do here, you can preview it here. First of all, preview will show you how it looks in the output. So output can be seen here itself only, and then you can publish it to the cloud. Okay, wherever you want to publish it. Okay, whenever you save these applications, this will go and sit in your direct folders. Okay, and these are your versions wherever you have been saved one by one. Those versions also you can save. So this is your complete build apps folder. Okay, everyone clear? Let me show you one thing from mobile. I'm trying to do from mobile.
Can you build like one example application here, maybe integrating?
I'm doing.
Oh,
I'm
you'll
doing
be doing.
right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Great.
showing you one. Yeah. So this is a headline, for example. Add something. So I added this one now. This is the headline where you can add whatever the text you want. You can copy it, you can delete it, whatever you want in this. Okay. For example, let's say you're doing some kind of barcode scanner or something. Okay. You can add it whenever you want it for that. You can do that. So you can add a text also here. Okay. This is the one thing. Now you can add another text also. Like you can add something like, add this one and let's store, because in bank you won't do any barcode thing, right? So in food items we'll do something. So I'm just trying to do this. Scan the barcode of your, write some food product, okay, from your smartphone. Okay. So these ones also, I'm not doing any changes here. So max length, display 9 styles, you can just check it out. Which one you want, you can just put that one. Layout is also up to you, how you want to put it. Okay, if you want text alignment or width adjust, height adjust, all these things you can do. These are all features you can do R&D on this. Nothing to tell, is on just a properties only. So I'm just showing you how you can build the app on this. Okay, so for there's a barcode scanner kind of application we are doing right now. So if you can see here, okay, we don't have the scanner here. You can see button here and just put the button here. So this is a scan. I'll take like this button, write this button, because we have to scan something on the button, right? Just write simply here, scan. Okay, this is doing something. Just so you can keep like this. This is absolute button. If you want on the top, you to change this and just put it in the relative only right now, like this. Okay, this is a scan option if you want to see it on the top. Simple, that's it. I have this really simple thing here. You simply save this one. Okay, and then you preview this. So something, this will look like this on the preview page. Very basic level thing I have just shown to you. So like this can create any app. Okay, this is now saved and available for you to preview whatever you want on this different things. You can do it. So let me show you something also on this. Second, it's close. So if you have a specific image of any span, any barcode image that you want to do it, you can do that as well. For example, let me check a barcode here. Just checking from Google any barcode images. You can generate, I'll show you how you can generate that also. But for now, I'm just taking some images just for knowledge, QR scanners or something. So you can add your respective barcodes also onto it. You can add this one.
Maybe you need, in properties you need to.
I'm doing 1 second.
Yeah.
It's a static image only. So these dynamic images for generations, there will be a process for this. If you see here, there is a data and variables formulas are also there for certain type of imaging things. If you want to do it, we'll do those scenarios also. Understand that. For now, let me take static image. It's not covering. Drag in this one. This one can be like this. Can use this image. That's it. Now just save this and then you can preview it. So this is how basically based on your sections, it will show you how this, oh my God, it's too bad, showing too bad. So on the mobile level, it will show you the preview like this. Yeah, but yeah, let me show you this. If you want to do it on tablet or on full screen, it will be too bad. I think so. I have to just check out this one. This is what I'm saying. This image properties, you have to, like check it out, the style and everything. So that should, fit into your environments properly. That's where you have to keep it, the scaling and everything. So the edges and height grows to full width. It can get, this we have to put this one. Okay. Yeah, these pixels, I can make it 4, 2, and spacing also, we can just check this out like this. Okay. And all these custom groups are there. It should be default gap will be there. Okay. And these ones can publish this. Yeah. Anyways, this will show you here like this, but in the mobile environment, when you see it will be okay for you to see and, make this out. If you see this, you can publish this one. You can build and deploy, or you can create a real version. Real version means as it is, it will go. If you want to still make changes on this package is a project in the web application, you can download them and deploy. Okay, 2 things will be there. You can save the current state and you can number this version, because if you have still changes will be there, that will be go into that versions. For example, I create a current version, release 1.0 only. I'm releasing as it is now. Okay, so the same version will go to the cloud environment directly. Okay. So this is now released app. Okay. So yeah, there are a lot of things that is a very basic level app I have shown to you. So a lot of input fields we can give, data we will bring it from the S4 HANA. I'll just show you some of the scenarios also in the next classes. You'll understand them. But this is how a very basic app you will create them. Clear? You can try creating your own apps and then you can explore that. So in the next class, I will show you how you bring data from standard pre-configured containers or pre-configured things from the SAP S4 HANA, and then how you match some scenarios. We can create some tables. You can create some based on the drop-down fields. Edit some data. So field imports. All these things we can see in the next scenario. A kind of a different dashboard kind of thing. Okay, clear, everyone?
Yeah, one question. So I know these are all like foundational, right? I mean, basic, but is SAP at a state where like just by query, it would create everything? Like, I mean, we have seen like apps outside like Replit and all, just by prompting, it would create the whole website or even an application actually. I mean, do we have agents at this point? Yeah, just a general question. Yeah.
Understand. In a Joule, you're asking if you say I want this website, this, so it will create in something like that. You're asking?
Right, exactly.
No, not in such state. No, SAP. I told you right. It's not in that state.
Okay, makes sense.
It won't create.
So you will show in the next classes, right? You will show the S4 data.
Yeah. Right? Now we got all the things about build apps, right? Now next class we will see these ones. What are the different items are there? I show you how they fetch the data, how you can fetch data from S4 HANA. So what are the other items you build? So those applications you will see in the next session.
Okay. Yeah, please spend a little bit more time on that. I think that will be one of the key important parts of this training, right? So
yes. Yeah. Automatically, we have to build one, right? So I have to show you how you bring variables, how you do integration. This will be there, yes.
Okay, great. And one other question. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. So is it possible to show like one full stack application also? Because I tried just like playing around with like a full stack application. But
no. In build code, I'm showing you that one only. In our syllabus also, that is the module 4, a full stack application is there. That's what I'm going to show you there also. In build code.
Okay, you will show the full stack application there.
Yes. You'll get it.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any application where you can see, okay, this is the front end, how it will be there? It will be clear the imagination, because I'm very new and I'm not able to see. Okay, if you're saying,
you will see that we have a lot of inbuilt applications are there. I told you right in the SAP build itself only. If you go there, you have templates are there. From there, you can see all these things. Yeah, I'm about to kind of close this session of time here because these are all the templates. Whatever I'm saying. So from these we can create them. And you can get them as well. There are a lot of templates out there. You can just simply go, for example, invoice process is there. You can just go into that and create from template
and deploy them, and you can use it directly. That's it.
Just a little feedback, Kemo. The full stack application, right? Like Joule skill is not working fully. So I don't know, maybe there is something that you might have to talk to that.
Yes. I already had a conversation also. The build code itself is not there, first of all. I asked the free tier to involve in it. So then only even this HTML file also was not there. I talked to Edwin last night only. He generally works in the night time of India. So I will speak with him after 1 o'clock, and I'll let him know, because I need a screen share with him. So I have to show him what is what. Then only build code is there, then yeah, we can be done. See, I can directly go to build code, and so you won't get anything on that. It will be a zero knowledge for you. If you understand build apps, you do some apps on this, you'll get some confidence. In build code, you will understand the application.
That you're covering, it's really good. So yes, so the background is really good, and then you're going to the actual practicals of it. That's really good. Yeah. So yeah, that is okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So that's it. So someone asked me, right? So this is the templates, guys. So you can just, this is all already done. You don't need to do anything. You have to just tweak it whatever you want. You can just, release this and deploy this in applications, and you can see that outputs as well. That's it. This is how you generally make work with updates. You can just deploy this to the public. So this is deployed in environments. You can see this is a public environment. You can see that as well. So you can see these are all the environments. These are all the projects which are already successfully deployed in this environment. So these are all your triggers, all these things will be there. So your output environment, you will see in the build work zone for this ones, what I showed you, but that is not integrated. So that's what I told. I will just check with the admin, I'll show it, because these ones are not getting, incorporated into the build work zone directly. So whatever you do here, in the UI space, those only you can do it. So for that also, I have to incorporate some templates. So that has to be there. So if you see here, Sai, you're the one who asked me. This one, who asked this question to me?
Me, Abhijit.
Yeah, Abhijit. Okay. This is how this is not coming, even in the BTP stack also. So whatever I just deployed that, right, Abhijit? So whatever I deployed that, right, you generally see in this one. Whatever has been deployed in HTML5 applications, they will comment it. What happened? There are difficulties in loading global account. Whatever, everything you want to see the preview output something, you have to come to BTP cockpit in HTML5 applications. You will see that they will be listed here automatically, because we are on the BTP platform only. So these are all comes under HTML5 only. So you have to come and see here if work zone is also, because there are a number of ways to preview it. So one is this one. Yeah, one way is this one. Second way is build work zone. You refresh this page. Something problem is there in this now. Yeah, this is not. I'm showing, but this is not getting that one. Yeah, I will talk to the admin. It has to approve here, but it's not showing me. I'll talk to him and they'll get this done, okay?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of these is a primary benefit of SAP Joule for end users? Option A, increased system complexity. Option B, reduced need for training. Option C, more manual data entry. Option D, longer processing times. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at using AI in SAP? Our SAP Joule course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Joule. It's like an AI helper for work, from asking smart questions to getting instant insights for faster decisions. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to cool advanced features. It's made by experts who really know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've worked with SAP tools for years. They're here to guide you and answer all the questions you have, and don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found this training super useful. Best part, it won't cost too much. This awesome chance to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP Joule Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.